everyone, it's Dr. Stephanie Wall here, your Tower of Power. So today, day two of the Elevation Conference. You are in for a treat. How y'all feeling? Yesterday was magnificent. So much. We learned about how to knock out, right? The knockout punch to overcoming our burdens. We learned about manifestation, affirmations. We learned about how to overcome our trauma. We learned about self-awareness. We learned about so much about ourselves and what our thoughts do to us. Are y'all ready today? I can't even wait for us to dive in to today's content, to dive in and take the swim so that we are not out there just jumping in the pool without having the fundamentals. Let's go, y'all. Let's go. Let's go. Don't be like me. Don't jump in the deep end and don't know how to swim. Learn the fundamentals first. Let's go. Dr. Stephanie Wall here. Y'all know what's going to be. What's the day going to be? Fire. All right, Dr. Stephanie Wall back here, and you all are in for a treat. This morning's headliner, this morning's keynote, this person who's getting ready to bring the fire is not only easy on the eyes. Can I say that? I didn't say it, it said. But this is the thing. This person is so amazing. Dr. Randall Pinkett, the 2005 winner of The Apprentice. Y'all remember this show, Apprentice? Baby, he kicked butt and took names. I'm not gonna steal any of this thunder. I don't wanna tell you too much because I don't know what he's gonna tell you. So I'm gonna just jump on off this doggone platform so he can jump on. Come on, Dr. Randall Pinkett. Whew. Y'all, get ready. Tell everybody in the background to go shh, because you got to zone in, because this is going to be fire. Ooh, come on, Doc. I'm ready. No, seriously, you all. You want to get all of this. You want to get all of it. I was always serious, but I want you to not miss any of this. This could be your breakthrough yet again. Ooh.
More for you. So I've been waiting for this for 2 years. 2 years in the making. Endurance. So I've been dying to ask him questions. Not about the Apprentice. I can just imagine that. But we're going to get into some of the tougher questions. I've always been known as the person to always ask the question that everybody else is afraid to ask. Right? They're not going to be embarrassing, I promise.
It's all good.
So, one of the things...
Trust me.
Pressures on. One of the things that you mentioned about like collaboration, partnership, mentorship, and that's something that I've always had I'm pretty opinionated about. I think most people don't know how to establish strong relationships so that they can truly have social capital. They look at networking as, let me give you my card, or let me go here. I always cringe when people would come into my office and want me to mentor them, and it's like, well, what do you want? And they don't have a clue. They have no vision, so I can't really help them. Talk to us about how to really go find a mentor, or in the importance of that, and what not to do. I've seen some people at the highest levels, they're directors, they're executives, but they still, especially for blacks, they still lack that ability to navigate to get that sponsor because it feels awkward. Can you talk about that a little?
Yeah, no, you make an important point, and I think the journey to finding a mentor actually begins with you. Meaning you gotta first do the soul searching and the self-reflection and introspection to ask, well, what am I trying to accomplish in my life? Because if you don't know where you're going, any road will get you there. Mm-hmm. So you've gotta first have a sense of direction, because then that guides you in two ways. First, it makes clear to the world what you're about, what you're trying to accomplish, what direction you're going. And then it invites people in to say, hey, I want to be a part of that journey that you're on. But then you made a very important point, and you didn't use these words, but it's what I took from what you said, is that it's not what can they do for me. I know that sounds perhaps contradictory, but there's a great book. The name of the book is very telling. The book is called The Go-Giver. We talk about the go-getter. The go-getter is the one who's out there trying to figure out, what can I go get? What can people do for me? What can people give me? How can I advance? The go-giver brings that same energy to, what can I do for other people? How can I pour into them? How can I add value to them? And I think the relationship between you and mentorship is not about out there looking to find who can invest in me, but rather, who can you invest in? And when you are the go-giver, it comes back to you. And it invites people in to be a part of a mutually beneficial relationship, because you're about helping them, and you want people who are about helping you. So when you're about helping them, it invites others to step in to help you.
So that all sounds good, and I'm sure a lot of us have heard that before. But give us a live example, because I think we struggle with the true execution of what does that look like. Say, for example, if you are, I'll use myself as an example, so I don't want to put anybody else on the spot, because I know a lot of people in here, so I'm not going to tell any dirty secrets. So if I am a new entrepreneur, and I'm looking to build deep relationships so I can have social capital. But also, I believe entrepreneurship is about service. That's one of the reasons that I became an entrepreneur, because I wanted to be more of service. But saying that and doing that is two different things. And I'm doing some of it here, but even on a higher level, so that I can get those mentors or support and collaborations so that I can be of service, and also learn from other people.
Well, again, it gets back to this discussion we've been having about networking. When I'm showing up at the networking event, I'm looking to see other people that I might have something that I can offer. So if I build websites, I might do a pro bono website for you to invest in you. If I'm good at babysitting, I might offer to take care of your child. But again, that gesture, that mindset, that orientation of giving, it sends such a powerful message to other people. It's almost, again, like an invitation, like, oh my goodness, like, you're so willing to help me. How can I help you? Like, what can I do to repay the, and it's not quid pro quo, meaning I'm giving to you with the expectation I'm going to get something back. I'm giving because that's how I live. That's how I operate. It's how I function, knowing that what I put out, I'm going to get back. So simple examples is when you're at that networking event, how are you engaging with people? Is it a go-get orientation, or is it a go-give orientation? Is that better? Is that more?
Yeah, that is.
Right, because you're looking at me like you want more. You want more.
No, that is perfect. You know, I was just thinking about my own experience and how we met. So I was just reflecting about how did I come across it, or whatever. But I had a lot of people to come up to me, and this leads to my next question. So if you're looking to move to that next level, to make deeper relationships, I almost don't like the term networking. It's just you're looking to cultivate deeper relationships that'll help pour into you and you can pour into them. If you're still in the same circle, how do you move to that different circle? I know what I did, but I want to hear what you did. and how you, and your recommendations for how we move to get to those deeper relationships. Because often our closest circle is not where we give a lot, but moving higher and developing deeper relationships that can also pour into you.
No, it's a great question. You know that old saying, if you're the smartest person in the room, you need a new room. And there's some realness to that. And I think part of how you get into higher places and deeper relationships is by putting out into the world what is it that you're trying to accomplish, and what places and people are you trying to connect to. Again, not with a spirit of entitlement, but a spirit of genuineness and authenticity. Like, you know what? Like, I'm trying to start a business. You know, do you know anybody that has started a business? And you go to your church and you ask the adults in the world, or you go to alumni from your school, or you do informational interviews where you say, look, I'm not asking to meet with you for a position or a job or for mentorship. I just want to learn from your experience. And one of the questions I want to ask you is, if I'm looking to start a business, where do you recommend I go? Like, what conferences, what events, what symposia, what activities should I be doing? And you'll be amazed at how willing people are to offer that advice. Say, oh, if you are looking to do a business for coaching, you really need to be at this event. And they might even say, you know what, I know somebody that's been to the conference, let me connect you to the person. So I think it's putting out into the atmosphere what you're trying to accomplish so that people can then help to direct you of where to make those connections.
Yes, I definitely believe in that. And I also think that you need to do your due diligence. One of the things when you were speaking, I talked about preparation, because I'm big on preparation. You need to prepare. I knew I was leaving corporate America, and I'm like, I need to be where people who are doing what I'm doing, who've done it at the highest level. That's why I showed up at the Power Networking Conference. Didn't know a soul.
Okay.
That's how I met you. I know. I met a couple of good people that have poured into me just because of my presence, and I was there. They've given me more than what I asked.
Now, how did you hear about the conference?
I was just looking up. I wanted to know. So I've always had that mindset that you talk about. It's just like, I need to be where the people who know more than me. I cannot be the smartest person in the room. I like to try to pride myself on being the smartest person in the room, but I need to be where people who have done it better, where I can see how they move, understand them, and I was willing to make the sacrifice. What I found is a lot of people don't want to make the sacrifice for them, and I always tell them, if you're not willing to make the sacrifice for yourself, don't expect other people to do that, so you got to want it for yourself. I looked it up on the internet. I want to know, where are all the black people who are highly successful?
And you made an investment in yourself.
And I made it cost. I made an investment in myself, and I wish he was here. I brought my nephew along because he's an engineer. And you know, as you know, you have an engineering degree. It's often there's not a lot of black men there. He was at the conference room. He's as tall as you, but he's on his way back. But I took him as a student so that he can be exposed and see that. And he made more relationships than I did. Opportunities where people are asking him to do stuff. At first he didn't want to go. He's just like, this is a bunch of old people here. And he's just like, are you going back again?
So you'll appreciate this. I took my daughter to school this morning before I got on the plane to come to this event. And she said, Daddy, where are you going? I said, well, I'm going to a conference where I'm going to speak. But you'll remember my daughter was also at the Power Networking Conference. And she's as tall as I am also. My youngest is like 6 foot. Junior in high school, and I said, remember that they had the auction and we had people that were networking, and Mary Davis was there. She said, yeah, I remember that. She said, well, I'm going to speak at Mary's event. So she said, well, tell Mary I said hello.
Oh, tell her I think. Yeah. So one of the things that, the next question I want to ask you, you talked about passion. So I speak about passion a lot. So I think a lot of people often get confused around passion. Or don't know how to navigate, especially when they have economic circumstances going on. Oh, they're a single mother, or they're the primary breadwinner for the household. Personally, I think people use that as an excuse to not be creative and not to make the sacrifice, because you will always be where you are, because there will always be things going on. How do you move from that mindset? And tell me what you think about that. If you're passionate about something and you are in an organization or you feel like you're in a situation that you can't exercise your passion because you got the bills to pay, you got the children to pay, take care of, and you need to do certain things, or you're the primary breadwinner, or you're close to retirement, what's your perspective on that, and how do you navigate that? How do you move towards your passion and manage life?
Yeah, no, you keep it real, Mary. And just as background to answer the question, so I mentioned I started the business with 3 classmates in college. Mm-hmm. We're all first-generation entrepreneurs. And when we started, we had nothing. I mean, we were broke.
We don't look broke now. Looks like money.
I appreciate that. But I did look like this when I was in college.
And we didn't have anyone that we could turn to who could have loaned us money or given us any investment. And it was hard. I mean, it was very difficult. There's this idea of sweat equity. The definition of financial equity is, investing capital in the business. But the sweat equity is the effort and the time that you put in to make your dream a reality. I mean, we worked weekends, we worked late evenings, we sacrificed going to parties, we put in that sweat equity. And let me be very, very practical. When I graduated from MIT, I had 5 degrees. 3 masters, I had a bachelor's, 3 masters, and a PhD. Somebody said Jesus. And when I walked off of MIT's campus and became employee number 4, I made $25,000 that year. Woo! Yeah. Now I had MBA classmates who made 6 figures on Wall Street. I had PhD classmates who went and became researchers and advisors and made 6 figures. I made $25,000 that year, and that was if I got paid on time, because there were months where we didn't get paid and had to put money back into the company to keep the company afloat. And we worked in a garage with no air conditioning, no heat, and had squirrels in the ceiling. And I remember one time we were in a meeting with a potential client, one of the squirrels came down and looked at us like, "What are y'all doing here?" And we're like, "Having a meeting." But I'm painting a picture that if you put some people in my shoes with 5 degrees, an MBA, a PhD, a Rhodes Scholarship, and you said, "I'm going to offer you $25,000," they turn their nose up. Mm-hmm. Take your money. I'm going to make my money, get my 6 figures, I'm going to get paid. But passion gives you the focus to say, keep my eyes on the prize, and to be willing to sacrifice, which gets to your question, because you might be that single mother. You might not have a lot of means. But the one thing you have is determination, you have effort, you have discipline, you have hard work, and hard work is not a skill. Hard work is a choice. Mm-hmm. You choose to work hard, or you choose not to. And if you're willing to put in the time and the effort, as I said in my remarks, I believe you'll eventually get there. But again, how many of us are willing to go at it over and over and over and do it and do it until you're going to get it done? And that's what we did. 3 of my partners and me, we put in the work, we put in the time, and that's why we're here today, because of that.
Well, that is affirmation from me. I don't know about any of you, but I know that when you walk away from a 6-figure job, just like you said no from the beginning, but when you walk away, I got the comments, it's just like, "You're going to do what?" When your bonus is 6 figures, you're going to do what? Or why are you going to do that?
Yeah.
So it's about the sacrifice, but it's about that passion.
Yeah.
So it's about that passion and determination. And one thing about me, I'm a fighter.
I see it.
Oh, I didn't tell you, I box for real. I've been working on taking people who got long arms. Yeah. Technical boxing.
She's looking like me, she's going to take me. You said long arms. Like, you talking about that?
So I was hoping my trainer would show up, I think. But that passion.
Respect.
About that. And one of the reasons I took up boxing, because I knew the road wasn't going to be easy. And I believe in order to to go where you've never done, where you've never been, you got to do what you've never done. And I'm a visual person.
Amen.
So I know that if I can get in the ring and box, no matter how many times I get hit in business, I'm going to get back up. Because the first time you get popped, it's a bit of dose of reality.
Yeah.
So, but if you get back up over and over again, and most people stop just when they're at the finish line. So, but I always tell them, keep watching.
And I'm going to add, because you just put it on my spirit. I mean, that spirit that you just described within you, Mary, of being a fighter and a willingness to take on challenges and a willingness to see the challenge as something that you can stand up to and overcome, like that's the X factor. In fact, I'm gonna say that's one of the X factors. I think the other X factor I think is faith.
Oh, I'm deeply rooted in my faith. I learned that from my grandmother.
Amen. Amen.
So you got to have faith. Faith gives you the courage to take the step, to make the action. So many people go to church every day, which I'm still trying to figure this out. How can you go and you say you're a believer and not have faith?
Yeah.
Not believe in yourself.
Yeah. Yeah, no, faith is the evidence of things hoped for, the substance of things unseen. And the other context for my three partners, three of us went to the same church together. And we prayed in the office. We lifted each other up in prayer. We rallied around a set of principles and faith that gave us the ability to see beyond our current reality, to see a future, to see a tomorrow that was different than our today, and to play off each other. When one was down, we picked them up. Two of us are up, the other one's down. We can feed off each other's energy in the spirit of faith and collaboration to achieve something greater together than we could individually.
Yeah, that is awesome. And one of the, I love that you said that. So one of the challenges that I've always had in corporate America is like, I'm deeply rooted in my faith. I believe in prayer. I believe in faith. And I want it to be where I started meeting, I could pray for us as a group, as a team. And you can ask my team. It was like, we pray, we say our intentions, and we pray before we start a meeting. And they all have full-time jobs. They are making the sacrifice to support me and travel from afar. And I appreciate that. But it is that faith that keeps us going when things look chaotic. And I will tell you that when you move in faith, like this is a small, intentionally intimate for select people to be here. But the bigger conference that will be streaming live, when I wasn't sure if there were going to be 1 or 2 or 10 or 20, we had turned away 785 people.
Praise God. Look at that.
I didn't see that coming. That's faith.
That's faith, yeah.
That is faith. And some of my speakers are here today, so we're going to acknowledge them later on. But they came, short notice, and they came. So, but that is about having faith. I'm going to ask you one more question, and then we're going to kick it out to the audience so that they can ask you any questions that they want to have. One of the things is, I think, innovation. You know, you got AI now. I'm loving AI because I use it in my business. I mean, I was able to do the screening and everything. I am loving it. Got to get used to it. But some people, especially older people who are 45 and older, I would say, they don't want to learn. They don't want to do anything. Innovation is the key. How, as leaders, some of us are still working for other organizations, as a leader, should we lean into innovation for our teams and organizations that we work for, and more importantly, as entrepreneurs? What would you suggest?
No, so just another point of background. So my company, BCT Partners, our mission is centered on transforming lives, accelerating equity, and transforming lives, accelerating equity, and creating lasting change. So we're very much focused on helping communities and helping organizations to embrace principles of equity and fairness and justice and the like. But as a firm founded by 4 engineers, all 4 of us studied engineering, technology, innovation, artificial intelligence are at the center of how we do the work that we do. And my advice to anyone is, first of all, you've got to raise your awareness of what's available. And it's moving at a very rapid pace. I mean, there's new innovations being introduced every day, but you got to stay abreast. If you're not on top of what is happening, it will be on top of you. And so you and the beauty is that's not hard to do, because there's so much information at our fingertips now that you can do the homework and do the research to know what's being made available, whether it's LinkedIn, Google searches, et cetera, ChatGPT. But then second is begin to embrace and engage with how AI can be a tool that can benefit you. And again, that's a mindset. You can't be afraid of it. You can't see it as something for somebody else. You can't say, well, it's not for me, I'm gonna just watch it through the windshield. You've gotta get in and get your hands into the mix and start asking the harder questions. Well, what does this mean? How does this apply to my profession or to my job? And then you've got to begin to seek out folks who can advise you, that understand these tools, that you become less of a consumer and more of a producer of how it's being used and applied in your day-to-day. But I think the biggest impediment is fear.
Yeah.
People being afraid or not wanting or not thinking that they can use these tools. You can, and in fact you must if you want to be competitive.
I look at it as I'm like, okay, I can scale for cheaper because you can do a whole lot. It's becoming my friend, and you can do so much with that. And but when you're bringing other people on, getting them to think differently, like, okay, use AI to help you with this. It's not the solution, but it helps you to streamline, which is a good use of technology.
Yeah, and I'll give a simple example. I remember a day and time when to build a website, you had to know how to write code.
Yeah.
I mean, you had to be able to write HTML. Right. Nowadays, you can build a website literally by pointing and clicking, and the next generation will be you will talk to your computer to say what you want your website to be, and it will produce it for you.
That's what I'm waiting on.
And so the picture I'm painting, though, is the hurdle of how technology is becoming accessible keeps going down. In other words, you're having more and more powerful tools available with greater and greater ease. So whereas a decade ago it would have been difficult for you to build the website yourself, today you can go to Wix and you can drag and drop and it's done. So AI is bringing that kind of innovation to our doorstep. So not only should you not be afraid, you should be acknowledging it's even easier today than it was years ago for you to use these tools.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. So we're going to go to our audience. I know all of you probably have great questions, and if my team have mics available, if you have a question, let us know. He's here. Ask your questions. Is there in the front, Wanda? Yeah, can you stand?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay,
Is it on?
I guess
It's on.
it
You
is.
can hear
All
it.
right, I'm Wanda Bruce. I really enjoyed this whole event. Mary is just one of my favorites here. But
Me too.
the question I have, okay, I've learned from you tonight that I do have an entrepreneurial spirit.
All right.
I've always said I didn't really, but I do. So one of the things that I heard tonight when the introduction was done, before you came in, they talked about all these things that you're doing. So you have multiple streams of work, businesses, technically, because you're a speaker, you've written books, you own your own company, you have tons of things. So what advice could you give to someone like myself who's working that busy corporate life, that's saying,
I'm not in it anymore.
the life that Mary was talking about she used to live. But, yeah, so I'm trying to get out like her, but what advice would you have for a person that's trying to also build those multiple things? I mean, and the time, it feels like you don't have a lot of time, but you got to find it somewhere. And I just want to hear from you kind of, where do you get the time? How do you really organize that? How do you get that moving? Because I'm trying to get it moving, but I just want to hear some thoughts from you on that.
No, I'm glad you asked that question.
Don't be afraid to lose the game.
One of the biggest challenges I've seen from aspiring entrepreneurs is that they're trying to do too much. And in some ways, it's not a bad thing. I mean, they have lots of ideas or lots of opportunities of what they want to do, and they're spreading their time across these multiple, we'll call them streams of income, because that's what they're essentially seeking. I'm a big believer you got to focus on one. And you've got to learn how to master it and develop it and cultivate it. Jim Collins would call it the hedgehog concept, because hedgehogs get focused in on that one thing and they drive it and they drive it and they drive it. And a good example is Amazon.com and Jeff Bezos. Amazon.com, for those of you who've been around long enough know, they started with books.
Yeah.
That was it. Just books. And they got known for books, and they built a marketplace for books, and they got great at marketing and selling and became the #1 destination for books. And then they said, you know what, we could probably go someplace else. And so they landed and expanded. Let's go from books into housewares, and from housewares into beauty products. And then now, watch yourself. Now we know Amazon to be this global marketplace for all things, but it started with one product, with one focus, and that to me is metaphoric. You zero in on something, you get good at it, you master it, you grow it, and then you begin to expand from there. And the same is true for one's career. If you study the trajectory of executives, typically they start out in a particular discipline: marketing, accounting, engineering, finance, legal, and they get good at that. And then they begin to develop broader managerial leadership skills and broaden their horizons. But they started out understanding what it meant to be great at something before they began to go to other things. So my advice, and the last thing I'll say, one of my other favorite books is The Purpose-Driven Life by Rick Warren.
Yes.
And in the book he says, if you want to find purpose in your life, focus it. Focus it. So focus is the enemy of distractions, and it gives you a sense of direction, and it gives you a path to greatness that you can then expand that to other realms.
Thank you. We have time for one more question. We might could take two, but keep it to really.
I'll give a quick response too. That was a little long.
Good evening. My name is Adama Muse. I am interested in knowing your thoughts. Affirmative action is gone. There's a huge anti-DEI backlash, culturally, politically, professionally. Where do you think it's going? DEI as a concept, diversity as an ideal that should be part of our social fabric, our national fabric. And, you know, we're a room full of diverse professionals. What would you recommend we be saying about diversity, managing that anti-DEI backlash within the professional environments in which we are trying to thrive?
I love the question. I said I was going to be quick. Now I'm conflicted because I want to say a lot in response to that question. I'm going to try to be efficient with my words. So I believe we are at the crossroads of two competing trends: diversity and what I'm calling reversity. Mm-hmm. Reversity is organized resistance to diversity, to DEI.
Yes.
And I believe we are at a defining moment for our generation in determining the future of what diversity, equity, and inclusion will be. Much like the civil rights generation was wrestling with voters' rights and affordable housing and educational access, we're wrestling with equity in corporations, in entrepreneurship, in how dollars are spent by corporations. And the answer to where we're going to go in this crossroad is on us. Like, this is on our watch. So I don't think this is a time to be silent on these matters. The affirmative action ruling, despite the hype, was very narrow. It was admissions in higher education. Think about that. Of all the industries that are out there, it was higher education. And within higher education, of all the facets of higher ed, it was admissions. But it sent a shockwave throughout corporate circles and nonprofit circles and government circles as if it was ruling on all things DI. It didn't. So I think we're overreacting, and now we've got the lawyers who are risk averse in the room. You're smiling. You're a lawyer. Who are risk averse. You've got the executives who are trying to avoid bad public relations. But if we don't put the pressure back on the leaders, if we're not voicing our perspective, we're going to lose the gains. Without being too grandiose, I believe George Floyd's murder was the Rosa Parks moment of our generation.
Yeah.
The question that remains is, was it a moment or was it a movement? And I believe the answer to be found is what we define it to be. And so I got 4 words I'm going to say 5 times. Not on our watch, not on our watch, not on our watch, not on our watch, not on our watch. We got to fight, and we cannot give up in this moment to make it a movement.
I love that. I absolutely love that. And just, we're going to get to you, but it was a movement for me. That was a defining moment when I said I'm out. And I said not on my watch, because if you're not part of the solution, then you're part of the problem. And I decided that if we're going to solve it and not on my watch, then I need to create something so that I can be part of the solution.
Yeah.
So we got time for one more question, and then we have to wrap it up. Oh, I'm sorry.
Good evening. My name is Michael Hicks. I have to say the favorite part of my talk was when you mentioned passion. And you mentioned something about not giving up. And I wanted to share something with the group. I am a part-time realtor. And anybody that's taken real estate and had to take a test knows that's one of the hardest tests that you ever will encounter. I had to take that test 6 times. But I refused to give up.
You better go.
Because I knew that there was a market out there, because at some point you're going to have to find somewhere to live. No one wants to pay rent all of their life, so you got to get into a house. But you mentioned passion. And passion, one of my passions is to help young people, especially our African-American boys and girls. And my question to you is this: how do I get started helping them understand that you are more than what the media says, what the newspaper says, that you can be somebody? And I want to help them understand you don't have to always walk around with your pants pulled down. You don't have to walk around thinking that you're nobody. Pull your pants up. Look a man or a woman in their eyes and ask the question, what can I do to get to where I need to be?
Well, first, round of applause for 6 times taking the test and passing the test. Shouts to you, bro. That's what I'm talking about. That's what's up. I think you're already doing the first answer to your question, which is you showing up and showing out. You being that role model, you talking the talk and walking the walk, that's what they say, your actions speak so loudly I can't hear your words. Like, just your presence in their lives, in their community, in their neighborhood, that alone speaks volumes. And I'll give you an example of what I mean. The number one predictor of whether you'll own a business, meaning the number one characteristic of what predicts you'll become an entrepreneur, is not your gender, it's not your race, it's not your income, it's not your zip code, it's not any of those factors. The number one predictor is if your parents owned a business. If your parents owned a business, you have the highest likelihood of owning a business. Why? Because seeing your parents own that business demystifies it, and you say to yourself, if they can do it, I can do it too. That's what mom and dad did. That's what they do. So for them to be something, they got to see something, which means if you are that something, your example speaks loudly. The second thing I'd say is anything you can do to expose them to what's possible. Because the other part, I'll say for me, like, I said I wouldn't go long. If you asked me when I started college, where do you see yourself? My answer was, I saw myself in corporate America. Because I didn't know anybody who owned a business. I had a childhood friend, Wayne, who started a company when we were in college. Seeing him do it, said, if he can do it, why can't I do it? So I had no sense of what was possible because I had never seen somebody who looked like me who owned a company. And whether entrepreneurship is your path or corporate executive is your path, or whether being a principal of a school is your path, exposing those young men to see what's possible and to see reflections of themselves in what's possible, that gives them the aspiration to say, it's possible for me.
All right. Okay, you good? That wraps it up. Dr. Pinkett has to catch his flight. I want to thank you, Dr. Pinkett.
I would love to stay longer, too.
No, this is good. This is good. No.
Am I right? Have something to say about that?
I like that you said that it's possible. We're going to close with this. So some of you were hand-selected to be here just because I wanted you to see what is possible. This is me showing you what is possible by having someone like Dr. Pinkett to come and talk to our small group so that you can go out and be greatness. So that tagline, the goal is greatness, I stole that from him.
So I want to thank Mary for the invitation. It has been an absolute blessing to know her and to have the opportunity to be here. And to piggyback off your clothes, the two most important days of your life are the day you were born and the day you figure out why you were born. If you haven't found out why, keep looking. It will find you. God bless you. And thank you for having me.
Thank you.
God bless you, Mary.
Thank you for coming. I really appreciate it. This is fun.
Addicted to the thrill. It's a dangerous love affair. Victories within the mile. Almost there, don't give up now. Only thing that's on my mind is who's gonna run this town tonight. Who's gonna run this town tonight?
Wow. Can they catch us?
appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Can we give a round of applause to Mary Davis? Give a round of applause to Mary Davis. Yes, that's the person who deserves the love. Thank you, Mary, for your leadership. Thank you, Mary, for your convening power. And thank you for all that you do. I appreciate the invitation, the opportunity, and the welcoming to be a part of this event. And we just salute you for all that you do behind the scene and around the scene and in front of the scene to empower women. So God bless you, Mary Davis. God bless you. So perhaps you discern this from my introduction, but I've been incredibly blessed. God has been extraordinarily good to me. He's opened doors. He's guided me when I was a knucklehead young man, and he's been ever present in my life. Whether it's making it into college as an athlete, track and field, high jumper, long jumper, studying electrical engineering at Rutgers University, having matriculated to Rutgers, starting my first business at the age of 21, being named the first and only African American to win the Rhodes Scholarship at Rutgers University, going to Oxford as a graduate student in the rain, coming back to the US, going to MIT, joining my business full-time, because it was a bit of a side hustle up until that point, joined my business full-time, and then going on a reality television show, The Apprentice, and being the first and only African-American to win on The Apprentice. And to put that into context, I was the winner of season 4. There were 1 million people who applied to be on that season. There were 18 people that were chosen to compete, and there was one winner. That's the brother right here. So I've been blessed. I've been blessed. But far more valuable than the things that I've been able to do have been the ways that I think. And I don't take credit for how I think. It's been instilled in me by my parents, by mentors, by role models, by teachers and professors. But there are very particular ways that I think. And I found that the mindsets that I've been invited to embrace have been perhaps the most valuable aspect of my journey. So I want to speak to you to the following theme. I want to speak to the 3 essential mindsets to compete in the 21st century. The 3 essential mindsets to compete in the 21st century. You can go to the next slide. Or should I say the first slide. Now, before I talk about the mindsets, I want to talk about 3 trends that set the stage for these mindsets. And those 3 trends are the economy, technology, and diversity. Technology, the economy, and diversity. So let me start with the economy. You all know what I know, that we're still living in some very challenging economic times. The job market is far less plentiful than it was before the pandemic. Opportunity is scarce, and everyone is competing to try to navigate this new normal. And we see lots of things happening in the marketplace. Call it layoffs, call it workforce reductions, call it restructuring, call it downsizing, call it my favorite, right-sizing. Whatever you term it, we are no longer competing with our neighbors in nearby regions or nearby states. We're competing with our not-so-nearby neighbors in other countries, China, Japan, Brazil, and the list goes on. And we've seen the downfall of several long-standing multinational corporations we never dreamed would have fallen to the wayside. Started with Enron, and then Lehman Brothers, and then Circuit City, General Motors filing bankruptcy. And here's a list of companies that filed bankruptcy in the pandemic. Hertz Rent-A-Car, Lord & Taylor, Brooks Brothers, Gold's Gym, J. Crew, JCPenney, Neiman Marcus, Pier 1, Chuck E. Cheese. And then the one that hurt my feelings, and I know some of y'all remember when you heard this announcement, Toys R Us. That broke my heart. Because I was a Toys R Us kid. That broke my heart. So we found ourselves, next slide, in unprecedented times where the pandemic only added insult to injury. And if you didn't pivot in the pandemic pivoted on you. So now we're in this new reality, this new normal. And what does this mean is that as we're all being asked to do more and more with less and less, those who are able to figure out how to do more with less will be competitive in the 21st century. Those who cannot will not. You can accept this, or you can move to the 51st State of the Union, the state of denial. Next slide. No, keep it right there, keep it right there. Second trend. The second trend is technology. First, the economy, second, technology. We're living in increasingly technological days and times. From CDs to then DVDs, to then MP3s, to then HD TVs, and from iPods to iTunes to iPhones to iPads. Sometimes I wish that I had some iTime for iPeace and iQuiet to get some iSleep. He said, I heard that. So we can all agree our world is radically different today, technologically, than it was before, and that the pandemic only accelerated that, because then we were solely reliant on technology to go to church, to communicate with friends and family, to connect with people, because we were isolated, quarantined, and sheltering in place. Now, when I graduated college, I took my first job with AT&T. Y'all know AT&T. Go to the next slide. And we used to run these commercials that were meant to be futuristic, meant to predict this distant future down the road. And in the commercial, it would say things like, have you ever sent a fax from the beach? Have you ever paid a toll without stopping? Have you ever read a book 1,000 miles away? Have you ever tucked in your baby from your phone? And then it said, well, you will. And the company that will bring it to you is AT&T. But think about it. We have all of that today. You can go down any toll road and not stop. You can tuck in your baby from your phone. You can read a book that is literally 1,000 miles away. In fact, the only thing that we miss is that AT&T didn't bring all of that to you. They missed a few things in that mix. But the point being, our world, next slide, is technologically transformed. And what technology has done is it has accelerated the pace of change, meaning that we live in an increasingly faster and faster paced world, and technology fuels that acceleration. The only thing you can count on is change, and the only thing constant is change. Those who can keep pace with hyper-accelerated change fueled by technology will be competitive in the 21st century. Those who cannot will not. Third trend is one you all can appreciate. We are living in an increasingly diverse society. There was a time when we used to talk about Workforce 2000 in the 1990s. Workforce 2000 was a prediction of a dramatic demographic shift in the U.S. population. Well, Workforce 2000 is 24 years in the making. Walk on any college campus, and you see the difference in the demographics today than it was, say, 24 years ago. And I'll give you some numbers. So-called minority groups, African Americans, Asian Americans, Pacific Islanders, Hispanics, and Native Americans, are now projected to be the majority of our country in the year 2042. That's less than 20 years away, 25 years away. Those same groups I just mentioned are already the majority in California, Hawaii, Texas, soon to be in New York and Florida. Will be the majority, and are the majority in Georgia. Think about that. Babies born today are majority minority, and 70% of the new entrants to the workforce are women and people of color. Sound familiar? What does this mean? Now, more than ever before, we are required to work with people who are different than us, who don't look like us, who don't reflect our own cultural orientation. Those who can do that will be competitive in the 21st century. Those who cannot will not. And so the sum total of these trends that we've been facing has several implications. Primary among them is that they are not temporary shifts, but fundamental changes in how the marketplace functions. When I think about the shifts in the economy, the shifts in technology, and the shifts in diversity, I got news for you, Toto. I got a feeling we're not in Kansas anymore. We're in the midst of a new era with new challenges and new possibilities, which leads to the need for new ways of thinking, or more specifically, new mindsets. More specifically, 3 mindsets I'm going to break down for you. As I mentioned, my theme is the 3 essential mindsets to compete in the 21st century. Mindset number 1, to compete in this economy, we must all understand and embrace what others call, the entrepreneur's mindset. That's number 1. I got a head nod on that. Number 2, to counteract hyper-accelerated change fueled by technology, you must understand the innovator's mindset. And then 3rd and finally, in deference to increasing societal diversity, you got to understand the global citizen's mindset. That's the entrepreneur's mindset, the innovator's mindset, and the global citizen's mindset. She's with me. So let me break down those mindsets in that order. The first mindset is the entrepreneur's mindset. Now, I am not talking about starting a business. Now, I would love to talk to you about what it means to be an entrepreneur. I've been an entrepreneur since I was 21, but I'm not talking about entrepreneurship as something you do, but entrepreneurship as a way that you think. And you need not be an entrepreneur to think like an entrepreneur. And just because you are an entrepreneur doesn't mean you think the way entrepreneurs think. Now, you might be asking right now, well, how do entrepreneurs think? I'm glad you asked. The entrepreneur's mindset is comprised of 5 characteristics. I will break them down, describe them to you. The first characteristic is creativity. Creativity, a clever or inventive approach to whatever you do. Second is resourcefulness, knowing how to make something out of nothing. Or in hip-hop vernacular, how to make $1 out of 15 cents, stay legit, and still pay your rent. There you go. And if you didn't know, that was Tupac who said that. If you didn't know, now you know. Third is courage, the belief you can achieve whatever your mind can conceive. Fourth is resilience, the ability to overcome any challenge. And then 5th and finally is passion, boundless enthusiasm for whatever you do. When you embody those 5 characteristics, creativity, resourcefulness, courage, resilience, and passion, then you think the way entrepreneurs think. And when you think that way, you don't just survive in any economy, you thrive in any economy. And I'll give you a very simple, basic example. When my daughter was born, we went to the hospital, and I went to the front desk before she was born, asking where I could find the parenting class, because there was a parenting class, because it was for firstborn. I didn't know what I was doing, so I figured let me take a class and get a little handbook for what you do. Of course, y'all know if you're a parent, there is no handbook. There is no handbook. But I went through the course. I went to the front information desk, said, I'm looking for the parenting class. She says to me, I don't know where it is, and people have been asking me that question all afternoon. Are you serious? So let me make sure I'm clear. I'm not the first person to ask you the question, and you can't answer the question. So at some point, we see the pattern that we're going to figure it out. She's mad. She's mad. Because what the entrepreneur's mindset says is, once I see a problem, I seize the problem, and then I solve the problem. That's what the entrepreneur's mindset does. Meaning the first time somebody says, where's the parenting class? I go find out where the parenting class is, come back with the information, and have it ready for person number 2, 3, 4, and 5. But that's a way of thinking. So as you think, so as you do. And so when I think about the entrepreneur's mindset, and I think about women of color, and focus on y'all. Creativity, resourcefulness, courage, resilience, and passion. You see where I'm going? Y'all got that on lock. Let me be clear. Creativity. You all are creative. Creative in our language. For us, it's not McDonald's, it's what? Thank you. For us, it is not Target, it's what? But wait, it gets better. And if somebody can sing, I mean really sing, we don't say they can sing, we say they can sing. There we go. That's some creativity right there. We are creative with our music. We are creative with our hair. We are creative with our names. We are creative. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Hey, let's keep it real. We are creative with our dances. We got more slides and shuffles than anybody on the planet. electric slide, cha-cha slide, Casper slide, Cupid slide, the wobble. The list goes on, and I'm still going. So I'm gonna put a check mark next to creativity. Resourcefulness. Somebody out here made it through school on nothing but ramen noodles. Can I get a witness? Somebody out there remembers driving a car with no air conditioning, no heat, no hubcaps, no radio, but it worked. It moved. Somebody out here grew up on turkey and cheese sandwiches, no turkey and no cheese. Resourcefulness. And then courage, resilience, and passion. Simply stated, when I think about women of color, you are the truth. You are the real deal. Your game is tight. You work hard day and night. You have seldom been wrong. You have almost always had to be right, which makes you like a bright ray of light, or perhaps a rising star about to take flight. I'm here to say to you that you are simply out of sight. Why? Because you have proven over and over and over and over again that you can overcome any plight. To obstacles and barriers, you break through with tremendous might. And to sore eyes in our communities and our families, you are a very welcome sight. That's why you keep rising and rising and rising like the wind beneath a kite. So I say to you, what a guy named JJ said on an old show called Good Times, you are dynamite. There we go. So you have this entrepreneur's mindset already unlocked. The question is, how do we make it practical? How do we bring it to fruition? How do we do that? Well, I'll break it down for you. There's a study that I came across when I was writing my first book, Black Faces in White Places. Y'all like that title? And go to the Don Thompson slide. So the book is the result of interviewing dozens of accomplished African Americans who've made it to the upper echelon of their industry, their field, their career. Corporate executives, accomplished entrepreneurs, principals of schools, elected officials, pastors of churches, journalists, the list goes on. And one of the people I interviewed was Don Thompson, who was then the CEO of McDonald's. Now, I didn't know McDonald's had a black CEO. So he spoke at a conference. I approached him afterward, and I said, yo, you're black. He said, yo, so are you. I said, can I interview you for my book? He said, I'm happy to do it. So as I'm preparing for the interview, I come across this study. The study suggests that those who make it to the top have fewer promotions than those who plateau in their careers. And you got to think about that for a moment. That doesn't make any sense. What I'm saying is that for those who plateau, who hit a wall in their career, they have more promotions than those who reach the top. That is contradictory. That's counterintuitive. That's oxymoronic. That is nonsensical. So how do you make sense of having fewer promotions but making it further in your career? How do you make sense of that? So I am asking Don about this very topic. And here's what Don says in his interview. He says, I believe you have to enjoy what you do. You have to really enjoy it to the extent you look forward to coming in every day or traveling to that city or being on the road 50 or 60% of the time. Because you can advance to a point very quickly where you find yourself miserable and totally unhappy, and you'll come right back down the rungs on the ladder. What I've been able to do and been blessed to do, this is where it gets good, is I've enjoyed every single phase of my career. As a matter of fact, there were several positions that I wanted to stay in longer. I was asked to move on to the next, and I declined. Key off of that. And I declined. So you have to enjoy it, you have to have passion around it, you have to enjoy it in good times and bad times. What is Don saying? He's saying that when given the opportunity to advance, if it didn't tap into his passion, if it didn't tap into where he believed he could be his best, do his best, and shine his brightest light, he said, no, boo, I'm good. I'm going to stay right here. Whereas those who plateaued said yes to everything. I'll take that position. I'll take that promotion. I'll take that assignment, never discerning, can I be my best and bring my best and be my best in that role? And so they had more promotions but less advancement. Does that make sense? And so the point here is that there's no passion, there's no point. No passion, no pursuit, no passion, no purpose. As a lifelong entrepreneur, that's how I think. There is no venture that I pursue without first asking the question, do I bring passion? Because why would I go after the venture if I don't? There's no point. But when passion becomes the guiding light for how you think about your life, your career, your navigating this professional and personal world, it allows you to illuminate where you can shine your light the brightest. And I'm not here to say that there won't be moments and times where you're in a role you don't love. We all have to pay our dues and we all have to make our way. But I'm saying as a compass to guide you, passion is your best friend. And more to the point, in the words of the great scholar and philosopher, Nicki Minaj, Nicki said, to live doesn't mean you're alive. Wow. Yeah, see, Nicki can get deep. See? Moment for life. Yes. That was the song. In other words, passion is what keeps us alive. Or in the words of the great mogul, Oprah Winfrey, when you love what you do, you'll never work another day in your life. That's the first way you make passion practical, is you make it the guiding compass for how you make decisions in your career. The second way you make it practical, I'm going to show you some pictures. Go to the next few slides. It's going to go blank. Go to the Oprah slide. Yep, right there. Okay. Now, let me just look at the slides and just take in what you see. All right? I'm going to move a little bit so I can see it with you. Hold on. You're going too fast for me. Upper left there, that's Kathy Hughes and Alfred Liggins, the founders of TV One and Radio One and Interactive One. Next up is Cher Wang, H.T. Cho, and Peter Chow, the founders of HTC. They manufacture cell phones. Next. That's Lisa Price and Steve Stout, the founders of Carol's Daughter. That's hair, skin, care product. Oh, okay, some of y'all know about Carol's Daughter. All right, shout out to Lisa Price. Next one, that's David Stewart and James Cavanaugh, founders of Worldwide Technology, the largest black-owned business on the planet. Next up is Anita Roddick and Gordon Roddick, the founders of The Body Shop. Y'all know The Body Shop in malls. Now, go to the next slide. It's a little less diverse now. That's Bill Gates and Paul Allen, founders of Microsoft. David Falo, Jerry Yang, founders of Yahoo. Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak, founders of Apple. Larry Page and Sergey Brin, founders of Google. Mark Zuckerberg and Eduardo Savlin, the founders of Facebook. Or was it the Winklevoss twins and Divya Narendra who founded Facebook? If y'all saw the movie, The Social Network, we don't really know who founded Facebook, but that's not my presentation. Next. That is, from left to right, Dallas Grundy, Lawrence Hibbert, yours truly, and Jeffrey Robinson, my co-founders and partners in my firm, BCT Partners. When I said I started at the age of 21, it wasn't just me. It was 4 black men who started at the age of 21. We're now 52 and 51. We've been together for 31 years. 31 years. 31 years, y'all. I call us New Edition with no Bobby Brown. Because nobody had to get kicked out of the group. Y'all know Bobby was a mess. But we love him. But he was a mess. So what do you notice? You notice a lot of diversity on the first slide. A little less diversity, particularly for an audience of women of color, on the slide here. But what you notice across both slides is the team, and the team. And that's what I want to speak to in terms of the second way you make the entrepreneur's mindset practical. One of my favorite books of all time is a book called Good to Great by Jim Collins. All right, I got some witnesses. Good to Great doesn't compare good companies to bad companies, but good to great companies. Meaning it compares good companies and what distinguishes them from the great companies. Great is defined as those companies that outperform the good year after year after year. And the author, Jim Collins, lays out several principles of what makes the great great. And one of the principles he lays out is what he calls level 5 leadership. His argument is the level 4 leader thinks what and then who. What should we be doing? and who should be on our team to help us get there. He describes the level 4 leader, the good leader, as a genius with 1,000 helpers. Picture that. The great leader thinks the opposite. Who and then what? Who should be on my team? Who should be on the bus? Who should be in the room? Who should be advising me? From whom should I be seeking counsel? And then figure out what we should do. I'll make this very practical. Next slide. How many of you know who that is in the slide? By show of hands. Show of hands. I mean, indulge me. You're in my classroom. Next. Now, advance it. Now, who knows who that guy is? By show of hands. Not a single hand. And I understand why. I didn't know who he was either. So that's, of course, Oprah Winfrey on the left, Jeff Jacobs on the right. Getting back to passion. Oprah guides her career based on passion. Oprah won the Miss Black Tennessee Beauty Pageant, got a scholarship to Tennessee State University. As a function of winning the pageant, got noticed by a radio show producer, had a radio show, did extraordinarily well on radio, got her local television show, did extraordinarily well, got a national show, and then did extraordinarily well, had a syndicated national television show, all the while working for somebody else. But passion was guiding her. And not only was passion guiding her, but Oprah tells the story about how when she was a child, she would interview the crows on the fence in the back of her house. True story. Now think about the visual of that. The crows can't talk. They can't talk, but Oprah has this passion for communication and helping people. So she's counseling the crows. At some point in her career, she realizes I'm passionate about communication and helping people, and there's all these things that I have to do that I'm not passionate about. Accounting, finance, legal, operations. Don't like it, don't love it, don't want to have to deal with it unless I have to. So Oprah thinks, who should be a part of my team? And she finds a guy named Jeff Jacobs. In her words, she describes him as a piranha. This dude's a lawyer, operations guru. Jacobs joins Oprah's team, and shortly after comes to her with this idea. What's the idea, Jeff? I think we can own your show. Oprah says to Jacobs, if you can figure out how I own the Oprah Winfrey Show, I will give you 10% of whatever you get done. So what happens? Jacobs does the deal. Oprah goes from the host of the Oprah Winfrey Show to the owner of the Oprah Winfrey Show. That catapults her from being an employee to an employer to owning the show, owning Harpo Studios, owning O Magazine, owning Sirius XM radio channel, owning the Oprah Winfrey Network, and owning a school for girls in Africa. And now Jacobs is where I want to be one day. This dude is wealthy and anonymous. No one knows who this dude is. I will tell you who he is. He's paid. That's who he is. He's paid. And there's 2 lessons in there. My main lesson and a side lesson. The side lesson is, don't be afraid to give up something to get something. Don't get greedy. You know what I'm saying? Because if Oprah hadn't given up something, she'd have had less of something. And 100% of nothing is what? Nothing. But that's not my lesson. My lesson is the team. Oprah also thought who first and then what to be that level 5 leader, and as a result of that, Oprah is the woman and the mogul and the leader that we know her to be today. So if you want to make the entrepreneur's mindset practical, you do 2 things. Because again, the trend was the economy, doing more with less. You want to do more with less? First, bring passion. Passion gives you the energy, the wherewithal to do more with less because you love what you do. Second, you want to do more with less? Bring a good team to the party, because there's strength in numbers. 2 heads are better than 1. A chain is only as strong as its weakest link. And when you put 2, 3, 4 together, team becomes an acronym. TEAM, together, everyone achieves more. And here's my summary slide on this first mindset. The best executive, the best leader, the best person is one who has sense enough to pick good men and women to do what needs to be done and the self-restraint to keep from meddling with them while they do it. Amen to that. Amen. All right. I'm going to go a little quicker on these last 2 mindsets. First mindset, the entrepreneur's mindset in response to a challenged economy, doing more with less. Second mindset, the innovator's mindset in response to hyper-accelerated change fueled by technology. Now, let me begin by defining what is innovation. Innovation is the introduction of something new, a new idea, a new approach, a new product, a new service, a new way of thinking. That's all innovation. You do something different, you've innovated. What is the innovator's mindset? The innovator's mindset says, I must have a healthy acceptance of failure as the only way to innovate. A healthy acceptance of failure as the only way to innovate. Now, there's three guiding principles of innovation. Guiding principle number one, innovation says nothing about you. I'm sorry, failure says nothing about you. Failure is not personal. Everybody fails. They might not admit that they fail, but everybody fails. That's lesson number one. Lesson number two, you learn more from failure than you do from success. If you've lived long enough, you know there are certain lessons you can only learn by failing that you can never learn from succeeding. The third principle of failure, and this is a quote from Winston Churchill, success is nothing more than going from failure to failure without losing enthusiasm. So what does that say? It says that the connecting line between failure and success, or failure and innovation, the line is perseverance. But if you're willing to go at it over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, you'll succeed. You'll innovate. But how many of us are willing to go at it over and over and over again? I'll give you two examples that will blow your mind. Next slide. The first example is WD-40. How many of you know WD-40? By show of hands. All right. WD-40, for those who don't know, is a lubricant. Now, the way that you lubricate is by preventing rust. Now, the way that rust forms is by water being present for too long. When water is present too long, rust forms. If you displace the water, rust can't form. WD-40 stands for Water Displacement Perfected on the 40th try. Wow. Yeah, that's real. It gets better. Next slide. How many of you know Formula 409 by show of hands? I know y'all know Formula 409. I love Formula 409. Formula 409 got its name from persistence. Y'all got to see where I'm going. You must see where I'm going. Two young scientists, a team in Detroit, wanted to create the ultimate cleansing agent, the ultimate cleaner. Only when they created their 409th formula did they finally get it right. 409 formulas. I'd have given up on the 10th formula. No, I'd have thrown the towel on the 100th formula. No, the 408th formula, I'd have given up. What's the lesson? Don't let a setback hold you back, because a setback is a setup for a comeback. If there's no pain, there's no gain. If there's no struggle, there's no progress. If there is no test, there is no testimony. If there's no trouble, there's no triumph. If there are no problems, there is no power. If there's no disappointment, there's no discipline, which means sometimes you have to go through in order to grow through, which means if there is nothing ventured, there is nothing gained. If you do not believe, then do not bother. So go hard or go home, because failure is not falling down, failure is staying down. So the innovator's mindset is a healthy acceptance of failure. Operative word, healthy. There is such thing as an unhealthy acceptance of failure. That's called being a failure. But a healthy acceptance says, I know I'm going to fail, but it's not how many times I fall down, it's how many times I get back up. That's what defines. Life is not what happens to you. Life is how you respond to what happens to you. So to make the innovator's mindset practical, you got to do three things. First, you have to be willing to take risks. Most people aren't afraid of taking risks and failing. Most people are afraid of the consequences of failing, meaning they might be embarrassed, they might be ridiculed. If you remove the consequence, say it's okay to fail, then you unleash your own innovative potential. So it's not just to you and me, it's also to our kids. The message delivered to them, it's okay to make a mistake. That doesn't define you. What defines you is how you respond. So first is taking risks. Second is you want to fail, but you want to fail fast. You don't get extra credit for failing long. There's no benefit in taking years to fail. The faster you fail, the faster you learn. And then the third thing you want to do is you want to fail fast and pivot faster. In other words, you learn the lesson from the mistake and then you pivot and apply the lesson. And then you fail again and you pivot and apply the lesson. And you pivot and apply, and then guess what? You innovate. But if you don't take the time to reflect on what you learned and then apply that moving forward, then the failure was a waste of time. So you take the risk, you fail fast, and you pivot faster. And my summary quote is right there. And I love this quote right here. To win without risk is to triumph without glory. That is, to win without having sacrificed anything, for it to have been given to you or come easy to you, is to triumph without any glory. So that's mindset number 2, the innovator's mindset of a healthy acceptance of failure in response to hyper-accelerated change fueled by technology. Third and finally, the global citizen's mindset. Let me offer this reflection. I believe that the single greatest threat to our democracy are the growing divides in our society. That is the growing divide between the haves and the have-nots, between the wealthy and the poor, between the rich and the rest, between young and old, black and white, Democrat and Republican, agnostics and believers, Fox News and MSNBC and CNN. And then the longest standing, historical, deepest divide that's tearing the black community apart. Black folk who eat grits with sugar and black folk who eat grits with salt. And if you don't believe me, watch this. Who eats grits with sugar? Raise your hand. Who eats grits with salt? Raise your hand. There it is right there. Because each group looked at the other like, I can't believe it. See, this is how I did it. How did you do it? It's tearing us apart, y'all. We got to come together. So the danger, or even the irony, is that the trend I gave you was increasing societal diversity. But the irony is, we increasingly find ourselves in an increasingly diverse society in what I call communities of the like-minded. That we tend to find ourselves surrounded by people who look like us, think like us, share our values, eat the same foods, go to the same places, listen to the same music, which there's nothing wrong with being around people like you. That's a natural human proclivity to be around people like you, unless you become less likely to be around people who are not like you, become secluded or isolated or closed off to the broader diversity of what society has to offer. And the danger of these, what I'm calling communities of the like-minded, is that we can become more prone to cast stereotypes and assumptions onto those who are beyond our community of the like-minded. And the irony is, as our country continues to diversify and we move into these communities of the like-minded, it compromises your competitiveness, my competitiveness, because the trend I gave you was diversity, but the implication was we have to work with and lead people not like us. So if you want to be competitive in the 21st century, you have to be able to lead people who are radically different than you are. So how do we make that mindset practical? Well, you embrace what I'm calling the global citizen's mindset. And that mindset, that way of thinking, is one that seeks to build mutually supportive win-win relationships with people different than you, globally and diverse. Those are the two operative words, global relationships and diverse relationships. Because when you're a global citizen, you are establishing real connections with real people who are different than you are. And I'm not suggesting you have to have the most diverse relationships. That might be unrealistic. In fact, I'm working on this for myself. But I am suggesting you must have diversity in your relationships if you want to be competitive in the 21st century. Let me be very practical. What does that mean? It means meeting new people on a regular basis, traveling to places you otherwise would not go, attending events you might not likely attend, joining organizations that might be different than the norm, leveraging technology and social media to connect with people and to translate those connections into real relationships. I mean, I've probably got like 5,000 friends on Facebook. I might know 5 of them folk. And so technology can be deceiving, that we have followers and connections and friends, but are they relationships? Relationships will always be relationships, and that's what I'm advocating for. And you can ask yourself some very simple questions. Who do you invite into your home? Where do I find you Friday night or Sunday morning? Because these are all indicators of the extent to which there is diversity in your friendships and not just your acquaintanceships. One of the most valuable experiences I had was winning the Rhodes Scholarship and traveling to Oxford University for 2 years in England. I had never left the U.S. before I went to Oxford. But by being at Oxford, I was immersed in this international global community where people spoke different languages. In fact, even being an African American at Oxford, I was a minority in the minority. Of the 15,000 students at Oxford, less than 1% are black. 1% would be 150. It was about 100 out of 15,000. And of those 100, probably half of them were from the Caribbean. And then another third of them were probably from Africa. And then probably about a tenth of them were from the UK and then the US. So I would go to a party with other black folk across the globe. I'd be like, yo, let's play spades. They were like, what the heck is that? I was like, well, how about Big West? They're like, what the heck is that? So I learned how to expand my horizon in this global community, which has benefited me now as an entrepreneur who works globally. It's given me a global perspective to do global business, which has helped position my company to be where it is today. So, summary quote. Let's go to the quote from the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Like life, racial understanding is not something that we find, but something we must create. And so the ability of people to work together, to understand each other, will not be found ready-made. It must be created by the fact of contact. Created by the fact of contact. So let me close out my presentation. If I could sum my message up to you in one word and one word only, it would be commitment. Getting back to my opening remarks, I've talked about 3 trends: the economy, technology, diversity. I talked about 3 mindsets: the entrepreneur's mindset in response to a struggling economy, the innovator's mindset in response to change fueled by technology, and the global citizen's mindset in response to increasing societal diversity. But commitment is the word I hope you take away from everything I've shared with you today. A commitment, a personal commitment to embracing the guiding principles I've espoused. Passion as the guiding light for how you think about your future and think about your career. Level 5 leadership, who thinks who first and then what, and emphasizes the team, and the team. Third, risk-taking and accepting failure as the only path to innovation and success. Stepping out of your comfort zone to cross lines of difference that you might not otherwise cross, and making this paradigmatic shift, this mindset shift, not someday, but Monday. Considering it an imperative if you want to be competitive in today's days and times. Now, I'll close out with one final quote that captures the spirit of my message this afternoon, and that is that we are not meant to see through each other, but to see each other through. Yeah, that one penetrates. So let's recommit at this event across all of our varying experiences and lives and livelihoods and perspectives. Let's commit to the entrepreneur's mindset, to the innovator's mindset, and to the global citizen's mindset, and above all, to not seeing through each other, but to seeing each other through. God bless you, and thank you for being here, and thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, thank you, thank you. Give it up, give it up, give it up.
All right, women, men, whomever is watching today, listen, are y'all ready? Are y'all fired up? How was that first speaker? Well, y'all ready for Natasha Robinson? She's gonna be talking about walking in your REM, your REM, women finding purpose, foods for mindset, alignment, all the things. So get your paper, get your pen, come on back into the room, dial it back in. It's Dr. Stephanie Wall, your tower of power, still bringing you all the things. So I hope you got what you came to get, and if you haven't, remember Dr. Delatour McNeil said, you have to first see it before you see it, so that you can see it. Dial in, come on into the room, fire. All right, y'all, see you later.
Ladies, thank you so much for the attendance at the Elevation Conference. I talk about walking in your REM because one sleepless night, I realized I was no longer dreaming about the life that I desired and that I deserved. And like so many of you, I had become complacent with my life, a life that has brought me so much success and joy and passion, and now it was bringing me nothing but unfulfillment. But I knew that I was meant for more. See, I knew that I was born into an expectation. I was born to expect greater. I was born to succeed. I was born to live in my purpose and born to elevate to my highest level. So once I started my own journey of finding my purpose in order to elevate to my next level, I developed a strong passion for helping other women just like you get back to dreaming again, manifesting your destiny, and walking in your purpose on purpose. This is Natasha Robinson, your mindset shifting coach. Make it a great day. Ladies, remember the days of dreaming about the life we wanted and how it was filled with such hope, excitement, and endless possibilities. Now, what if I told you that you can get back to dreaming again without limits and manifesting your destiny? Hi, I'm Natasha Robinson, your mindset shifting coach. And I am so excited to speak to all of you about walking in your REM, women learning to dream again and elevate to their next level. Listen, let me start by reminding you about REM sleep and why it's important. See, REM sleep is one of the stages of sleep that our bodies go through. It is where your body is more relaxed, you get that mental rejuvenation, and the emotional processing happens, okay? So it does play a very important role into getting good, healthy sleep. Now, this is also the stage of sleep where our most vivid and realistic dreams occur. Now that we're all on the same page about REM sleep, I'm sure some of you are saying to yourself, I don't dream. Or if you do dream, you don't remember them. Ladies, If you grew up like me in the South, then you probably also believe that if you dream, then those dreams mean something, right? I know some of you can definitely identify with me on that, okay? Now, I want you to hold on to that thought for just one moment. The thought of you don't dream or you don't remember them. So hold on to that thought just one moment for me, okay? So I want to talk to some of my ladies out there that's walking around tired and exhausted. And you're thinking that it's because you are either not sleeping at all or you're just not getting a good night's sleep, right? So basically, you're not reaching the REM sleep stage. Guess what? I completely understand because I used to feel that exact same way. I was just so physically and mentally tired and exhausted. And this is every single day. And I couldn't figure out what was keeping me up at night. So here I am, a successful and high achieving woman in my career, right? And a career that I've been so passionate about going on 2 decades now. So why am I feeling so unfulfilled, unhappy, all of a sudden in this stage of my life, right? In this stage of my journey? Why am I feeling unfulfilled and unhappy? What if I told you that it's not just because you are no longer dreaming while you're asleep, but you being tired and exhausted, unfulfilled, unhappy? Some of you are all these things in your career, your relationship, your environment, or just your overall life. What if I told you that it has everything to do with you no longer dreaming while you're awake? Somewhere along the way, we have lost the ability to dream about the life that we desire and we deserve. Okay, so let me give you a second to process because some of you just had your aha moment, right? I had that same aha moment. I was no longer dreaming while I was awake. So you're not dreaming while you're asleep, right? Let me just make sure everyone's clear. You're not dreaming while you're asleep, and you're also no longer dreaming while you're awake. And that's what's keeping you up at night. Now, ladies, let me be clear, okay? This doesn't necessarily mean that your life hasn't been meaningful, fulfilling, or successful up to this point. Because I can honestly say that I live a very good life, right? My career has been good to me. I have won many awards throughout my years, and I've actually been financially stable enough to help others from my overflow. Okay, you understand, from my overflow. So I'm absolutely recognizing my blessings. But what I did realize is that I had become complacent with my life. And I stopped dreaming about my next level goals. And ladies, we cannot afford to become complacent with our life because, see, elevation is a long lasting journey. So we have to keep going. Okay. When that light bulb went off for me, that's when I knew there was something more for me. Okay, it was time for me to start focusing on myself because I had to get back to a life of fulfillment and I had to elevate to my next level. So, what's your story? See, and I'm talking to my ladies who feel that you still have more you want to accomplish, achieve, and pursue. So, ask yourself, what has caused me to lose sight of my dreams, or what has stopped me from elevating to my next level? Is it your kids? Is it your spouse? Is it your career? Right? What are the factors that have been created, right? What are these barriers that make it so challenging for you to pursue your dreams and your goals? I know, so often for women, we prioritize other people's needs over our own needs, right? And so we become so overwhelmed with multiple commitments or obligations for other people. Let me just tell you, it is nothing wrong with putting yourself first. Now, I can remember, throughout my journey here, I remember that lack of confidence that I had. I didn't believe in myself, right? I was uncertain about my abilities and my worthiness, right? I didn't feel worthy. So this led to self-sabotaging. I had negative conversations with myself. I believed negative things that other people were saying about me. So I had that lack of confidence. Some of you can also identify with that. Or maybe you have that fear of failure. Now, this is what's interesting. Some of you actually have a fear of success, right? See, when you fear failure, it's easy to understand that. But when you fear success, it's because you don't believe that you deserve it or that you can maintain it once you get it. There is no elevation without fear. So let me tell you, ladies, you can overcome. See, we're all going to have challenges and barriers that we have to face and conquer. And no, we may not have the support and the encouragement from our family and our friends. So do it anyway. Do it anyway. I need you to elevate yourself to your next level anyway. See, you have to understand that everybody is not meant to go to the next level with you or even on your journey. See, the goal, ladies, is to constantly become a higher version of yourself, right? Become a better version of your past self. I need you to find the authentic version of yourself. So when I'm talking about walking in your rim, it means I want you to walk in the life of your dreams. I want you to walk in your purpose on purpose. And this can only be achieved if you start your dream journey. And you have to start this journey so that you can elevate to your next level. When you decide to elevate to your next level, you have decided to dream again without limits. Now, if you ladies want to know more and you want to learn about the strategies that I have that will help you jumpstart your journey, then please join me on the workshop, right? So join the workshop. It is called Walking in Your Rim, 3 Steps to Finding Purpose and Manifesting the Life of Your Dreams. I'll see you in the workshop. Welcome back, ladies. Hi, this is Natasha Robinson, your mindset shifting coach. I am so excited that you decided to invest in yourself and you're attending the workshop, Walking in Your Rim, 3 Steps to Finding Purpose and Manifesting the Life of Your Dreams. See, this workshop is going to provide you with a 3-step approach, and this is to get you back into dreaming again and finding your purpose and manifesting your destiny. These are the ingredients that you need to elevate to your next level. Now, as a reminder, we talk about REM, right? R-E-M. And this is the stage of sleep where our most vivid and realistic dreams occur. So I just wanted that reminder so that you understand the topic, walking in your REM. And so if you're in this workshop, then you are interested in the strategies that will help you jumpstart your dream journey. So let's get started. It all begins with reflection. So, this is remembering who you are at your core and understanding the why behind your actions and your reactions. So, ask yourself all the hard questions because you have to get to digging a little bit deeper into who you are. So, don't shy away from those hard questions, right? Knowing who you were and who you are now, it plays a big role into who you are designed to become. So I have a few strategies for you to practice for the reflection, right? Set aside time. You want to regularly schedule quiet time for yourself. If you're like me, you are a very introverted person. And so if you are an introvert, then you will appreciate the quiet time, right? Knowing that you need that quiet time just to reflect on your day or reflect on, you know, what happened during your day, the things that you could have done better, things that you've done. So you need that quiet time. Number two, you can identify your goals. So I want you to define what you want to achieve in your personal and your professional life. But I need you to have two separate lists of goals, right? One list for your personal and one for your professional. But you need to list your short term and your long term goals. Remember, we don't have any life goals, right? We have short term and long term. Why? Because our goals will always change. Once you reach one goal, you have to set another one. So this is an ongoing process. Remember, your journey is for a lifetime. Okay, so it is no long-term goal, no lifelong goals, but you have short-term and you have long-term. You can also acknowledge your feelings. Now, I do want you to recognize and accept your emotions, and I want you to do this without judgment. See, your journey is going to be an emotional roller coaster, right? But do not ignore your feelings because they are valid. Okay, so recognize your emotions without judgment. You want to also reflect on your experiences. So think back to your past and your recent events and think about how you handled those, right? What was your reaction to your events that happened, whether it was negative or positive? How did you handle them? So reflect on any experiences that you had that day, that week, that month, however often, that it works for you to do the reflection, okay? You can also journal. Some people like journaling, right? You like to write down your thoughts, your feelings, your experiences, because this is going to help you keep track of your progress. So you want to look back and see how far you've come as you go through your journey. You want to see how you handled things differently, right? You want to see your growth. So write down your thoughts, your feelings, and your experiences. Journaling is a great way to keep track of your progress. Ask for feedback. Now, some of you may not want to do this part, right? You may not want to ask other people about you, okay? But here's the thing. When you seek honest opinions from trusted friends and colleagues, it is going to help you tremendously because you want to know how other people see you, right? But you want to make sure it's not from those that will tell you only what you want to hear. See, that's not helpful. If you're only telling me the things that I want to hear, you're not helping me. So you want to make sure it's coming from those that love and they care about you, but enough to give you that hard truth. Okay. You want to have that constructive criticism. You want things that will help you grow. Now, absolutely don't take any feedback or have an assessment or, from anybody that's toxic. We all know that we have toxic people in our lives, someone who is going to say negative things to you, about you, regardless of whatever, stage you are in your journey, regardless of if you're doing well, if you're doing bad. So they're not the ones that you seek feedback from, right? Make sure it is someone who is going to help you on your journey, right? Someone who understands your path, they understand your journey, and they have your best interest at heart. Okay, so ask for that feedback. Don't be afraid of what other people is going to say about you. You'll be surprised. Sometimes, we think people think the worst of us, and they actually think the best of us. And sometimes they'll tell you things about yourself that you didn't even realize that other people saw. Okay. Now, you also want to identify your strengths and your weaknesses. It's important to have that balance, ladies. You have to know what your strengths are and you have to know what your weaknesses are. So, ladies, be honest about your capabilities and also honest about your areas of improvement. So no one is perfect, right? So we're not saying that you have to, know everything, be the best at everything, but it benefits you when you know what your weaknesses are and you know where you can stand some improvement. That's the real strength, right? The real strength is recognizing your weaknesses and knowing where you can stand improvement. So identify your strengths and your weaknesses. Now, another thing as you go through this journey, consider your values. So as you go through this journey, the process you want to make sure in this process that you align your actions with your core beliefs and your values. Okay? Now this is going to take some time because when you first create this list, it's going to be the beliefs and the values that you learned maybe growing up. But I will tell you later in this process, you're going to probably change some of your beliefs. Your belief system may change just a tad depending on, how it benefits you now and whether it's negative or positive. Remember, we have toxic relationships and toxic beliefs that we have grown up with. So when you make this list, make sure you understand that your list will change. So when you consider your values, what they are now, right? Align your actions with whatever your core beliefs and your values are now, keeping in mind that it will change later. Okay? And make sure it's what you believe and not what someone else believes. Okay, so we are quick to take on someone else's beliefs, especially when we have not learned ourselves, especially when we have not found our authentic self, right? We don't always know what we believe in until we find our true self. So again, throughout your journey, you are going to make changes, and that's good because that means growth. Okay. So that's my next step. Plan for growth. You're going to set your specific achievable goals, right? Set specific achievable goals. This is for both your personal and your professional development. Remember, keep them separate. So even though you want them to be in alignment with each other at the end of this, but you have to keep them separate to see, where you need improvement personally or professionally, where your strengths are and your weaknesses for both personal and professionally. So when you plan for growth, set specific and achievable goals. Okay. Now, I'm not saying that you can't shoot for the stars. You absolutely can. But this goes back to knowing your strengths and your weaknesses, knowing your abilities, right? Being truthful with yourself. Okay. So it will take time, and that's okay. You want to plan for growth. Practice gratitude. Let me tell you, ladies, you need to regularly acknowledge and appreciate the positive and the negative aspects of your life. This is a must. Okay, so you have to be thankful for the entire journey. Whatever you have to do to practice gratitude, but you need to practice it daily. Even if you have to, practice saying the same thing that you're grateful about every day until you can change it and have something else to be grateful about. Make a list and every day add to that list if you have to. But you'll be surprised at all of the things that you can be grateful for that we really take for granted. Okay, so practice gratitude no matter the situation, no matter whether it's positive or negative, good or bad, right? Be grateful for the entire journey. Now, I want you guys to set clear boundaries. This is a hard one for a lot of people because, sometimes we allow other people to cross our boundaries, right? But you have to set clear boundaries. But the key is sticking to your boundaries, right? If you don't stick to your own boundaries, no one else will. Okay. So learn how to say no. You can say no politely, right? Politely refuse anything that's going to interfere with your journey, right? Refuse anything that's going to be overwhelming. Refuse anything that's not part of your belief system. Say no. Set clear boundaries and stick to your boundaries. I often say that sometimes, I have to say access denied, right? I cannot allow everyone to come into my space. I cannot allow everyone to have access to me whenever they want. Sometimes people bring negative energy into your life. Set clear boundaries. All right. You don't have to completely X them out of your life, but you can limit their access to you, right? Again, access denied, ladies. Access denied. You don't allow anything that's going to interfere with your journey. So we talk about reflection, okay? That is the first step or first stage in this approach. When you do the self-assessment, you're going to uncover your strengths, your achievements, your accomplishments, but also your weaknesses. Or, if you want to call them your areas of improvement. But they're all important because you have to have that balance. You want that healthy balance, right? Remember, don't shy away from the self reflection even if it uncovers some unhealed traumas, right? Some challenges, some toxic relationships. It's going to be a hard road because sometimes you're going to have to make the hard decision for yourself. You're going to have to decide that some people are not meant to go on this journey with you, right? And really, you're not going to decide it. Your journey is going to decide it. You just have to be strong enough to stick with the outcome. Okay. So, ladies, don't shy away from the self reflection. It's important that you go through this stage of knowing who you are, who you were, and who you were designed to be. Okay. Keep going, ladies. Keep going. And so we're almost there, right? The step 2 in the approach is empowerment. Now, let me tell you, this is about unlocking your power and gaining control over your own life. Ladies, this is not a uniform process. So this step is going to be different for every woman based on their past experiences. So for some of you, this is going to hit a little bit different when I talk about taking control of your own life, right? Unlocking your power. Some of you are going to hit this head on because you've been waiting for this moment, right? So just take your time and lean into it, ladies. Lean into that power because you own it. You always have. You may not have known that, but you have always owned your own power. So now we're going to learn how to take it back, unlock it, take control over your own life. So you are becoming more confident now at this stage of the process, and you're going to be a little more self-reliant, right? You're going to be in control of your life, claiming back your power, claiming your power, right? You never have to take it back. You always had it. So I know some of you will say, yeah, you're taking back your power, because sometimes we can give it over to other people, right? Take it back if you need to, but it's your power. Unlock it, take it back, whatever you want to call, empower yourself, okay? You're going to, start building self-confidence. And in this process, it's going to involve some mindset changing, right? We'll talk about that. That's in my step 3, but it's going to involve that. So you'll notice as you go through the process, some of your steps will overlap. Okay. So we're talking about empowerment, but this definitely takes on a mindset shift, right? You're going to adapt new behaviors. You're going to have new skills, okay? So practice the step of building your self-confidence. You can set those realistic goals. So again, this goes back to the reflection and setting your goals. You're going to start setting these realistic goals, and as you see, you know, what you have, what skills you possess, what you bring to the table, you're going to be more confident in yourself. You're taking back that power. And when you set those realistic goals, which they may not be realistic to someone else, they're your goals. So if they are realistic to you, they are realistic goals, okay? But make sure they are achievable. So set those achievable goals and make sure you can measure them. So I always tell women, make sure you set those achievable but measurable goals. See, if I want to be the best, you know, cake baker, right? I want to set goals that I know I can meet. I know all the things that I need to get in order to start a business of baking cakes, right? So when I create that list of goals that I need to achieve, I can check them off, right? I can measure that. If I know that I need 10 cake pans, that's measurable, right? I know I can physically see that I've achieved that goal, right? So you want to create a list of goals that you can, where it's going to give you a sense of accomplishment. Okay. You want to have that boost of confidence. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with boosting your confidence and your ability to succeed, because you can do this. Okay. As you go through your process, celebrate all wins, not just the big wins. Celebrate all wins. Okay. I am big on celebrating all throughout the journey. You know why? Because it gives me a sense of accomplishment. And so as I go through and I reach all of these different goals, I want to celebrate at every stage of the journey. I want to recognize myself, right? This is March. This is International Women's Month, right? But I want to celebrate all year long, right? Not just 1 month out of the year. I recognize and I celebrate myself all year long. So recognize and celebrate your success, no matter how small, right? This is going to reinforce your belief in yourself and your capabilities, and it's going to motivate you to keep going. Okay. Now, I'm my own cheerleader. I don't need anybody to celebrate me and to party with me, right? I can do that all on my own. But if you need that, pull some friends in to help celebrate your wins. Whatever you have to do, but celebrate yourself, ladies. Okay? Another thing here, practice positive self-talk. Pay attention to, your inner conversation. I know that was an issue that I had before, having that negative self-talk, and believing what other people said as well, that was negative. So you need to practice your positive self-talk. Pay attention to what you say to yourself. Pay attention to what other people say to you. But what matters is what you say to you. Okay? Challenge and replace any negative thought. If something comes up that's negative, replace it with a positive affirmation. okay? Or replace it with, positive self-talk. Tell yourself a different story, okay? I often tell people, tell yourself a different story about yourself. You are the author, right? You can write and rewrite your story as many times as you need to. Okay, so remind yourself of your strengths and your achievements and practice that self talk. We are going to face our fears, lady. And in this step of empowerment, you are going to face your fears. This is going to, cause you to step outside of your comfort zone and face those fears directly, like face them head on. Okay. I can tell you that for me, being an introverted person, this stepping outside of the comfort zone, that was a big one for me. Okay. But guess what? In order for me to elevate to my next level, I had to, right? I didn't have a choice. It was either stay complacent, right? Or stay unfulfilled, stay unhappy, or step outside of my comfort zone. And guess what? I did it. And I'm here before you today. So I know it's possible. Okay, because I'm certainly outside of my comfort zone, but I'm here because there was a message that I needed to get to you. So you are holding back something that someone else is waiting for. So step outside your comfort zone. Somebody's waiting for you. I want you to face your fears because, see, when you practice the process of finding your purpose, when you start practicing this empowerment, step, you're going to encourage other women who are going to see you step outside of that comfort zone. They're going to see that you did it, and guess what? They can do it too. And your journey is your journey, but it is absolutely meant for others, right? Because your journey is going to, be a positive influence to someone else. So face your fears. Start with any small challenges that you might have, and then gradually work your way up to some big ones. Okay? Facing your fears. It's hard. It's hard, but just do it. I'm here. I'm a witness. You can do it. Okay? Another step in this empowerment process, see, you're giving yourself the power, you're making yourself feel good about yourself, you are taking control. So when you go through this process, you're taking control, ladies. Take back your power if that's what you need to do. Okay? Let's start to visualize success. You're going to spend time visualizing your achieving your goals, okay? And also, if you have to visualize overcoming obstacles, do that. If you see a barrier, if you see something in your way, and you just cannot figure out how to do it, visualize yourself over that obstacle, right? Visualize yourself meeting your goals or achieving your goals, right? Start visualizing. If you need to do a vision board, some of you like to do that, right? Visualize yourself, being an entrepreneur. Visualize yourself having that promotion at work. Visualize yourself being the best wife, the best mother. Visualize yourself, whatever it is, right? Whatever goals you set for yourself, visualize yourself already successful. Okay? It's not hard to do. Once you get back to dreaming, let me tell you, there is nothing you cannot accomplish. Okay? So when you get back to dreaming, and remember, you're going to dream without limits. So it's going to become easier and easier for you to visualize your success. Okay? Now let's talk about adopting a growth mindset. Some of us are walking around with a poverty mindset, right? And I hate to say it, but some of us do have that poverty mindset where we feel like we cannot do it, or you want this, quick, this get rich quick, or whatever your process is, whatever your mindset is, it causes you to look at failure first, right? Because it causes you to think that, oh, I can't do that, so I'm going to, either not try it, right? Or you feel like you don't deserve it, or no, you do. Adapt that growth mindset. I need you to embrace any challenges that is going to, come up for any opportunities that you have. Embrace the challenges as opportunities to learn and grow. Okay. So a growth mindset is going to help you see your failure not as a reflection of your abilities, but as a valuable source of experience and knowledge. So instead of saying, oh, I can't do it because everybody thinks I can't, or I feel like I can't, no, no, I'm embracing the failure, right? Because it's going to give me an opportunity to learn and to grow. And that's what this journey is about. You will constantly learn and grow. Okay. Now, one thing you can do when it comes to empowerment, and I don't know, for those of you that are in corporate America, body language, it says a lot, right? Adapting a posture of confidence, it can actually make you feel more confident. Okay. And you embrace that body language, and improve your body language so that you can feel more powerful, right? You want to practice standing tall and making eye contact, right? And smiling at people and knowing you hold something right inside that is so powerful that you just can't contain yourself, right? You are a strong woman. You got this, right? But go ahead. If you don't have it just yet, right? Maybe you're not at that stage in your journey. Practice, right? Practice that body language. Go ahead and stand up tall and hold your shoulders back. I'm telling you, I don't know about you guys, but I can say for me in corporate America, when I go to work dressed up, I feel more powerful. It doesn't matter what job you're doing, right? I'm dressing for what's to come. I'm not dressing for where I am now. I'm dressing for who I'm going to be, right? So put on your clothes, right? Put your high heels on, ladies. I need you to, get into this mode of empowerment, right? This is definitely going to help your mental state. And also, as you go through this journey, surround yourself with positive influences. Okay, I get it. Again, we talk about toxic relationships because we all have them, but spend time with people who uplift you, people who encourage you. Also, spend time with women who are going where you want, who are already where you want to be, right? Not someone who's already been through what you've been through, and they're still there with you. No, get some positive influences, those that are already, overcome barriers that you are currently overcoming or trying to overcome, right? So avoid those who, undermine your confidence, anyone who belittles you, anyone who is just not for you, right? Positive reinforcement from others, it can strengthen your self-belief. So make sure, surround yourself with positive people. Even if you are the toxic person in the relationship, surround yourself with others that are positive so that you can learn that behavior. Everything we do, it's a learned behavior, right? So if we can learn it, we can unlearn it, right? Now, stepping into the next phase here. Take care of yourself. I know you have to believe in self-care. That's what you hear now, all the time. Self-care, self-care. That's a real thing. Self-care plays a critical role in building your confidence, right? So if it means, exercising every day, if it means eating a healthier diet or getting adequate sleep, hello, we all need that, right? And mindfulness. Now, I don't know if anyone meditates, but if you do, you can practice mindfulness meditation, right? This will improve your overall well-being, and it also improves your self-esteem. I know for a fact because I am a certified mindfulness meditation teacher. So I know what mindfulness meditation can do for you, right? whatever it is, self-care. If it's for, if you need to go get a massage or you get a mani or a pedi, right? Manicure, pedicure, whatever makes you happy. But please practice self-care all throughout the journey. Okay. So we're going to, move into practicing, assertiveness, and you're going to keep learning as you go through this process. So be more assertive, right? This is going to, allow you to express your thoughts and your feelings, right? And it's going to allow you to be more open, but of course, in a respectful way. So make sure that you feel comfortable about yourself. This is going to build your confidence when you're sharing your thoughts and your feelings. One thing I can say is be authentic. That's what we're missing a lot of. For me, again, I'm in corporate America. I've already told you guys that. And we miss a lot of people being their authentic self because it's frowned upon sometimes. You trying to just be you is not always accepted. But I'm here to tell you, we need to start a new trend. Become your authentic self and be that, right? Be that person, be your authentic self. So practice being authentic. Make sure, you are more assertive, that you express your feelings. Again, keeping it respectful, right? It doesn't take all the yelling or, or calling names or anything. It doesn't take that. You can definitely be your authentic self, but in a respectful way. All right. So go into, whether it's your place of employment, whether you are the owner or you are the worker, it doesn't matter, right? Practice assertiveness, but bring your authentic self to the table. Okay. So empowerment. I need you to take back your power, ladies. Building that self-confidence is certainly a journey. It's not your destination. It's on the journey though, but it's not your destination. So it does require patience and persistence and a positive attitude. So take these small steps so that you can acknowledge your progress, right? So you can gradually build a strong sense of confidence, and it will just spill over into every part of your life and everyone else that's around you. So empowerment was my step 2. Now my step 3, of course, is mindset shifting. Listen, again, mindfulness meditation teacher, but also a mindset shifting coach. So this is the third pivotal step in the REM approach. You guys haven't noticed? Reflection, empowerment, now mindset. So this is where we are walking in our REM, right? REM. So mindset shifting is the third pivotal step. So we must change our thinking. I hate to say it, but some things that we believed in growing up or that we were taught is not always the right thing for us now. Okay, sometimes we had to do things for survival, or we had to feel a certain way because that's all we know, right? Or all we knew. But guess what? It's okay to change your way of thinking. It's okay to abandon those beliefs that you had before. That's okay. Okay? So change your thinking, your belief system. Sometimes you have to change your environment. Okay? Let me just say this to you ladies. When you start to have new dreams in an old mindset, that's an unbalanced diet. It will not work. Okay? You cannot elevate to your next level by being weighed down by the old version of yourself. Listen, this process starts from within. So I need you to believe in yourself and your ability to shape your own destiny. Okay? So again, you may have to change your environment. You may have to get rid of those toxic relationships. It doesn't matter if it's your family, your friends, your coworkers, strangers, get rid of them. Okay? You have to change your environment. For some of you, it's going to be a harsh reality, right? But there are some people that you just can't associate with while you're on this journey or even after the journey, right? It's unfortunate, but it's going to happen. The journey will weed out those that are not for you, that's not meant to go with you. It is a process, and you can accept it or you can stay where you are. It is a choice, right? But it's going to happen. So embrace it and take what comes. So I'll say this, anyone bringing you negative conversation, negative energy, anyone that is a distraction, from your goals or sabotaging your journey. And that includes you. Remember, I talked about the self sabotaging, right? You have to remove that negative characteristic, even if it's about yourself. Remove it. It does not play a role in your journey. Okay. Now, some people, you may not be able to just cut out your life completely, right? Remember, I mentioned that. But again, you can limit yourself, right? You can limit the access that they have to you. So when you are operating in your necessary boundaries, you have to limit the access that people have to you. It's just, it has to happen, right? It's a part of the journey. Okay. So I know you don't want to offend other people. I know you don't want to make anyone angry, but, you know, people will only have a problem with your new mindset if they can't benefit from it, right? That's the only time they'll have a problem with your new mindset. If they can no longer benefit from your new mindset, they will have an issue with your boundaries. Guess what? They weren't meant to be a part of your journey anyway. Okay. Again, what did I say earlier to you, ladies? Access denied. Okay. So now while we're on this mindset shifting, visualize your dreams. I talked about that before. Remember, I said some of these steps are going to overlap because they play into each other. You can't have one without the other, right? So you're going to visualize your dreams. Everyone's heard of vision boards. If that's what you want to do. If you are a fan of writing in your journal, so we talked about that before, but write your vision and make it plain, right? I know you guys know that. Write your vision and make it plain. Now, a critical piece of the mindset shifting for me, this is for me, is my daily positive affirmations. Remember, I told you earlier, see, I'm my own cheerleader, right? I can celebrate myself. I'm my own hype man, right? I am writing, reading, and editing the story that I tell myself about myself. So practice uplifting yourself daily. Okay. I said this before. I'm born into an expectation. You might not understand that exactly right now, right? But when I say that, see, I was meant to live every single day expecting great things for myself, right? I was meant for that. So mindset shifting is your third pivotal step. Reflection, empowerment, mindset shifting, right? Put your high heels on, ladies, because we are walking in our rim. We are walking in the life of our dreams, okay? Listen, if you want a guide, for this 3-step approach that I just talked about, right? Just kind of giving you a high level. If you need to dig a little bit deeper and you want this guide, you could always purchase my book. It's my ebook on Amazon. It's called Walking in Your Rim, Your Path to Purpose. Ladies, I want you to become REM sleepwalkers. I need you to find your purpose so that you can walk in the life of your dreams. Remember, this is Natasha Robinson, your mindset shifting coach. Make it a great day.
All right, y'all. So I came outside to tell y'all about Ellen Dixon. She's talking about be selfish and elevate to the floor. Come on, Ellen Dixon. Come on in here, y'all. Dr. Stephanie said, come on outside and not only see this beauty, but Ellen Dixon said, be selfish and elevate you. So I'm being selfish and coming outside and eating some of the sun as I'm telling you all about this next speaker, because she said it's about you choosing to live the life that you want to live. Come on into the room, or come on in. Enjoy this view. See y'all shortly.
I am Eileen Dixon, the Poetic Yogi. I am the creator and owner of Honey Yoga Tree LLC, where you engage in a poetic, meditative experience that leaves you physically refreshed and mentally inspired. As a certified yoga, meditation, and alchemy guide, I have created an online wellness space to allow you to travel to the core of you, unwrapping the gifts God placed in you. Subscribe to my YouTube channel, The Poetic Yogi, and flow with me. Born and raised on Chicago's South Side, I grew up knowing I was blessed. Although the paths in my life have sometimes left me stressed, until I made the choice to unconditionally choose me. Was it an easy choice? No, it was not. That is why I am here today, to provide you awareness of the importance of choosing you and how to make that choice. We are at a time where understanding who we are is imperative, or we will allow the barrage of information and societal pressures to choose our life for us. We must make an intentional effort to choose the life we want, to allow us to give and live deeply and fully. I'm going to keep it real with you. If we continue to choose everything that causes suffering and heartbreak, life will be riddled with despair and disappointment. Do you want to die without living the dreams you dreamed? Do you want to die with messages stuffed in your being that were never voiced? Choosing the choice to get selfish about you, you choose your dreams. Choosing to say no to things that do not serve you, you choose your voice. Let's break down a couple of words today. Choose and selfish. As stated by the Oxford language, choose is to pick out or select someone or something as being the best or most appropriate. Selfish, seeking or concentrating on one's own advantage, pleasure, or well-being without regards for others. Let's start with choose. Pick out or select someone or something as being the best or most appropriate. Pick out someone as being the best. The definition itself is a state of confidence rooted in awareness of knowing your worth, that you are the best and deserve the best. We have to harness that knowing that we deserve the best. Why, you say? Why do I say you are the best? Because there is only one you. There is only one me. So why do we choose everything and everyone else besides us? Let's break this down into an example of what I like to call the big heart syndrome. I am sure we all know someone, or we are that someone with a big heart, always willing to give all at all times, all resources and all energy at the drop of a dime. Doesn't matter if we have something already going on, we run at any given moment. There is nothing wrong with this until it becomes an expected behavior and is depleting you. We are required to check in with ourselves and determine what is good for us, when it's a good time to move, and when we should be still. Being involved in others' affairs with the big heart syndrome will sustain you a broken heart that will set in your body as dis-ease. Now you sick. Why? Because you didn't listen to your soul, to your God telling you to stop. How many times have you heard of someone always on the go for everyone and everything, then all of a sudden they end up in the hospital or dead? Today, I urge you to think about the activities that you choose to put yourself in. It's about checking in with you by simply saying, is this something that is aligned with me? Is this something I want to do? No explanation required. If you don't want to do it, guess what? You don't have to do it. You have the choice. This is your life and yours only. So does it not make sense that you make the choices that make this life the one you want? I know you're saying easier said than done. Well, I know this very well as a mother of 4 sons. When I began invoking the boundaries of choosing me first, it felt very foreign and almost contradictory of what I thought a mother should be. But the more I have been intentional of my own self-awareness, I understand that choosing me and saying no when I need to and yes when I want to makes me a better mother. It makes me a better human. Yes, it does take practice, and you have to find what works for you by becoming aware of who you are, understanding that you hold the pen to write your story. You create it however you want it to be, unapologetically. Now let's take a look at the word selfish. Seeking or concentrating on one's own advantage, pleasure, or well-being without regard for others. It says seeking or concentrating on one's own well-being, which means to choose you. A resounding yes. You should always seek to make sure that you are good, so you have the ability to have regard for anyone. You are not able to continue to go around here being selfless, always giving so much that you have nothing left to give yourself. And why? In the name of being nice? We're not going to do that anymore. I know you might be saying, well, sometimes you just have to put your needs to the side and focus on what needs to be done. Yes, absolutely. And when you have practiced choosing you and being selfish with your time and resources, the overflow will be there to give. Think about money and the overflow and then not. You hear about celebrities, athletes, etc. all the time. They had a lot of money and then they're bankrupt. I think what happens is that because it seems like an overflow, the family, friends, ideas, partnerships are steadily walking up to that well of their pockets. And then at one point that overflow stops. Now when the overflow stops, they begin to tip. So when you start tipping over your cup, you're losing what was meant for you. The overflow is for everyone else to be able to manage. But when you tip over that cup, you're using and you're losing what's for you. This is the same thing for everything else in life. When you allow people, places, and things to suck the use of your energy, your time, and your resources, you are not choosing you, and your cup is dry. Begin to give yourself permission to be selfish with you, to elevate you. You can only truly get to the next step if you use your time and energy towards those steps of creating the life you want. Begin to set boundaries and still a practice as a reminder to yourself of what is most important. Picture boundaries as like a highway, like you're on a lane on the highway. In that lane, you fill it up with everything about you, all the goodness, what you like, what you don't like. It's just all about you. As it overflows, it can seep into others' lanes with little effort. But stay in your lane, being selfish to elevate you. Self-awareness is a foundation for the blueprint of choosing you. You have to know you. The trouble we have now is that some of us have forgotten who we are, or better yet, we don't entertain a different person we can be. A little bit of my story of the forgotten identity. I was a mother at 17, a wife by the age of 25, with 4 amazing sons by the age of 33. Once the boys began to grow, I didn't really know who I was at my core. I began searching for who I wanted to be, who I thought I should be. I began asking questions to myself, like, why do I do this? Why do I like that? And then I just began changing and adding beauty to my life that I never imagined. In 2016, 3 kids in college and a 9-year-old at home, after divorcing my high school sweetheart, I left Cedar Rapids, Iowa, and headed to Houston, Texas for a different type of life. A warmer one, that's for sure. I was introduced to the concept of a blank canvas, like the painter's canvas before they start to paint. I began to strip myself of all the labels of what I thought it should be and began exploring life and filling up my life canvas with all I could become. I went skydiving, performed spoken word, doing 34 shows in 4 cities in 1 year, lost 50 pounds, fell in love with yoga and got certified. I basically changed my life completely with the thought process of being whoever I want to be, unapologetically. It was time to be the woman that God purposed me to be. I made the choice to choose me. And you can too. As you walk this path of choosing the best life for you, remember to exercise grace by speaking to you kindly and sweetly like you do your favorite person. Remember, this is the first time you are living this life, so don't be so hard on yourself. Choose you in every way and every day. I am Eileen Dixon, the Poetic Yogi. Thank you.
All right, y'all. Y'all ready to hear from Tavana Elliott, Lady V, is what she calls herself. Lady V. She's going to be talking about igniting, about turning our pain into our purpose, our pain into our power. So come on into the room. Come on into the room and find out what it is that Miss Elliott has to share. All right, come on into the room. All right, y'all. Tap it. You got your pen. You got your paper. You got your iPad. Tell the kids, shh, don't let your boss know you tuned in. See y'all shortly.
My why behind why I do what I do and why I chose to create the Release, Rebuild, Rebrand program is because there was a lot of people who was hurting, just like me. And I had been silent, and I was tired of being silent. And that saying that everybody has a story, well, I truly had a story, and I had to stop being afraid to tell my story. So I chose to jump into this and just be great and help other women, other people, not just women, but also men, but really women, because we go through it the most. And I wanted to show us how to be great within our own selves. because we are great and we are beautiful. How did I become a luminary in my field? I actually decided once God chose me to do this, because I didn't just jump into this. God chose me to do this. And so once I was chosen to do just this, I decided that I needed to go get certified. I need to go get educated. And so that's what I did, because I understand that there is power in knowledge. And so I had to go get educated, and I went and got ordained as well, because somebody else found favor in me. God found favor in me to elevate me to the next level in my journey. And so I recommend for people that's doing this to go get educated, because you got to know the why you're doing what you're doing. And the pivotal moment that elevated me, in 2023 in August, I lost my best friend, Kim, of 30 years actually. Of 30 years, I lost my best friend. And I was also losing another friend of 30 years. It was just crazy. And God saved one of them. I lost one, but God saved one. And that was my breaking point. I knew that I had to stand out in confidence, because I had already lost my business partner in 2019. Rest in peace, Jazz. But I knew that it was time. It was time for me to stand up in confidence. I had to tell my story. And then in July, I had got baptized. So that was my freedom point. It was time for me to be free. And then when I went to go see my friend Anthony in Arkansas, it was like I woke up one morning and I just felt free. I was just free, because I had did this journey that God had called me to do. That's my story. Hey, Queens. Can we get cozy for a minute? Can I talk to you for just 1 second? I want you to imagine being stuck in a life where silence is louder than any screaming, where pain is your constant companion. You see, that was my reality growing up in a broken home, enduring abuse as a young adult, to finding myself in a broken marriage. You know that old saying, what happens in this house stays in this house. Yep, that one. Well, that had become my reality, my mentality. You see, my silence was my fear, and it was screaming loudly, and all I ever wanted it to do was stop. Well, baby, let me tell you, today I'm here to tell you how I found my voice, my strength, and my peace through the brokenness and the abuse. How I stomped on my fear and stepped out on my faith. Now, I want you to listen carefully and write these things down as I give you these key ingredients to your freedom, your peace, and your happiness. Now, the first thing I had to do was I had to release, meaning that in order for me to break free, I had to start speaking up and let go of all the things that was once hurting me. Like the time that I was standing there butt naked, being beat on and molested at the same time, and she was laughing with her friends on the phone in the other room, not even paying attention to my cries for help. Or what about the time that I had went out of town and my husband was screwing some other woman in our bed in our home, and every state that we went to after that? Well, I never knew who was going to be the new chick of the week. And through all of that, silence was still trying to make a permanent resident in my home. You remember that time when you were a kid and you thought the monsters under your bed were scary? Well, baby, let me tell you, they got nothing on the silence that was ruling my house. I mean, at least monsters eventually go away with a nightlight and a little bit of courage. But let's fast forward to today. And I want you to think about what or who has been your monster. Now, I don't want you to think back too long, and I don't want you to wait till I get to the end of my speech and say, Lady V, now I remember, But I do want you to think back just for 1 second. And I want you to ask yourself, who has been your monster? Maybe your monster is the monster lying next to you, or the monster on your job. Maybe the monster is your child, or a friend, the one you just met, or the one you've been knowing for years. All I know is that thing called silence. Well, baby, it seemed to have a permanent residence in my house, and I was ready to give silence its eviction notice. I was, because I had lived in silence for way too long, trapped in the chaos of brokenness and the torment of abuse, feeling as if no one was listening or could even hear my cries, and no matter how loud they were, they could not hear me. So I refused to stay silent any longer. I decided to break free from the chains of my past and find my voice. See, it was time for me to release the pain, speak my truth, and break the silence that was holding me back from my greatness. And no matter how ugly my truth may be, guess what? It's still my story. And I knew that one day it would help someone just like you break free of the monsters who've been taking control over your life too. You see, over time I've learned that by releasing the burden of silence and speaking up about our struggles, we actually unlock the power to reclaim control over our lives. And by breaking free from the weight of our past, it actually allows us to embrace our authentic selves, leading to greater self-confidence, fulfillment, and freedom to reach our goals and find our peace within. So what did I have to do, Queens? I had to rebuild. I had to rebuild from my struggles to my success. I had to rebuild who I was. They say laughter is the best medicine, but I honestly believe that self-love comes in a close second. I refuse to let my past define me anymore, mapping out the limitations to my success. And instead, I chose to rebuild my life from the ground up with this one recipe: self-love, confidence, and faith of a mustard seed. Yes, I did. See, I finally started to understand God's basic assignment just for little old me. And I was ready to come out of that jungle of chaos, confusion, and catastrophe. So what did I do? I started on a journey to transforming me. Looking at the woman in the mirror and thinking, wow, baby, I could really use a makeover. Not just on my face, but on my entire life, because I no longer recognized who I was. I no longer recognized the lady in the mirror. Then I realized one day that the only makeover that I've ever needed was on my attitude, meaning that it was time for me to change the way that I think. And baby, let me tell you, self-love always looks good on you no matter what you're wearing. See, I might have on this cute outfit today. Yes, I do. But you can see my self-love radiating beyond these clothes. And every step from that point forward, I knew was a victory, proving to myself that I could overcome any obstacles, elevating higher than I've ever been in my entire life. See, I finally started to understand what it meant for life, to live life abundantly, like God said that we could. It sounds easy, right? Well, baby, let me tell you, that was just a piece of the process. I had not completed my journey to becoming a greater me. Now I want you to picture this. You at the store, and you trying on this pair of jeans that you've been eyeing for a little bit, but you found yourself in that full dance, the one just trying to get them past your knees. See, it can make you feel frustrated, disappointed, and maybe even a little lack of self-confidence. Well, guess what, ladies? Life can also make you feel like those pair of jeans. Tight, restricted, and in need of some desperate stretch. But let me tell you, queens, we ain't here to squeeze into someone else's expectations. No, we not. Why look like the bunch? Well, baby, when we can shine brighter than the rest. So we are here to own our power, strut our stuff, and make those dreams fit like a perfectly tailored suit. That 3-piece curve into your body in all the right places, making each curve hold its own. Some would say make that booty pop. You know, ladies, don't act like you don't know. But what about those shoes, not too tight, not too big, but fitting so perfect like you're walking on cloud 22? And you can't forget about those accessories, queens, because you know we love our bling. Because what it do, it pulls the entire suit together, making it stand out among the rest. See, makeup just as flawless, making us look our very best. This is what your dream should look like. Perfect in every way, letting you know that it's time to reign supreme, baby. Do your thing and elevate your dreams extremely. So yes, queens, I decided to own my power and manifest my dreams by shattering my silence and owning my truth. No matter how many times I was threatened or how many journals were torn and ripped up, this will always be my truth. See, I learned how to forgive me and then forgive those who trespass against me. And today, I stand before you as a survivor, a warrior, not a victim. See, I started to dance in my imperfections, leaving my footprints in the rain. Yes, and my scars, well, baby, they just a testament of my strength. See, I finally know that I'm worth it and I'm worthy of all the good things that life has to offer me. I, Lady V, Tavana Elliott, I am enough, and so are you. So let's start a revolution, queens of empowerment, where we shatter the silence, break the barriers, own our power, and manifest our dreams into reality. Elevating extremely, showing the world that we not just wearing the pants, baby. We rocking them like a boss. Because through the process of rebuilding, we have the opportunity to rewrite our narratives, turning our adversity into strength and our setbacks into comebacks. Now, I know you're wondering how, and I'm glad that you asked. I want you to take this secret ingredient, and I want you to hold it near and dear to you. I want you to remember these one thing, queens, that investing in self-love, growth, and personal development, we actually unlock our true potential and pave the way for a future filled with purpose, passion, and prosperity, something that we've all been looking forward to. So here's the deal, queens. Life may throw you some curveballs, and that's okay, okay? Because we actually got the power to knock them out the park. See, we've sat in the shadows of our pain for far too long, and it's time for us to stand tall, speak up, and own our power. And if you're ready to laugh, love, and live out loud, find your purpose, your passion, and your prosperity, baby, it's time to join the revolution and set the world ablaze, queens. It's time for us to go outside, ladies, and let's embrace the chaos, find the humor in the madness, and reign with a smile on our faces and fire in our hearts. This is your time. And if you're ready, absolute ready to wear your tailor-made suit of elevation and kick down the door of silence. I want to hear you roar, queens. Not just some cowardly roar. You can leave that one at home. But I want to feel your energy. I want to see you stand tall in your confidence. Let your self-love radiate beyond your outfit. And together, we will shatter the silence, elevate each other, and create a world where every woman knows her worth extremely and wear her crown proudly, because she reigns and she is more than enough. So let's make some noise, queens, and ignite the revolution of empowerment and erupt as we elevate extremely, because she reigns, queens. Now get on your feet and roar, queens, roar, roar, queens, roar. Yes, thank you. I am your host, I am your favorite spiritual life coach, Lady V, and together we will ignite the revolution of empowerment, shatter the silence, and elevate extremely. And if you want to know how, I want you to go over and take that 45-minute workshop, baby, and let's elevate extremely. We're doing more in 2024. This is your year. to the Women's Elevation Conference 2024. You are now in the workshop, the Elevate Extremely workshop by releasing, rebuilding, and rebranding towards a greater you. And I want to say welcome. Why? Because you decided to bet on you. You decided that you wanted more out of the life, and you was ready to get off of that hamster wheel of life, and you chose to bet on you. And so I am grateful that you came and took the Elevate Extremely course. Why? Because I want you to be a better you. I want you to elevate extremely, and I want you to live out loud and with the purpose, okay? And so that's what this course is about. It's about time, it's about elevating extremely by learning how to be inspired and empowered to reclaim your power, embrace your authenticity, and create the life that you truly deserve. Whether you're seeking to overcome obstacles, reignite your passion, or redefine success on your own terms, this is your time. This is your life. This is the course for you. It is time to embark on the revolution of empowerment, where you don't have to take this journey by yourself. No, you don't. Because guess what? You got other people who look just like you, who's going through the same thing you going through, that also is taking this same journey. And guess what? They want to cheer you on, and they want to be inspiration and an encouragement to you too. And so guess what? You don't have to take this journey alone. You don't have to take this journey alone. And guess what? I'm going to be right there with you, rocking with you. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to be right there with you every step of the way, okay? And so, hey, this workshop here is just a little taste of the pie. This is just going to give you a little taste of what the actual course is about, okay? Because the Triple R Elevation course, baby, let me tell you, it's extreme, okay? Yes, it is. Because it pulls off all the layers. It makes you break it down, baby. Because understand something, in order for you to grow, in order for you to heal, you got to break. I'm going to say that one more time. In order for you to grow, in order for you to heal, you got to break. You cannot continue to be strong, masking the hurt that you're going through and thinking that you're going to be better, because you're not. Okay? It's hard for us to prosper when we hold on to so many things. Okay? So, I mean, you can, but you're not going to be able to do it freely. And we want you to do it freely and with happiness. We don't want you to keep masking it, and we don't want you to be doing it behind the smile, because some of us, that's what we do. I've been that person where at one time I was just going through life and I was hiding behind my smile. Well, guess what? I don't want to do any of that anymore. I don't want to hide behind my silence. I don't want to just keep masking the silence. I don't want to keep hiding behind my smile. I don't want to keep being afraid. Because I want to walk in my confidence. I want to walk in my purpose. And I want you to do the same thing. And so you have chosen to do this. And so I am truly, 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 truly grateful that you chose today to bet on you. And so I am your instructor. I am the one and the only Miss Lady V. I am from Wichita, Kansas. I actually I'm a lupus advocate because I was diagnosed in 2010 with lupus. I am the CEO of Elliott Knight Professionals, and actually the founder and CEO of Too Gone, Too Long Judgment Free Radio, or Judgment Free Network, which we have the TV and the radio side. And what we do is we actually spread love throughout the land, throughout God's land, by giving you things that will elevate you and music that will soothe your soul. Okay, that's what we do. And so it's all about bringing happiness and bringing love into your life. But you don't know how to do that until you forgive you and until you start learning how to love you. Okay? And so this is what we're going to do in this course. And so if you are ready, and I mean absolutely ready, what you're going to learn in this course is to release, which means to let go of the past burdens, to rebuild, which means to cultivate self-love and resilience, and to rebrand, which means to design your future with confidence. That's what we want you to do. And so, hey, if you have not already yet, what I want you to do is I want you to take this time to go and download the workbook right now. It's a PDF file. I want you to go download the workbook right now, because guess what? You got to put in the work. You cannot grow. You cannot be great if you don't put in no work, right? So it's going to be a couple exercises, excuse me, that you're going to have to go through. And that's going to help you through your journey, okay? And so that's what we want you to do. We want to be able to help you through your journey, okay? Well, this is just, like I said, this is just a test and a teaser of what you can expect in the course. Because, man, let me tell you, that course is extreme, baby. You got to be ready, really ready. And this right here is going to prove to you if you are ready or not. This is just a little teaser to see, are you really ready to really live that life like God said that you could? Are you ready to live abundantly? Well, I don't know, but if you know me, what I like to do is I like to start off with a little bit of prayer. And so I'll promise I won't keep you long because, you know, some of us be bored just praying on and on, but I only get 45 minutes. And so I want to make sure that I bless you as we get ready to go through this journey together, okay? So, Father God, I come to you right now. We say thank you for the women's conference, Lord. But I say thank you to every woman who decided to bet on them. Give them strength and the courage to be able to carry them through and to know that they are worthy, that they are more than enough because you said that they were. Father God, give them the strength to be able to carry on and do what it is that you want them to do. In the name of Jesus, we pray. Amen, amen, and amen. All right, so here we go, y'all. So the main thing that we want you to do, the first thing I want you to do is I want you to think about what it is that you want to do. What is it that you want to change? What is it that you want to correct? What is it that you want to let go? What is it that you want to release right now? That one thing is just one main thing. I want you to say what it is. Let me tell you, mine was shattering my silence. I wanted to shatter it. I didn't want to break it. Because understand something, when you break something, you can put that back together and then break it again. I didn't want to do that. Because when you shatter something, baby, it's shattered. You can't put them pieces together no more. You got to go and sweep it on up and throw it in the trash, right? Well, that's what I wanted to do with my silence. I wanted to shatter it. And so I did, because the only way that I can live and do what I do boldly is I had to shatter the silence. I had to be bold with it. I had to step up and speak up. And that's what I'm doing today. And so that was mine. And so I want you to choose that one thing. And then I want you to drop it in the comments. I want you to drop it in the comments and just leave it there for just a second, okay? I want you to leave it there because we're going to talk about some things. But let's talk about releasing. We're going to start there, which means letting go of your past burdens, which means that you have to forgive yourself for the mistakes, the missed opportunities, and the pain that you've endured. And by letting go, you actually create space for new beginnings, clarity, and purpose. That's what you do. Now, understand something. If you are not willing to do that, then you've already lost, okay? Because this right here, this workshop is going to teach you how to create a new space for your new beginning. Actually, this is your new beginning. This is the start of your new beginning, okay? And so that's exactly what we want you to do. We want you to start at your new beginning because you got to start somewhere, right? And so why do we hold on to our past? We hold on to because it's familiar to us. It's familiar territory. It's easy. It's like a defense mechanism. Thinking that if we hold on to this, we can defend ourselves from other things. And no, we actually can't, because all we do is actually mask the hurt and the pain. And then we actually pour that more onto us. And then it's like, stacking up, like sweeping it under the rug. And now you got a mountain stacked up way up here because you done swept all this stuff up under your rug. But guess what? It's time for us to start cleaning out some things, okay? And that's what releasing means. Releasing means that we have to start letting go. And we have to start forgiving us. Because you can't forgive somebody else if you don't know how to forgive yourself. Forgive you first. Forgive you for accepting. Forgive you for putting up with. Forgive you for missing out on. Because we miss out on life. We miss out on opportunities. Why? Because our fear get in the way. I know I did. I missed out on a lot of opportunities. Why? Because fear got in the way. And because I allowed and I listened to other people laugh or tell me that I couldn't do it. laugh and say, ain't nobody gonna listen to you. You're not gonna be great. How many times have you heard that? I know I've heard it a lot in my life. People didn't believe that I was gonna be here today. People didn't believe that I was gonna be great today. But guess what? Let me tell you something. Miss Mary, she thought I was gonna be great because she chose me. She saw something in me. Her and her team saw something in me. And that's why I'm here today, and I'm doing it with confidence, and I'm doing it boldly. She said it's not about perfection. It's about passion. And the one thing I might not be is I'm not perfect. I am not perfect. But I do have some passion. And you can see it because it's radiating through their screen. It's radiating beyond my clothes. It's radiating in my message. You can hear it. And so we can't keep sitting and being stuck in our past. We can't keep holding on to it. Why? Because all it does is perpetuate our suffering. It keeps us tethered in a painful past, preventing us from fully embracing the present and stepping into a brighter future. It actually robs us of our peace, our joy, and our ability to live fully. Like, man, God said we could live abundantly. Why we think we can't when he said we could? Make that make sense. Make that make sense. He's a God who cannot and will not lie. Make it make sense. We can do all things that we want to do through Christ. We can do all things, but it's our choice. He gives us a choice. So we have a choice. What do we want to do? I don't know about you, but I want to live life abundantly. I want to live life like nobody's tomorrow. I want to live life like nobody's looking. But how do you do that? You got to stop worrying about what other people say. You got to stop worrying about what other people think. You got to learn how to forgive you. You have to learn how to let go of your past. You have to learn these things. Forgiveness means letting go of the past. Some of y'all are so petty. Y'all holding on to these grudges. And some of y'all holding on to grudges that people don't even know you're holding on to. And the people that know that you're holding on to this grudge, they don't even care. So why are you holding on to that grudge? And who are you really hurting? Because you're not hurting them. You're hurting you. So why? When you can let it go. Get out your pain. Get out your own way. Step to the side. Once I learned how to release, then I started understanding more who I was. I was able to start focusing on how to rebuild who I am. But first, I had to release. So in this first exercise, and I hope that you have already been able to download your workbook by the link that has been provided to you. Please make sure that you do that and make sure that you have a pen and paper, because let me tell you something, y'all. If you was not prepared, you already failed. If you just now getting up to go get some paper and a pencil, you're late. And that's the problem. We show up late for us. We show up late for us. And then we wonder why we're stuck. We got to start being on time for us. Because we are important just like everybody else. We can make it on time for everybody else. But we seem to can't make it on time for ourselves. I was once that way. That's why I'm telling you, move out your way. And that was one of the things that I had to also release. So, as you see, it's called Release the Balloons. That's our first exercise. So you got a bunch of balloons right here that you need to, I want you that you see. And so when you, in your spare time, I want you to start jotting down. And if you were ahead of the game, that's great. But I want you to jot down all the things that you want to release and put them in this bubble. Put them in the bubble. Put them in the balloons. That's what you do. Put it in the balloons. Put it in the balloons or write it down. All the things that you want to release. Take a little time to do just that, to Write down the things that you want to release, okay? And then what I want you to do is I want you to take one thing that you want to release today. And if you've already put it in the chats, good. If you already put it in the comments, good, because that was your main goal. However, if you really got something else that you want to put in, guess what? I want you to drop that in the chat too. Drop it down in the comments or the chats. That's what we do. You know what I'm saying? Let's have some fun, baby. And then because we do not support one another in this, and of course, this revolution is about what? Empowering each other. Letting each other know that we reign together. Letting each other know that it's okay. That we have the strength to do all the things that we want to do and we can do it together. It's about support. And so what I want you to do is I want you to take somebody else's and I want you to say, add whatever their name is so they'll know that you're talking to them. And I want you to say, hey, it's okay for you to release that. Hey, whatever's putting on your heart, I want you to encourage them on releasing whatever it is that they said. Take time out to do just that, okay? Now, once you've done that, I want you to acknowledge your feelings because a lot of times we don't acknowledge our feelings and ask yourself, how did this make me feel? You know what I'm saying? So this is an assignment. This is what you're going to have to do in your spare time. I want you to write this out. Figure out what and how. What and how. What and how. What and how. Okay? Did this make you feel? Why did it make you feel like that? And are you ready to release it? And when you're ready, then I want you to start marking them off. As you start releasing them, I want you to start marking them off. And sometimes, like I said, it's a journey. This is not a just fly by night. This is not a just correct it and do it today. This is a journey. This is a process, okay? So you're going to go through some things. It is a process. So you got to go through it. But when you do, I want you to start knocking them off. Baby, let me tell you, the day I released my last thing, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. But let me tell you, once I did, that's when I became free. That was my freedom moment. Once I released, I became free. Once I released all the things that was hurting me and I forgave those who trespassed against me, I became free. I forgave my husband. I forgave my molester. I forgave my parents. I forgave all of these people that I felt like was against me. I forgave because I forgave me first. And so I forgave them too. And that's what you had to do. And then once I did that, let me tell you something. It was the best feeling. I was finally free. Now, mind you, as I was doing my release, I was also doing my rebuilding. Okay? Which means that I was learning how to love me unselfishly. And sometimes a little selfishly too. Okay? But I was learning how to love me. And so, when I put this book out, when I put this workbook out, people say, "Ooh, she naked." Let me tell you something. The reason why she's naked is because we got to come from up under these things, these layers that keeps holding us back. We got this layer for this and this layer for that. We got to come from up under it because it's not doing us no good, no bit of good. Why keep covering up behind the makeup and the hair and the lashes and the tattoos and the jewelry and the clothes and the outfits and all this other stuff, man. The labels and whatever. Why? What's going to get you? Nowhere. Because guess what? Up under all that stuff, you still going to be the same confusion and the same chaotic person and the same traumatic person and the same toxic person that you've been the whole time. Now it's time for you to break free. And so we got to come from up under these layers. And in the rumble of the past lies the opportunity to rebuild, rebuild and rediscover your inner strength. That resilient spirit that has been carrying you through the darkest of times. Nurture self-love and acceptance, for it is the foundation upon which all growth begins. Embrace your uniqueness, your flaws, and your imperfections for what they are, because they make you beautiful. Develop and empowering habits and mindset to fuel your personal growth. Surround yourself with positivity, challenge yourself, and never underestimate the power of your own resilience. That's what we do. We always underestimate us. We always say, well, I don't know. Well, I think I can. When I learned how to stop saying I think I can, well, maybe I will. Well, I don't know. And I started owning it, things start changing in my life. Because then I was starting to manifest the things that I wanted in my life. I had to learn in my rebuild stage what I wanted, what I didn't want, what I will accept, what I won't accept. These are the things that I had to do, but I had to start looking through it through the naked eye, which, as you see, let me show you. This is what I did. I started looking through it through the naked eye. And so, hey, I had to start looking in the mirror. And I had to ask myself, what do I see when I look at me? And when I saw myself, I saw that I was beautiful. I saw that I was amazing. I saw that I was powerful. And I saw that I was a boss. These are just a few of mine. But when you look in the mirror, ask yourself, what do you see? I want you to write that down. I want you to write it down, because these are your affirmations. Okay, this is our next exercise. It's about affirmations. And I want you to go through it, baby. And as you going through your affirmations, I want you to show I want to show you that I like to wear some of my affirmations, okay? And so let me walk you through it. And so my necklace says truth. Guess what? I live in my truth. Okay? That's what I do. So it says truth. Then my dress, it says perfectly imperfect. Let me tell you something. I am perfect through my imperfections. Period. I don't have to be perfect, because nobody in this world is perfect. But I had to understand that I am perfect through my imperfections. And it's okay. It's okay for me to not be perfect. Beautiful disaster. Sometimes I'm a disaster. I don't always do the right thing. Sometimes I overthink things. I'm an overthinker. This is what I do. Sometimes sometimes I got a lot of energy, and sometimes I don't. So sometimes I'm a disaster. But guess what? Even when I'm a disaster, I'm still beautiful, because I'm beautiful on the inside. Because let me tell you something. What's on the inside will radiate on the outside. And you have to remember that, okay? You have to remember that. And so I like to do that. Again, my bracelet, it says love life. Well, guess what? That's what I'm doing. I'm choosing to love life. And I don't care who's looking. And I don't care what they say about what I'm doing. Because I'm not doing it for them. I'm doing it for me. I know y'all been eyeing it. It's a queen. Let me tell you something. It's a queen for a reason. Because I have to walk in my queendom. I can't be out here talking about I'm a queen and I'm ratchet. And I'm doing ratchet stuff. I'm half naked and half doing this, but I'm hollering, oh, I'm a queen. I'm a queen. Wait a minute. What is making you a queen, darling? Because let me tell you something, real queens, we don't walk around here half naked. We don't walk around here like we got to be popping and doing and locking and all this other stuff. We don't do that. Because we don't have to. Because our beauty radiates beyond our clothes, beyond the naked eye. Okay? So I walk in my queendom. So this is the reason why I say. And guess what? I came on because I didn't put on no makeup. No. I didn't come in no makeup. Let me tell you why. It was because I wanted you to see, not because I didn't want to be beautiful. Because I am beautiful. I'm already beautiful. But I wanted you to see that even without makeup, I am still beauty. I am still beautiful. I didn't need to put on no makeup to be beautiful. So I was stripping the layers. And that's what this is about, okay? And so this is what I want you to do. Again, I want you to go through that exercise, and I want you to say one affirmation, and I want you to actually drop in the chat or in the comments your one affirmation. What is that one affirmation that you want to say about you? Are you beautiful? Are you amazing? Are you powerful? Are you bold? Are you extremely wonderful? What is it? I don't know. What is it about you that you see when you look in the mirror, okay? And if you don't know, go look in the mirror. Go grab a mirror. Hurry up. Go grab a mirror and do that. Look at it and ask yourself, what do I see when I look at myself? Okay? And then I want you to drop it in the comments. And when you drop it in the comments, then I want you to take somebody else's. And I want you to applaud them. I want you to say such and such, Queen, you are beautiful. You are whatever they said. I want you to applaud them because guess what? We starting a revolution, baby. We igniting the revolution of empowerment, and that's what we're doing. We are elevating extremely, because I want you to remember this, that every downfall is an opportunity to rebuild stronger than before, to rise from the ashes with newfound resilience and determination. Let me tell you something. Every time I fail, I realized that it was a new opportunity for me to get up. I'm going to say it again. Every time I fail, I realized it was a new opportunity for me to get up, for me to rise above the ashes, for me to say, you know what? I failed yesterday, but today is a new day, and I can try again. And even if I keep failing, one day I will win. So I'm just going to keep on trying. I'm not going to give up, even through my frustration. Let me tell y'all something. I was frustrated today. I was frustrated trying to get everything together. Man, I'm on deadlines. I got scripts and movie scripts that I'm trying to get edited. I'm trying to get this I'm trying to get everything together that for the conference, and I got a lot of stuff going on. And I was starting to get frustrated. Why? Because the enemy was trying to tell me that I couldn't be great, that I couldn't be good. And had I listened, then I wouldn't have met no deadline for nothing. I'd have just gave up. And that's what we do. We let the enemy come in, and then we give up. And then we wonder why we're not far, why we're not ahead of the game, why we're not going nowhere, why we're stuck. Well, that's why. And so now, because I didn't do that, here I stand before you in my rebranding stage, designing my future with some confidence. Here I am. And no matter what, I'm going to stand here before you, and I'm going to do it boldly and extremely, baby. Yes, I am. And so that's what I'm going to do. And so that's what our rebranding stage is about. It's about actually designing your future with confidence. It's about cultivating confidence and courage to pursue your dreams boldly, knowing that you are worthy and capable of achieving anything you set your mind to extremely. Let me tell you something. The problem that we have is we start in fear. You got to kick fear in the butt. Kick down the doors of fear. That's what you do. Just like you kicking down silence, kick down the doors of fear. And let me tell y'all something, ladies. We got to stop putting our fear on our children. Some of y'all, it just stung some of y'all. But I got to tell you this, because remember, they are our future. And what you are afraid of, if you put that on them, then they will be afraid too. You cannot put that on them because they might not be afraid of that. You know, we have to be able to be kids. It's okay to let the kid come out. It's okay. You can't live your life abundantly if you're always afraid. Stop allowing the news in the world to make you afraid to go live your life. If you want to travel, go travel. Stop waiting on somebody to go travel with you. Just go. If you want to go to the movies or go shopping or go eat or whatever it is you want to do, stop waiting on somebody to go with you. Just go. Let me tell you, I don't wait on nobody. That's why they be mad at me. But anyway, that's what we're doing in our rebranding stage. We're not waiting on people because we're doing it boldly. and extreme. And we're doing it with confidence. That's what we're doing. And so in this next exercise, this is our vision board. I want you to take your vision board. I want you to create your vision board. And I want you to put your dreams and your inspirations and what it is that you want to do on your vision board, whatever it is, man. I want you to be creative as you want to be. And remember, there's no right or wrong way to create a vision board. It's yours. Stop allowing people. This is what we do. We always allowing somebody to tell us who we can and cannot be. When God said we can be all things through him who strengthens us. I'm just saying. Hey, not my word. That's his word, okay? And so that's what I want you to do. So go grab your vision boards and I want you to start doing that and I want you to create that. But as you doing that, as you in your rebranding stage and as you going through this journey, I wanted to give you these 10 steps for you to be able to take with you and add them to your day, which is morning meditation. Means to start your day off with a few minutes of meditation just to center yourself, release stress, and set positive intentions for the day ahead. Simple. I start my day. I don't even want to answer nobody's phone call until I get my meditation in, until I have my one-on-one time with God. Okay? Because that helped me start my day off. So I'm not grumpy and mean and you don't want to be that, okay? And then you want to do some gratitude practice, which means take time each morning to express gratitude for 3 things in your life, fostering a mindset of appreciating abundance. Man, it don't take nothing to say, you know what, I'm grateful for today. I'm grateful for life. I'm grateful for my family. Man, make it all about you. You know what I'm saying? I'm grateful for my business. And then when you're doing that, do some affirmation. As y'all know, hey, I'm powerful. I'm great. I'm beautiful. These are the things that you want to add to your daily routine. And then in the evening, you want to reflect on all the things and all the experience that actually happened to you throughout your day, which will give you self-awareness and growth, because then you can say, you know what, I did this today and I probably should have did that, or I should have did it this way, or I could have done it this way. See, you always have to see the good through the bad, or the bad through the good, whatever. But you got to see it, okay? So that's what I'm saying. And so, like I said, Miss Mary said, hey, it's not about perfection, it's about passion. So y'all know what I mean. And then you got to add some physical activity. Do it through your week. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to do it every day, but at least do it through your week. For me, I like to walk 3 times out of the week. Why? Because it makes me feel healthy. It's getting my time to, talk to God and get some fresh air. People don't understand how much fresh air really help us. So do that, get that. You need that. Put that in your life. And then, of course, you got to eat healthy. We have to be mindful for the things that we put into our body. It's not always good. It's not. Just like when we put negativity into our body. That's not good. But we keep doing it. And then wonder why we sick, wonder why we hurting, why we this, why we going through that, because you're adding this negative stuff to your body that you don't need. Remember, there is power in the tongue, baby. We got to be mindful of what we say. And so for me, I always speak greatness over my life, okay? And that's what you have to do. It's about manifesting. And you can manifest greatness if you speak greatness over you. All right? And so then I want you to get creative, being throughout your day, journaling, expressing yourself authentically, painting, playing music, whatever it is. Just take that time to just do that for you. So get into a headspace for you, okay? And then make sure that you do some self-care, whether that's pampering yourself, taking a nice hot bath, listening to some bubbles, just whatever. I mean, listen to, sitting in the bathtub with your music and your wine. Y'all know how we do it. And so do that. Do some skincare. I like to do facials and I like to get my nails and my hair done. I ain't done today, but hey, I like to do it. I just ain't done it in a while. Not because I don't want to. It's just because I ain't had time. Because I haven't created time. Okay? Because I have other things that I need to do. Okay? Not because I don't want to. Because trust me, baby, I make some time for me. Believe that. Like, for real. I might not get my nails and toes done, but you better know that I did myself a whole facial and did myself a whole woosah body thing and everything, baby. Yes, I did. And then, of course, we want to connect with loved ones. You don't have to do that every day, but at least do that once a week. You know what I'm saying? On the weekends or something. Create with your friends and your family and stuff like that. And ladies, we got to stop thinking that we got to always stay up under our mates. They need space too. The only way that what they say, abstinence make the heart grow fonder. So sometimes you got to give them some space. You sitting up under them, man, we start to get in, okay? You want to start getting that space. You want to connect with your friends and your family and enjoy them and allow him to enjoy his people as well, okay? And then wind down in the evening. It means woosah. Do some woosah, some breathing techniques or anything. Journal throughout your day. I mean, that's what I do. I actually journal about my day and what I had going and what I did and all kinds of stuff. So do that throughout your day, okay? And then there's a checklist that you can go through that I broke it down for you, okay? To make things a little bit easier. And of course, there's a 7-day challenge for you. And so do that. You know, try the 7-day challenge and let me know how it works out for you. Reach out to me. I would love to know how did it go? What happened? Did it work for you? You know what I'm saying? Like, how did you start that? Did you follow the basic instructions? You know, and I've already given you that. So add them. That's all it is. It's 7 days. It's taking each one and breaking it down so you can just concentrate on one thing at a time. Some people can do a bunch of stuff at a time and multitask. And some people just need to do one. And do it, and so they can get it and make it consistent in their life, because that's what this program and this process is about. It's about consistency, okay? And then, of course, we want you to do your elevation assessment and do your pros and the cons. When you look at yourself, what do you see? Do your pros and do your cons, okay? Do your pros and do your cons. Do your pros and do your cons. That's what I want you to do today. Okay, and then, of course, you got a little quiz about facing your reality. Like I said, this right here is just a workshop. This workshop is just a little snippet of your journey of what to expect. And, of course, I gave you a testimonial. Let me tell you why. I gave you this because Renee been rocking with me for a very long time, and she actually helped me to get ready for this conference today. She was empowering me. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what we have to do as women. We got to stick together. And even though I empower her and teach her some things, guess what? She was helping me through this process too. So I have to thank her for that. But so that's what it's all about. So I gave you her testimonial, but the question is, will you be the next one? Will you be the next testimony? Will your name go right there? Will it be you? Ask yourself that. I don't know, but today what I want you to do is I want you to dig deep. Okay? I want you to dig deep into yourself and ask yourself, are you ready? Or not just ready, but are you really ready to roar? Are you ready to wear your tailor-made suit of elevation? Because if you are, and if you're ready to take a chance, this is your time. This is your time to bet on you. Okay? This is your time to bet on you. And I want you to join the course here. I want you to join the course right here. Punch on it, and I want you to fill out the form. Somebody is going to contact you because we're going to give you 2 different options that you'll be able to choose from, okay? You'll be able to choose from doing it yourself or actually going ahead and doing the program all the way through, okay? It's 6 months. Actually, it's 7. Because one class is free, okay? Because you took this workshop today, you get 1 class for free. 1 session for free. Put it like that. You get 1 session for free. Even if you choose to do it yourself, you still get that 1 session for free today. Okay? Because you decide to take that workshop. Okay? And so we're gonna do this. And so what we want to do is I want you to fill out the form. Somebody is going to be contacting you, okay? Because you're going to get an invoice of when you decide to choose what it is you want to do and how you're betting on you in 2024, how you're doing more for you in 2024, how you're going to make you greater in 2024, baby, because it's time to bet on you. And if you want to do that, let me tell you something. To take this program, it's a $3,000 program, but for you today, to bet on you, it's $997. That's over half off. It's actually over 75% off. But we're doing it for you because you are worth it. And if you choose to, guess what? If you choose to do it yourself, that's fine. That's fine. Come on, we want you to do it yourself too, okay? You still get the free session. And it's normally $250 for you to do it yourself. Because you gotta pay, period. You gotta pay for the materials. Okay? But because you took this class today, it's only gonna be $100. In fact, you know what? Team, we knocking it down. It's gonna be $97. That's what it's gonna be. Why? Because we want you to bet on you. So $97 to do it yourself. And you'll receive the workbooks and the book, okay? And you'll get your free session just for taking this class. Just for taking this workshop today. And for everybody else, you'll get 7 months with me to walk you through this process and this journey. Not just with me, but other people who look just like you. You're going to get that today. You're going to get a team of people that's going to walk with you. And that's going to help you through your journey to elevate you extremely and help you walk with confidence, baby, because that's what we want you to do. That's what we want you to do today. And if you're ready, and I mean really ready to roar, honey, and wear your tailor-made suit of elevation, I want you to click on that join our course here. I want you to click on the button. And when we call you, let us know. Are you taking it? Are you doing it yourself? Or are you joining the revolution of empowerment? Let us know. We want to know. But before we go, I want to do this. I'm going to sum it up real fast. I'm going to sum it up real fast for you. Because I got to leave my thought for my ending thought for you. Because I want to sum this up and I want you to take this. I don't want to harp on it too much, but I want to thank you for choosing you. I want to thank you for betting on you. I want to thank you for allowing me to help you through your process of growth, through your process of transformation. We will elevate extremely. We will ignite the revolution. We will. Yes, we will. We will wear our crowns proudly, and we're going to do that together. And so I want to thank you for allowing me to come into your homes today. I want to thank you for taking this workshop and betting on you. I want to thank you for registering for the Women's Elevation Conference 2024. I want to thank you because it's you that make us able to do what we do today. It was you, and we want to say thank you. So I want you to go with this. I want you to remember these things that release, rebuild, and rebranding means to forgive your past, focus on the now, find your purpose, and fuel your future. I want you to never be afraid to try something new because life gets boring. But when you stay within the limits of what you already know, it's time to break the barriers, own our power, and get uncomfortable because you can't elevate extremely if you sitting in your comfort zone. So get out your comfort zone today. Why? Because we're doing more in 2024. We elevating extremely. And we're doing it with confidence. So I just want to say thank you again. I hope that you have enjoyed this. I hope that you got something out of this. And I pray that you do this assignment. Do the assignments, okay? And guess what? Applaud another queen and let her know that she's beautiful in every way. Because queens, y'all are beautiful in every way. But you got to know it for yourself. So, Father God, as we come out, as we get ready to leave this conference today, as we get ready to leave, Father God, I want to say thank you for the 2 days that you've allowed us to be able to do what we do. Father God, I want to say thank you, and thank you for all the other queens who's doing their thing and elevating extremely. Father God, I ask that you allow every queen that was on this line today to get something out of it and be and live in her purpose, just like you said she could. In the name of Jesus, we all pray. Amen, amen, amen. So, hey, y'all, be blessed. Stay prayed up. And don't forget to love on you and to tell somebody that you love them too, because tomorrow ain't promised to any of us. So what you gonna do? You gonna elevate extremely, because we going outside, queens. Yes, we are. And we are igniting the revolution of empowerment. So elevate extremely. And I hope to see you in this course, man. Join the course. Join the course. Join the course, because it's all about you. Join the course. Join the course. Join the course, because it's all about you. Hey, babies, we love y'all. Be blessed. Be blessed. We see you on the other side.
All right, you all, you ready for your next speaker, Angel Diggs. She's talking about elevating from trauma, from despair. Step into the room, step into the room. It is Dr. Stephanie Wall, your Tower of Power, and you want to hear from Angel Diggs. She's saying overcome. Go on to your next. She's talking about mindset, elevation, determination, all the things, all the Asians. Come on into the room. Get your pen, get your paper. Tell the kids, shh, tell your boss, I'm still working, but keep your eyes on the prize. This is the place to be. If you haven't got what you came to get it today, get it now. Elevation from despair. If there's something that's on your mind, something that's bothering you, the only way to get on the other side of it is to what? Is to recognize it. So what are we gonna do? We're gonna tune in, because it's gonna be what? Fire! All right, y'all, this is on, because I gotta pay attention, and so do you. All right.
I am a life coach. I'm a success coach. I'm also a motivational speaker, and I'm excited to be speaking to you today about despair to elevation. So first of all, let me start off by saying, give yourself a round of applause, because guess what? You are here. You are here because you decided that you wanted to elevate. So first of all, let me be the first one to give you a round of applause, because you did it. You took the first step needed to be on the correct path to get yourself to where you want to be. Now, let me start off to ask you guys a couple of questions. Of course, don't ask them, but ask yourself these questions as I'm going through them. How many of y'all have been through a despairing moment or a despairing situation? Despair could be anything from trauma, it could be anything from a loss, it could be anything from childhood hurt and trauma to adulthood trauma, anything of that nature. Let me be the one to tell you, guess what? You're going to make it. You know why? Because you have took the first step that you need to elevate yourself, okay? Now, let me give you a little bit about myself. I was in a despairing situation where it was so harsh and so vital on me that I felt dilapidated. I couldn't do anything. My mind was clouded. I didn't know what to do. I was a single mom. I was a young single mom, also dealing with childhood trauma, dealing with abuse from every which way. I didn't know where to turn. I resorted to drinking, doing drugs and things of that nature because I didn't know. I felt I was by myself. I had no idea where to go. But the thing is, I knew deep down inside, hey, this is not the life that I want to live. And I'm like, it's got to be something better. I know, hey, I have kids that are looking up to me, depending on me to do the right thing. So that is why I'm here today to speak to you, because I have came from that situation and I have elevated myself, and I just want the same thing for you. So, let me ask you this. How many people felt like they were stuck in this situation because of lack of the unknown, fear of the unknown, fear of being judged, fear of lack of resources, fear of just any type of fear? But guess what? You're not alone. And it all starts with your mind. Let's talk about that for a minute, because your mind, it could be your best asset, it can also be your worst enemy. Your mind can trick you to think, hey, this is where I'm supposed to be. Sometimes it can be a defense mechanism. However, that is a trap. So we have to work on the way we look at things, the way our mind looks at things, to determine, hey, am I going to stay in this situation, or do I want to elevate? Now, the thing about that is, it takes you willing to go on that journey, willing to press on, willing to get out of that, because you have to participate in your own rescue. So let's talk about it. Your mind. It will tell you you're not the best. You're not worth anything. You can't make it. But what do you feel will change you from coming from that despairing thinking to elevation thinking? So I gave you a brief moment to think about that, because I want you to really internalize what it will take. I can tell you right now, my mentor told me, she saw me spiraling down. She gave me a statement. She said, heal, Angel, so that you can go home. Now, I didn't know what that meant, because I'm like, home, that's where this despair is happening. That's where this hurt is happening. But she meant home, which is where I feel safe. And I'm saying that to you. Where do you feel safe? Go inside yourself. Think about what makes you feel safe, and then you'll be able to tackle your mind. Now, to tackle your mind, let's go over 3 things. The first thing I want to talk about is your commitments. You have to be committed to changing the way that you think, by changing the way you're looking at certain situations. You have to be committed to saying, hey, I no longer want to be in despair. I no longer want to deal with trauma. I no longer want to let that hold me captive anymore, because I know the woman that I am and the woman that I want to be. So that means, what does that take? Sometimes you're going to have to do things alone, but it's okay. Step out, because guess what? You have a network around you. Search for women groups. Search for healing groups. Do what you need to do to be committed in changing your mindset to elevate. The second thing I want to talk about is clarity. Now, you already made your commitment to fix your mind, to fix your situation so that you can elevate. Now you have to be committed to stick to it, to say, hey, you know what? This is what I'm going to do. So doing that, you have to face clarity. What caused you to be in that situation? You have to deal with it. It hurts, definitely, but you have to deal with it, because guess what? When it comes back to you the next time, you'll know how to counteract. You'll know what to look out for. And you'll say, you know what? Hey, yeah, you right there, you came back up, but I have a way to push you out my mind, like, or to move from that situation. So definitely your commitments comes with you being able to clarify what put you there. Lastly, I want to talk about the third thing, which is your confidence. So you've already committed, you've already got clarity. So now, guess what? Be confident, girl. Show your confidence, because guess what? You did it. You did it. And your confidence is going to help you continue to go further and further to where you want to be, further and further to where you need to be. So now you got your commitment, which is going to hold you accountable. You got your clarity, which is going to help you understand where you don't want to be and where you came from and where you're going. And then your confidence, which is going to sustain you to know, hey, yeah, that used to be me, but this is me now. This is where I'm going. This is why my future is looking extra bright. So thank you so much. I'm going to leave you with this. And make sure you, if you don't hold anything else, continue to ask yourself this and continue to say this to yourself. Heal so you can go home. Thank you so much.
It is an absolutely beautiful day outside, and I thought I've got to come back out to tell you all this. Takesha Johnson is going to talk about the audacity to elevate. The audacity to elevate. She's talking about you speaking your truth and being honest with yourself. So come on into the room, and not only know that it's gonna be fine, yeah, but know that in order to speak our truth and be audacious, we have to first know thyself. So come on in and let's see what Takesha Johnson has to say. Come on into the room. Boom, shaka, pop, bang.
Well, I'm an empowerment coach, first of all, so that's why it had to be about empowerment. But having the audacity to elevate, meaning that bold approach to change the norm, is essential in elevation. And when you change the norm, you have to be ready to let go of everything that's connected to it. By doing the work, working on myself first, and working to provide support for those around me and those in need of my service. Well, this conference, outside of looking at what I needed when I was going through it, having the opportunity to support a larger audience to be in a broader space has really pivoted me into a space where I have to push myself to the forefront.
Hello, my name is Katrina Clark. I go by the name Coach Katrina, your mind coach. I am the owner of a business called Louisa 57. While I help individuals understand their thoughts, their emotions, and get to the basis of their feelings. I have helped individuals learn to find new things about themselves, discover newness within, start new jobs, pursue businesses, and recreate themselves. I practice by saying, mind your mind. It's time to mind your mind, because I want you to intentionally take time to digest what you're thinking, why you're thinking it, and how you feel. Today, I'm going to be talking to you about the topic, elevation won't happen through osmosis. Now, when you hear that, what do you think I'm saying? Do you get what I'm trying to get across when I say elevation won't happen through osmosis? Well, I'm going to break it to you down like this. Elevation means to rise, progressively rise from one level to the next level. It means to accelerate. And then the term osmosis, which is generally a scientific term that defines the process of water turning into gas. It notes that it is a passage from one stage of water molecules moving through a membrane to change its form. Now, I'm going to borrow osmosis and use it in a metaphorical term as you continue to tune in. But before I proceed, I want to ask you, what do you want? What is the life you want? For many who will tune into this, I believe it's because you desire something in your life, but you have not achieved it yet. Something about you, your situation, your circumstances, how you think is preventing you from progressing into the next elevation of your life. Now, I know all of us are in a time where everything is presented to us in some form of video, infographic, audio, and as we continue to live, it's going to be more technology that's just going to be putting things in our faces all the time. We're going to always see things, we're going to always see people, and we're going to begin to want to live the great life that we see others living. What gets missed, though, often is the work that individuals have put in to achieve the life that you constantly see, that you constantly follow. Some of us think that if we just like their posts all the time, comments on their posts, listen to all their podcasts, read their blogs, that we are just going to somehow or another come into the life that they live. That we're going to get through it, we're going to get there by way of osmosis. But we are a bit more complex than water molecules. We will have to commit to doing some things so that we can elevate. Now, I'm going to briefly touch on 3 key points that I want you to consider as you work on elevating to your next level. Clarity, adjust, and cultivate. Now, there's a distinct need to clearly see where you are going when you drive, walk, and move. We move with a purpose. You get up from the table, put your plate in the sink. You did that. That was a purpose. You may not think about it, but that truly is a purpose. Additionally, some of us have to walk up a flight of steps to open a door, to get somewhere. We are intentionally moving one leg, one foot at a time, and going up that flight of steps. Whatever the reason is, whatever the desire is, whatever the need is, that progression from one step to the next is you elevating. Now, just that right there, I want you to think about that. That's the same concept you will need to elevate from the stage of osmosis to your desired reality. You see something you want, you're taking these steps to get there. The next point I want to briefly draw your attention to is adjust. The term adjust is closely connected to the word change. Many of us do not like that word change. Just me saying it probably made you feel some kind of way, brought on some type of emotion, maybe an event that happened or something that you were forced to do because it required you to change. It required you to adjust how you were doing things previously so that you can start doing things a different way. There are a lot of emotions that people have when it comes to change. I understand. But for a lot of us, adjusting change is what's keeping us stagnant. We don't want to do it. We don't want to adjust or change. We are truly stuck from elevating because we won't commit to doing that. And that is truly a mental block. But I would tell you, that's the very thing you need to do and commit to getting to that desired state of living that you truly want. My third point that I want you to embrace is cultivate. Now, this may seem like a bit of a new concept to some of us to hear the word cultivate, but cultivate is really about improving. Cultivating yourself means that you are committing to improve, to grow. Growth, yes, it happens physically, but there is also growth that happens internally within yourself. Personal levels of knowledge, cultivate knowledge. You grow in your communication skills. You grow in your emotional acuity, how you understand, relate to people. These are just to name a few things, a few ways that you will need to cultivate. Just like a farmer produces crops year after year, the various things that we all eat, potatoes, corn, and other grains, a farmer has to cultivate their land to keep producing the fruit. They have to change. They have to add fertilizers. They have to expand the area that they farm, till the ground. They are adding into their soil to keep producing the fruit and the vegetables that we need. They are cultivating. This is something that you will need to embrace. So, the 3 points that I have brought to your attention today are clarity, adjust, and cultivate. And if you like these 3 points and you want to hear more, I am going to be doing an in-depth workshop that will explain more in detail what these 3 things are, how you can put them into practice in your life, along with a few others. My workshop titled From Osmosis to Elevation, Do This. I do want you to do things so that you can go from osmosis to elevation. My name is Katrina Clark, and I hope to see you again in my workshop.
Hello, and welcome to my workshop. Thank you for joining me. I hope you enjoyed the speech, the audacity to elevate. And we're going to take it a bit further here in the workshop by understanding what it is that we need to let go of in order to elevate. And being able to let go takes a lot of audacity, a lot of bold rejection of the norms. And I wanted to give you a little more background on who I am and where I come from before we get started. So again, my name is Takesha Johnson, and I'm the founder of Champion Your Scars Empowerment Coaching. I coach individuals who are just looking for some support through the changes that they're going through in life. I also coach business owners who need to, I guess you could say, need a little more support as they making their bold moves into success. I am a survivor. I've been through many traumas in my life. So much so that sometimes I feel like I just keep, a mind frame of whatever it is, it's gonna pass. Um, and what am I supposed to learn while I'm here? I'm not gonna say that I'm the happiest person doing it, but I do see the lessons learned in all of the situations that I found myself in. I'm hoping that I'll be able to help you to find ways and methods and tools that you can use to begin to let go of the things that may very well be holding you back. So today we are going to talk about letting go to elevate. I'll be sharing my PowerPoint presentation, so you'll only see me in the top right corner of your screen. The rest of the time you'll see the PowerPoints that I made. Please feel free to screenshot if it's something that resonates with you. And so I'm gonna get right to it if it'll let me, okay? As I said, we are here. And so we're gonna get started. Letting go to elevate, because there are so many things that we allow in our lives that hold us back and hold us down and prevent us from going where we intend to be in our lives. So many things that we have to learn how to let go of and be at peace with. Very few people talk about having the peace or how to find peace after letting go. Sometimes it can create some sorrow, sometimes it can create some heartache because the things that you are letting go of have really been with you on your journey for so long. But the thing is, in order for you to go higher, in order for you to get where you really want to be, you have to let some of these things go. And I'm a firm believer that you have to go through some things. You have to understand the things that are around you and be willing to do the work. It's easy to say, hard to do. And that's the real work. It's a lot of things that we say. It's a lot of, social media memes, a lot of things people say that are so cliche. But the real work of doing it makes it not so easy to say something. Um, you really learn the lesson attached to everything about what it is that you have to let go of. So let's get into it, as Miss Tabitha Brown says. So we do have an agenda because this helps to keep me on track. It'll also allow you to know where we're going as we're going. I'm one of those people. It's easier for me to stick with you if I know where we're going. So I've kind of given you an introduction of who I am and why I'm here. And then what next we're going to jump right into who told you who you are. And from there, we're going to talk about how do you change what you've accepted for so long. Many of us are adults. We over 30, over 40, some over 50, and so on. So it's not as easy to let go of some of the things that you've been around, that you've been exposed to, that have basically been infused into your character, right? But I'm going to do my best to provide you with some tools that you can use to begin to let go. But just like with any tool, right, the tool is only going to do as much as the power that you have behind it. And so we're going to find out and examine, where does your power come from? Because whatever you choose to do in order to make the change, you're going to have some power behind it. And then lastly, we're going to examine and discuss, what does an elevated you look like? Have you ever taken the time to vision what you're going to look like when you get into this next level of yourself? So let's get right to it. My question, who told you who you are? A very large part of who we are comes from our external voices in our head. And these voices come from the environments that we've been in. This little diagram I borrowed from a sociology class because it talks about the different levels of environments that we find ourselves in. And so the first and the closest environment to you is the micro environment. And this environment includes those literally closest to you, and that would be your household. As I stated in my keynote, our household can be such a full-time influence, right? It's where you were cared for, where you received a lot of the things that you thought were right, a lot of the ideas that you thought about yourself, a lot of ideas that you may even still think, and the voices, the very first voices in your head. And some of those voices were positive, right? And some of them weren't. You know, as I stated before, you could be coming from a two-parent household. You could have been living with your grandparents. You could have lived with distant family. Whatever your household entailed, it had an effect. And those voices are the ones that are in your head, and oftentimes the ones that you are trying to combat. Be it because I don't believe what they said, or I believe what they said, but I don't think that I can get there. Right? And so you need to learn and understand whose voice are you listening to when you think about your I am. When you think about who you are, how much of that is coming from your micro environment. The next environment that we look at is the meso. Now that would be more like the organizations, right? Like the outside forces. Like if you were a kid and you went to Boys and Girls Club, of course, as a young person, you went to school, right? But in high school, you started to join groups, right? Might have been drill team, could have just been the cool kids, you know? But these outside groups have an effect on you. Many people in our community, for them, that would be the church, right? So you joined the church and you learned a lot about who you are in Christ. And is that in alignment with everything that you see for yourself? Are the ideas that you picked up from those environments still in your head? Are you still trying to prove yourself to individuals who may have been a part of some things that you've grown out of? Are you still holding yourself accountable to things that really are just not in alignment with your elevated self? The other environment that we all find ourselves in is the macro environment. This is one that you usually can't control or even participate in until you're 18 because you can't vote, right? So this is more like the laws of the land, the rules of housing, the rules of employment, these outside external forces that you don't usually control um, unless you get into space, right? When you are your own boss, writing your own checks and doing those wonderful things, but you still are a part of a macro environment because even in doing that, you have laws to abide by, right? We have legislation that has come down recently in these recent years that are very controlling of the woman's body, right? And so those laws also have an effect on how you feel about yourself. They also have an effect on who you believe you are, how powerful you think you are, how much power you believe that you have to change the world around you, yourself. So it had an effect. The question is, are those voices in your head? Is that something that you need to deal with directly in order to get to the I am? And of course, I added meta, and that is our little social media space, right? Because meta allows you to reach to a more worldwide audience. And it is amazing. It's a part of what blocked me from doing a lot more videos, a lot more vocalization, because it is so watered down. It is so easy for someone to hear what you have to say, play it in their mind, and go and record it and take it as their own, right? It's so easy for individuals who know nothing about you to criticize you or to try to bring your truth into their life. And it's not that it's not always beneficial. The other part of the meta is us looking at falsehoods, right? So a lot of people like to put their highlight reels on the internet, right? We don't know that. We just make the assumption that, oh, that's their life. And that idea alone will make you feel like you aren't where you're supposed to be. I work with a lot of young people who are seeing other young people post um, life moments and successes, um, and they find themselves feeling as though they're not where they're supposed to be. And they really can't value their success because they're chasing somebody else. And so I have to work um, with them and support them as they learn to not compare. A lot of the meta part is starting to affect a lot more people as it, grows and slows. We just had legislation on TikTok, which is odd, in my opinion. I find it odd that we even have time to work on a social media platform when we have homeless individuals. We living in a housing crisis because the cost of living is ridiculous. But again, that's my opinion, and I'm not a lawmaker, but I am a voter. And so that comes back down to that macro where I now have some room to use my voice to have an influence on that environment. But the point, who told you who you are? Whose voice are you listening to when you're thinking about who you are? When you make your I am statements, right? Because that's where you stand. When you make those I am statements, whose voice are you listening to? Who's giving you the input that puts the rest of that sentence together? So we're going to take you from what they think to who I am. Now, I'm not sure if you can see that part because the camera, my video may be in the corner of these words, but that's what it says. Taking me from what they think to who I am. There are steps that you have to take in order to do that. And the very first one is accepting that you are the authority of your own life. Many of us have had other people's voices mean more in our decision making than our own. That would include parents, pastors, friends who we hold in high regard. But the thing is that you have to grab back, that you have to take hold of, is that you are the authority of your life. You control your narrative. So it matters most what you think about you. And any and every other thing in that space is a conflict. And you need to figure out, is it worth having in your life? Is it worth having something in your mind that goes against what you believe about yourself? Is it supportive to have something in your mind that always reminds you you're not doing enough? So the question and the answer is accept that you are the authority of your life, because we're not worried about what they think. We're worried about who we are. The second thing that we have to look at, and I'm hoping that my person will allow me, is dismantling the ideas of those whose opinions you have accepted as true. Yeah, you're going to have to do some real work here. And it took a little while for me, and a little work for me, a lot of time and work, because I didn't want to disappoint people. And that tends to be heavy because you look for validation sometimes, external validation. You want your parents to be proud of you, right? You want your friends to support you. You want society actually now to like you. And the thing of the matter is, you're asking for people who don't know anything about your vision, who don't know anything about what's really inside of you to do, to validate a dream they don't have. So now, when you look at the words that you've accepted from them, you have to think about where they were coming from when they had those words. So I can teach from my point of view, but I hope that it'll help you to figure out how to do it for yourself. So in dismantling the ideas of those in my life, right, I'll speak to me loving my mother's voice, right? But I had to understand where her voice was coming from. So for years, my mom would say, "Oh, baby, you look just like me," but then turn around and say, "Oh, I don't like how I look." It created something in me. And I didn't know what it was, but it was because I heard her say that, and it was implanting in my mind that I shouldn't like how I look because I look just like you. And no matter what you're saying on the back end, you don't like how you look, and I look just like you. But then as I got older, I realized there were reasons. She didn't like how she looked because of where she grew up. When she grew up, people always called her the dark-skinned girl, right? And she didn't like that. And that was that era where everybody was kind of into the lighter complected women. And so that level of self-hate stayed with her. But I had to dismantle that and understand that my Black is beautiful on my own. And then I began to live that way. And now she's following in my footsteps on dressing and a lot of things. Like I literally, my former picture you would have seen, my hair was cut short. My mother would have never. As a matter of fact, when I did cut my hair short, she, had some choice words about how you look like a man. Okay. But now my mom has a fade. Isn't that something? But it took for me to believe in myself and for them to see that no matter what was said to me, I still believed in me. For them to change even their thinking. So you have to be willing to dismantle where they're coming from so that you're able to still know where you're coming from. And by you standing on it, they will see that and they will emulate and love that about you. It happens. It is a job for yourself. You really have to be willing to put in the work, right? And so the last thing is that you have to speak over yourself. That's part of putting in the work. Right? When I cut my hair short, I had to stand in the mirror with myself and say, baby, you still look good. You look amazing. And did, okay? And speak to that voice in my head until it died out. Because you, again, are the authority. Whatever you say, whatever you believe is so. But if you can't say it and you can't stand on it and you really don't believe it, honestly, speak over yourself until you do. Because if it's in you and you want it and that's your desire, speak it to yourself until it becomes your truth. Lastly, you gotta walk it like you talk it. Everybody wants to be a millionaire, but are you living a life that says that? Millionaires don't sleep 12, 16 hours a day. You got to walk it like you talk it. You want your business to grow. Are you working on it enough for it to grow? Are you putting the hours in? Are you putting in the effort? Are you showing up? Are you doing the work? Nothing about elevation is easy. Nothing. Know that. In this walk that you're walking, you'd be surprised who's following your footsteps. Even your naysayers admire you. They admire you so much that they are watching. The people who speak negativity to you admire you because they see in you something you don't see in yourself. And until you realize you have the authority to speak into yourself everything that you desire, you're going to keep allowing them negative voices to have more control over your life than you do. So here are a few of the tools that I've had to use on my journey, and I'm giving them to you to use on yours. Because again, hey, it's a toolbox that you will need in order to rise to every occasion. And we're gonna start with snip snip. You got to have scissors. You have to know how to cut things off where they are. You got to stop holding on to people, places, and things. Anything that's not serving the purpose that's deep inside of you. When you wake up in the morning, that first thing that you're thinking about, that desire that you have in your heart, anything that's not in alignment has to go. Anything that speaks to the contrary has to go. I know it sounds easy, right? Yeah, it gotta go, you can go. Nah, it's not always that easy. But you have to be prepared. Be prepared. And how do you get prepared? Know that you will need the scissors. Know that you will have to be able to cut things, people, places out. And find the discipline to do it. The second one is boundaries. Boundaries have become my best friend. Okay. Boundaries are really about you. You set your boundaries. I put here there's your rule book that only you can enforce because they're your responsibility. You make a choice. You set the boundary. You determine what you're willing to listen to, engage in, participate in fully, right? What you're willing to allow. And only you can uphold it. So when you allow it after you've said you won't, know that you just put a hole in your own wall, in your own boundary. You have to set those boundaries in a way that it allows you peace. You're not here to set a boundary to hurt somebody else. Your boundary is to help and heal and keep you. So I have a boundary that when I'm around or if I'm in a social setting and the conversation goes to people, I remove myself immediately because I don't see value in the conversation. If we're talking about an individual's personal life, if we're talking about an individual's look, if we're talking about anything like, baby, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Because I'm only I know that's my boundary. Eventually they'll know that as soon as you start talking about that, you see Keisha leave. Yeah, yes I do. And will. Because that's not a conversation I want to have. And I'm not leaving in the way that I'm not about to hurt your feelings. I'm not. I'm just going to remove myself. I don't go places where people are doing things that I don't do. Thank you for the invite, but no thank you. At family functions. That's kind of the hard one when you set those type of boundaries. I'm not going to start, for example, I don't drink. But when I'm at a family function, when they start pulling out the bottles, they got about an hour with me. Because I know that my family takes it too far. And I set the boundary for myself, the rule for myself, that I'm going to leave. Love you all. Honestly, when the bottles come out, I begin my goodbyes, my circle. Y'all, I'm finna get ready to go. Let me pack. Yeah, because that's my responsibility. Setting boundaries is not the easiest thing to do because you will realize how many people actually benefited from you not having them. Because the minute that you set them, the people who benefited from you not having them will start to dismiss you. They'll go missing. They won't be available to you. Every party, everything that you invite them to, they won't be available. They can't come now. And it hurts because you start to see that those people may have been some of the closest ones to you. But my next tool lets you know is self-love. How much do you love yourself? Because if I set this boundary, it's because I love me. And if I let somebody cross that boundary, I'm saying that I love that person more than I love me. That's not healthy. That's not good. And it's not going to serve your next level. Self-love is not selfish. You got to love yourself first. That's period. It's impossible to really love somebody else if you don't know what love is. But more than anything, it's impossible to require somebody else to love you if you don't know how to love yourself. What does it take to love you? What does loving me look like? Yeah, I'm a tourist. I like good food and I know how to cook. And it's a labor of love when I'm in the kitchen. Like I'm literally listening to Luther Vandross and love music, beautiful music. Okay, when I cook. And that honestly is me, the movement of love for me. An act of love when I do it for somebody else. Right? And so my husband, when he cooks for me, I see that as an act of love. And he does it a little bit more now than he did before. Because he sees my reaction and knows how I feel about it. But I had to love myself first. Self-love is probably the most important kind of love. Because the more that you love on you, the more that it radiates to everything that you do, the more that you're able to give it to the people who love you. And the last one, as I stated before, audacity. Okay? That's that boldness to step into uncharted direction, okay, and to go against the norm. You cannot elevate yourself and not have some level of boldness about you. You have to, as they say, you got to stand on business about yourself, about your dream, about your vision, about your goals. Be bold. Have the audacity. And when people ask who you think you are, you better let them know everything God said. And with the boldness that exists inside of you, speak it and walk it. Oh, this is one of my favorite people in the world. Okay. Her energy still exists when I read her books, and her novels, Dr. Maya Angelou. You do the best you can until you know better. And then when you know better, you do better. And that literally reigns through all of my life. Sometimes you just don't, honestly, not even sometimes, but all the time. We really just don't know what we don't know. You just don't know what you don't know. And if your body, spirit, or energy has not moved you to research it, you won't know. But as you grow, you learn things, and you have to be willing to unlearn things as well. And when you do learn those things that contradict what you've known, but they are a reality, choose what's in alignment. Don't do things just because they're comfortable. Because very few things grow in comfortable places. Elevation is a step of growth. And you can't be comfortable and grow at the same time. Ask a butterfly, ask a plant. There's some stretching, some moving, some breaking, some cracking, and some removing. Letting the dead leaves fall, letting the old being go. Not always going to be easy, but it is always going to be worth it. So here we are. Where does your power come from? You have some tools. I've just given you some tools that you can use on your journey of elevation. Being able to cut things off, set boundaries, speaking it over yourself. And of course, walking it like yourself. Okay. As I said, self-love is a great tool and there's power there. Because when I love me, I value me. And when I value me, I'm aware of my worth. As a young girl, I didn't know my worth. I did not. As a matter of fact, I didn't think I was worth very much, to put it that way. I get too deep into the personal, but I didn't think I was worth very much, honestly. Um, and I walked around and I was treated as such. But as I got older and put in more work into developing who I am, some people, some ideas didn't work for me. Don't touch me. Do not approach me in that way. Pause, flash, bro. I had to set boundaries. I'm not going to allow this anymore. Well, your boundaries are your power because it sets your discipline, right? Because I know what I am willing to do, what I am not going to do, what I'm willing to accept, the environments that I'm going to be in. I set the rules for that. Affirmations, self-talk. Speak it over yourself. No, not every day. Every day I do not wake up ready to fight. Sometimes I have to go to the notebook or the sticky notes on the mirror. However, I have my affirmations set up, I got a whole book full of them. And just start to talk to myself, to remind myself of who I know I am, even if I don't feel it in that moment. Because your self-talk really becomes your reality. And many, many times, this is all about letting go, right? What you have to let go of, right? Disconnect from other people to reconnect to yourself. Disconnect from the voices you've heard, from the negativity that's been spoken, to connect to your vision and your purpose. It's essential. It's what has to be done. And you have to learn how to do that. But when you can disconnect, do it in a way that doesn't hurt you. And I say hurt you, meaning make you angry. Make stuff bottle up. See, for me, I speak from only my experience because I don't speak about others. I used to get so mad, my blood pressure is through the roof. And when I mean man, I'm talking about spitfire man, you hear me? But I've learned how to disconnect from the thing so that I can connect. I need to connect to why this even bothering me. Why does this even have the ability to try, okay, to make me upset? And then after I connect with me, I'm able to either bypass the thing or address it as necessary. That's how we talk about responding instead of reacting, right? You got to disconnect from something so that you can connect to yourself and come back with a response. Because if you react, you're not showing your best self. The truth is, whatever you give energy to will grow. And it's the reason you're going to need sometimes that snip, that disconnect is real, right? For me, my greatest connection is mine to God. And that's because it allows me a peace because I know that when I connect there, everything that I need is there. And I can literally meditate and feel what I need, the direction that I need to go in. And sometimes, I'm not gonna lie, but sometimes you like, Lord, I don't hear you. That means you need to be still for a while. Sit in it, deal with it, and allow it to teach you what you need to know. Your power is also in your vision. And I say that because what you see for yourself should motivate you. When you see yourself, should give you the energy to go forward. It should give you what you need in moments when it gets rough, when the doors get slammed in your face, because you know, I see this for a reason. And it's not for nothing. Your vision is your power because it allows you to know what is in alignment. If you don't have a vision, how do you know what aligns with your future? You don't. Your vision is important. We do vision boards every year, and I kind of adjust mine every 6 months because it's important to see where you're headed. It's important to have, for me, a physical thing that I can refer to in moments when things are getting hard. That's what my vision board does. But the vision in your head is just as good. Your power can be depleted if you're not careful about who has access to you. Too often we are in circles that do not serve our purpose, and you don't realize that you're trading your power for unwarranted access. Somebody that may have been in your life for years, and they make you feel important. They make, I need your help. Do you got a minute? Right? So you feel like they need somebody, they need a shoulder to lean on. But when they done, how do you feel? Did you just pick up all their problems? Are you trying to be Mrs. Fix It? Sometimes it's because you're allowing access to people who are not going where you're going, that your power gets depleted right in front of your face. The other part is creating connections to people who should have access to you, people who lift your energy. When you're around them, you feel free, you feel safe, you're able to talk about ideas, about advancement. People with that type of access raise your power. They increase your energy because now you have a circle of individuals who now you can raise, you can bring whatever may be bringing you down and get a real perspective on what you need to do next, whether or not that thing is good for you or not. Sometimes people listen, sometimes they don't. It depends on the value you place into your circle. But the goal is to have powerful friends and powerful people around you so that when you are accessing them, you know that you're getting the authentic response that you need. But even still, no voice is as powerful as your own. And lastly, time. Where you put your energy, where you spend your time, that's what will grow, right? So if I'm putting my time and my energy and my effort into what elevates me, it will become more powerful. My discipline will become greater. My ability to access what I need will move faster because my mind is not clouded by what other people say, other people are doing, me scrolling on the internet. Oh, yes, I am bad at it myself. None of that will have an effect on you because you're not spending time doing that. You're using your time wisely. And your time then becomes a power tool because I'm spending my time doing the things that advance me, working on the vision that is in my head for me. And I'm finding the power that exists in me to do it. Now that you have some tools and you got the power to use those tools, right? Who is your elevated self? When you look in the mirror, what do you see? And I want you to take a moment to envision where you want to be. And what's the difference between what you see in the mirror and where you want to be? When you envision where you want to be, take a minute, close your eyes and really think about that thing. What do I smell? What is around me? How does it feel? Who is around me? when I envision my higher self, I told my vision to my mom a long time ago, still working on it and elevating towards it every day. I want to own a private island. I said this more than 10 years ago because I know that water heals me. It's a very calming space, right? I know that I wanted to be by water, and I knew that I wanted a place where I would be able to relax and disconnect. So it felt peaceful. It felt serene. Who was with me? My husband, my chef, and occasionally when their flights came in, my friend. But they weren't there all the time. My peace was solo. Even my husband was gone sometimes. Like, my peace was solo. But that is my, and still is my vision of my elevated self. Have my peaceful place by the water that allows me to disconnect. But when I am working, I'm influencing and elevating and empowering lives, showing people how they can take charge of everything around them with just simple steps of discipline and believing in themselves and walking it like you told me. So even if you don't get a chance to take the moment now, take it. And ask yourself, what do I look like? What is my elevated vision? How does that feel? Now, when you get there and you have that vision, ask yourself, what's missing? What did you feel that doesn't exist in your life right now? When you had that elevated vision of self, well, what don't you have in your space? For me, it was a lot of noise, right? It was not a hustle and bustle type situation. There wasn't a lot of individuals around. It wasn't me trying to conform to other people's ideologies. None of that. And what was missing is what you most likely need to be removing. You can strive for that. Go for it. Move, and I do incrementally remove things that become noise, that become agitators, but for not for success, right? What did you notice about the environment? Like I said, my environment, water, heat, and I'm seeking waterfront property. Okay, even now, if I can show you where I am now, you see I like a view. Um, but this is my home, but it ain't quite by the water just yet. You know what I mean? So you want to seek it in real time. Seek it in real time so that you can begin to take the steps to get there in real time, even now. Even now. Because it all starts with your next choice. Your elevation is already in your hands. It's been written. It's been written. It's just about you taking the steps, taking charge of your future, taking charge of your vision, taking hold of what's next, believing in yourself, not just with words, but with action. But the words gonna come before the action. Because you gotta speak it over yourself before you can walk it like you talk it, right? You talk it before you can walk it. But you wanna make sure that you are in line with what you say. Let those words be in alignment with what you intend to get out of your life. Well, let's let go. We gotta let go to elevate. So you are the authority of your story. This is where you are. Speak it, because I am. Everything God says I am. And even more than that, I am what is in my spirit for me to be. I am not just what you call me. I am not just what you think I can achieve. But I am what exists on the inside of me. And I am going to do the work to get there. I will. What will you do? You will put those tools to work. Okay? You have to practice them. You will cut people off. You will cut places and things off that do not serve your purpose. You will set boundaries. You will practice self-love. And you will have the audacity to stand 10 toes down for the vision that exists inside of you. And you have the power to make your vision a reality. Only you. Yes, you. Yeah, you. And you possess that power in how you talk to yourself, in the boundaries you set, in the love you have for yourself, and taking pride in yourself, and being willing to honor the boundaries, being willing to honor the God in you, being willing to honor your vision. You have the power to make everything that you desire happen for you. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining me for my workshop. Again, my name is Keisha Johnson, and I'm the founder of Championing Your Scars Empowerment Coaching. My number is 269-224-2858, and my website is www.championingyourscars.com. I'm an empowerment coach, and I offer a free discovery call if you're interested in my services. I hope that this gave you something to work with, a little idea on how you can let go to elevate, and how far you can take that audacity that it takes to elevate and create the vision that's inside of you. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope you have an amazing day.
You ever wonder what life is like after the trauma? During the survival portion of life? Well, this next panel, these amazing women are going to talk about beyond survival, about queens getting the victory through resilience. Through resilience. Gotta say it twice because you want to make sure you capture resilience. We're going to get our rest. We're going to be survivors. Just someone, just surviving, but resilient. Come on into the room, because this is going to be what? Fire. I can't wait. I can't wait. Come on, man. I'm ready to be loved. I'm ready to be.
Tamika Miko Howard, also known as Coach Miko, the Trauma Chief. I am the moderator for today's panel discussion, Beyond Survival, Queens Crafting Victory Through Resilience. I am an active doctoral student pursuing my marriage and family therapy PhD at North Central University. I'm a licensed professional counselor in the state of Georgia. I am internationally certified, nationally certified, and locally certified as an advanced drug and alcohol counselor. I also serve the Department of Transportation as a substance abuse professional. I have been serving the Department of Veteran Affairs for the past 11 years as a federal suicide first responder for the Veterans Crisis Line. I'm the owner and primary therapist for my own private practice, Mind Elevation Keys for Overcomers. I want to welcome you to this panel discussion as we explore stories and experiences from dynamic, resilient women who have overcome adversity and challenges and emerged victoriously. Join us as we celebrate the strength and courage and tenacity of these incredible queens who have not only survived, but thrived in the face of adversity. Get ready to be inspired, empowered, and motivated to conquer your own obstacles and craft your own path to victory. Let's welcome together and join in honoring these resilient queens and their remarkable journeys. So at this time, I would like to introduce to some and present to others. First, Miss Tanya Middleton. She is a single divorced mother of 2 young adults. She is unbothered, unashamed, and unapologetic a woman of God. She is a daughter of the Most High. She has a conqueror's determination and an overcomer spirit. She has served as an entrepreneur since 1999, beginning as an event planner, and has taken on different ventures such as talent development, ministry enhancement, served as an Avon consultant and a paparazzi accessories, ladies, independent consultant. Ms. Middleton also hosted Middleton Motivations and Divine Dime Endeavors. She's had her hands in a lot of productive business endeavors. She's also pursued education to enhance her business strategies and savviness. Began a brand new LLC that's going to actually help to bring in the ability to embrace her skills at coaching and consulting, where she's going to provide laypersons with Christian counseling, confidence, and clarity coaching, as well as become a resource aid and advocate for domestic violence and abuse, and provide resources to address inner strength issues, self-esteem issues, church hurt, world hurt, with boldness and transparency, women ages 15 on up to the seasoned saints. And next we have Miss April L. Jacobs Jones. She resides in Summerville, South Carolina. South Carolina's in the house today, y'all. She lives with her husband, who she considers her best friend. And they have a blended family where 3 of their children are grown adults. She graduated from Summerville High School in 1990, and she attended South Carolina State University and Limestone College, where she pursued her bachelor's in social work. She's planning to continue on at the end of 2024. She's a life learner. She's trainable, she's coachable, and she's teachable at all times. She served in the United States Navy, and I salute you and appreciate that service and sacrifice. She was stationed even overseas in Italy. Writing is her passion. She has co-authored anthologies such as No Longer Drowning and Chapter 48. She has served and shared her testimony at different events and organizations throughout her area. Her testimony consists of experiences of thriving after domestic violence and not one, but two sexual assaults. Her desire, her aspirations, and her impact is on helping heal individuals who have been traumatized by abuse, domestic violence, and assault. Ladies, welcome and thank you so much for taking time from your busy schedules, from your families, from your home, from work, from school, to be with us today. I have a couple of questions that I want to ask each of you, and I look forward to this discussion. I want you to be yourself, be your true, authentic self, and let your light shine, shine, shine. Miss April, we're going to begin with you.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you share a brief overview of your journey from being a victim to becoming a thriver, and in the context of domestic violence and sexual assault?
Yes. My journey, in all honesty, is a continual one. As a thriver of multiple domestic violent relationships and sexual assault twice, it was very traumatizing. I first had to admit that I was broken and that I needed God to fix me. Only He could fix my broken pieces. I had to begin to do the challenging work. The scriptures say faith without works is dead. So I had to really dig deep after admitting to myself that I needed help. And I realized that God can take your mess and He can make it into a message.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. You are truly a trophy of God's grace. Well, thank you for being transparent, and thank you for inspiring and being a voice to the voiceless, because there are some women who are still trapped, stuck inside of these situations. And so you hold the keys to set the captives free.
Amen.
Do you have anything that you'd like to elaborate on, Miss Tanya,
Well,
in regards to the same question?
Okay, sure. Well, first of all, what I want to say is this. I think that I am a domestic violence overcomer. I do not see myself as a victim. I do not see myself as a survivor. I am an overcomer because I overcome, because that thing that tried to hurt me and kill me didn't do nothing but make me stronger. And like God told me years ago, I was built like a Ford truck. I'm built for this. I'm built for this. And each and every one of us are built like that. That may not be your story right now, but when I like what April was talking about, she was very transparent about how it changed her, but it didn't keep her down. You know what I'm saying? And I think that that's important in the context of being a domestic violence survivor, victim, overcomer. You know, God told us in His word that we are more than conquerors. And we can conquer these abuse and these traumas and these hurts and sexual assault and violations, which really what they are, when we understand who we are and whose we are. I believe that it takes the strength of God and the strength of a true village of people that understand that it is a progress. You don't automatically get out of these abuses. You don't automatically come out of these assaults. But if people will walk with one another, it's the one thing I did learn in this. When people walk with you through it, I don't want to start crying.
Me too.
I want to start crying.
Me too.
But if people who really love you will walk you through your hell, you come out like pure gold and look like you ain't never been through it. I'm an overcomer, and I don't look like I've been through a 6-year bid. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Thank you both. Thank you both. This next question, we're going to start with Miss April. What are some pivotal moments or strategies that help you transition from surviving to thriving after abuse?
I would definitely say prayer has been my number one strategy. I can remember years ago in church, going to the altar and just crying because I did not want that anger and that bitterness to take root inside of me. I didn't want to be what society calls the angry Black woman. So I had to really continuously pour my heart out to God as He healed those areas. I'm also a firm believer in counseling, therapy, and life coaching. Those have been and continue to be things that have continued to get me through as well. I feel as if every life coach needs a coach. Every counselor needs a counselor.
Absolutely.
And unfortunately, in our community, we feel as if what happens in the house stays in the house, or if it's in your family, you shouldn't share it. I feel as if you can't heal what you don't face. So those have been the things that have been pivotal, as well as being able to be in this space today, thanks to Miss Mary Davis and her team, a phenomenal team, for allowing me to share my story.
Thank you. Would you like to expound, Ms. Tanya?
Well, she already took the fact that faith is important, but I want to just say I got sick and tired of being sick and tired of being sick and tired.
Yes.
The energy that it took out of me. As y'all can see, I was doing like this because I was like, listen, I just did this face. But the energy, and it was years. I need people to understand it was decades. I didn't come to Christ until 1999. So I was in a bed, I call it a bed, for 6 years. And then that was with my son's father and then my daughter's father with the sexual miscreant things he did towards me. And that was 4 years. And it was years. I was the angry Black woman. I was her. That's why when you said it, I was like, ooh, because it brought back a memory of a place where I wasted energy and time being in a space that had I known God for myself. I didn't know God during that until 1990, for myself, till 1999. And once He told me who I was in Him, I had to walk that and believe it. That was the next thing. That was a pivotal moment. I grabbed onto faith, but then I had to believe. I had to believe that what He said about me, that I was made good, that I am fearfully and wonderfully made. And then He said, you better know it. He said, you better know it. And then I grasped it and I understood and I started walking worthy. I started to lift up my head. I started to elevate. I started to understand what it means to walk, not conceited and not cocky, but I'm convinced. I am convinced that I belong here. I'm convinced that I'm here. And can't nobody take that away from me. I may have been through something, but I'm here to be a testimony for somebody else that if God brought me out, He can do the same for them.
Absolutely. Yes.
He can do the same for them.
Thank you so much for your responses and reactions. Ms. Tanya.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to ask you, in the context of Queens envision living everyday victorious, authentic, thankful, and encouraged, how do you integrate soul care, soul, S-O-U-L, care, into your daily life to foster healing and newness?
Let me just say this. As a man thinketh, so is he.
Ooh, yes.
So it's very pivotal for us queens. I don't care what shade, what color, what size, what creed, I don't care. I need us to understand that we were created, and these are for our married people out there. I ain't married no more, but this is for my married people. We were created to be help meets to our mates, not doormats. And when we start to love ourselves, the exponential, enormous amount of love that we will put out just as women is mind-blowing. So when we start to envision ourselves, number one, as queens, when we start to envision ourselves beautiful in the sight of God, when we start to envision ourselves that though we wear many hats, every hat makes us beautiful, every hat makes us worthy, in every room, in every room. When we start placing standards in our lives, the reason I was abused is because I didn't put no standard in my life. I didn't put no value on my life. But when we start saying no, or I just can't do it today, and when we realize at this point in my life, I just turned 55 a couple of days ago, at this point in my life, my peace is not on the bargaining table. If it looked like it's going to disrupt my peace, I can't do it. Soul care is pivotal to how you walk in this life in every day. And it's an everyday journey. We got so many to-do lists that we forget to put us on the list. But it's an everyday journey. And when we start seeing that I am victorious, because God already told me we were. It's in the Bible. The devil loses. We're victorious, right? I like being real. I like being Tanya. I like being who I am. And I don't give no slack about it. I am who I am. What my intro say? Unbothered, unashamed, and unapologetically me. I am. Because you know what? I had to fight hell and grave to get here. So soul care means I take time for Tanya. I take time to meditate. I love sitting by the water. I love sitting under God's creation and just watching the skies. South Carolina got some of the darkest skies I've ever seen, but some of the most beautiful stars in the sky. And I love sitting beneath his creation and just saying, thank you, God. I wake up every day, giving God thanks, giving him glory, because I shouldn't have been here. But it's his grace, his mercy, and his unmerited favor that I'm here and we're all here. So soul care helps me to recognize, take care of me, and I can take care of everybody else.
Yes. Miss April, would you like to share?
Woo, trying to catch it. I'd like to first compliment you, Miss Tanya. You look wonderful for your age. I would have never thought 54 at all.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And I'd like to also piggyback on what she mentioned regarding the boundaries. That was an area, and still is an area, that I'm having to work through. Learn to say no and be okay with saying no, or not now. Prayer meditation is also one of the things that she mentioned that I love doing. I love listening to just the birds early in the morning. It reminds me that I'm still here. The water, because we have lots of beaches here in Charleston. So I love sitting by the water as well, and just self-reflection and self-awareness, really digging deep, doing that mirror work. Sometimes you don't like what you see, but the only way God can fix it is if you are intentional about changing it.
That's right.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Tanya, I'd like to begin my next question with you.
Yes.
How do you practice forgiveness on your journey? And what impact has it had on your personal growth and elevation?
Well, first of all, Miko, let me say thank you, because the question says, how do you practice forgiveness? Forgiveness is an art. It needs to be practiced every day. When I forgot which disciple asked Jesus, how many times do we forgive a person? 7 times 7?
70 times.
Jesus said, no, 7 times 70. Or 77, but you know, God's math is his math. He always math it right. But what he was saying was, we ought to forgive all the time. I was not a person that used to say, I apologize, or I'm sorry. I don't even like when people say to me, I'm sorry, because for me, sorry is a state of mind. But when you ask for forgiveness, when you say, I apologize, that should mean something. And I had to practice how to say, forgive me. It took me a long time to forgive myself, because I felt I put myself in situations that I didn't need to be put in, because I wasn't raised that way, right? So I was like, I did this to myself. So it took a long time until God said to me, if you don't forgive others, how can I forgive you?
Yes.
You're part of the others, Tanya. And I was like, whoa, wait a minute. I'm part of the others. And it was a light. And I had to do the mirror reflection. Thank you, April. I had to look in the mirror and say, forgive yourself. It's not still happening to you. It's over. And so as I started to do that every day, remember what I said, this is a journey. It's going to be an everyday moment by moment thing. And I kept forgiving myself, and I started looking in the mirror and forgiving myself. God in his awesomeness would start bringing people to you who will say, can you pray for me? And in that moment, you don't feel like you can do anything but want to cry your own eyes out. But in that moment, somebody asks for prayer. Okay, I can pray for them. And then you walk away feeling a little bit more fulfilled. Not all the way there yet, but I feel a little bit more fulfilled. So the next day I get up and I forgive myself for something. Somebody else come across. Can I talk to you for a minute? Sure. The art, the practicing of forgiveness is so pivotal in our lives as women, because for so long we've been used as doormats, we've been used as punching bags, we've been just used and mistreated by people who don't understand love. That we forget that we deserve forgiveness. And actually, we should expect it. And so if we keep practicing, it'll be easy for us to forgive it. And when we forgive it, let it go. The problem is we won't take it back. Dr. Drew Sheard, Kiara Sheard's father, he said the other day, he was like, the problem with forgiveness is that people have different definitions. When I say, I forgive you, or can you forgive me? Your mind is, okay, we can start right where we left off. No. My forgiveness is say, I forgive you, which means we wiping the slate clean. We got to start all over, because who I used to know is who hurt me. The person who's asking for forgiveness, now I need to learn you all over. Now and if I choose to, because it depends on how egregious the act was. But as long as I say I forgive you, penalty is no longer on me, and I am free. Praise the Lord, I'm free. So that's why I practice the art of forgiveness. Amen.
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 Like to expound, Miss April?
Yes. With forgiveness, that has been an area that has been, over the course of many years, very challenging for me. Forgiving myself and forgiving others. But I've found such a sense of freedom after letting go and releasing the guilt that I had and the shame that I had within myself, as well as just forgiving those that have hurt me. It has definitely taken time, and I agree with what Tanya said regarding it being an ongoing journey.
Thank you, ladies. I have another question I'd like to present, and either one of you can respond first, but I'd like to hear from both of you again, if you don't mind. How does self-validation, empowerment, and faith play a role in your journey towards personal elevation and overcoming challenges? How does self-validation, empowerment, and faith play a role towards your personal journey of personal elevation and overcoming challenges?
Well, if I don't love me, ain't nobody gonna love me. If I don't applaud me, I'm waiting for somebody to applaud me. I'll be waiting till Jesus come back and Mr. Rapture. Self-validation is important. We all have to know I need everybody to hear this. We all have to know that we deserve to be here. But we're here for we're here for a purpose. And our purpose is to elevate to greatness. And greatness does not amount to money. Because I know a lot of people with a lot of money who are depressed. It means, how do I define the greatness in my life? And how do I walk in? I can walk in a room and people be like, and all I do is walk in a room. It's not being cocky. It's because of the feeling that I have given them. Don't be afraid of me. I'm not here to do anything to you. I'm here to bring light and sunshine because I was dark for a long time. So they know that person. Who I am today, they can do nothing but give honor to God. I have to validate myself because if you don't like me, I have a friend that used to say, like it, love it, leave it or lump it. I can't change you. I can't make you like me. I can't. But I can be happy with me. And I've done all that I can do. Now, if I hurt you, I'm mature enough to come to you and say, I'm sorry. I don't mean to do what I didn't mean to do whatever you think I did. Let's talk about it. I apologize. Please don't count this against me. That's how important self-validation. For me to stay where I'm at and in my peaceful place, if nobody else loves me, I'm okay. It not only, it also empowers me to go in places and talk to people, be able to talk to youth who they call me the youth popo. It's a long story. But, to talk to the youth, my daughters and my son's friends, and tell them, listen, y'all don't got to listen to me. I want everybody to understand. I'm nobody but Tanya. But I've lived a life that I can share with you so you don't go down that way. Now, what you do with that after that, because many of them are adulting now, that's on you. But we need to learn to listen to wisdom people. I often say, I wish I hadn't moved out at 19. I should have held on just a little bit longer. But I had to go down that road. And from it, I've gleaned some stuff. So yeah, it empowers me to talk to women, even talk to men. I can't talk to men about everything, but even talk to men. We have to love and embrace ourselves. We have to understand that I'm different. I'm voluptuous. I don't call myself fat. That person may call me fat. Well, baby, how you like me now? Because I've already validated myself. Yes. You can't change how I see you. No one will ever get that power again. I will never give it up.
Thank you. Ms. April? For me, with the self-validation, that's an area that I definitely had to work through. I was a people pleaser. I worried about what people thought about me, and it caused me to shrink and dim my light. That's an area that I never want to go back into. I've since learned that God has placed this light in me for a reason, and I'm allowing his light to shine in me, through me, and around me. And that's one of the areas where my empowerment comes from. Yeah. Thank you.
I like it.
Next question. What does authenticity mean to you? And how has embracing your authentic self help you overcome adversity?
You want to take this one, April?
I like piggybacking off of you, but I'll go. I would define authenticity as pure genuineness, as well as staying true to who I am, my values, and whose I am. Not only whose I am, but who I serve, being God and who I'm called to serve, which is the masses. Authenticity to me also means knowing that I am a daughter of the King. And this journey of authenticity is not one of arrival. It's a constant thing for me as well.
And I found that the more that I embrace my authenticity and allow God's light to shine through me, the more self-respect I gain. And I've also gained the respect of others, which is important because at this age, I'd rather be respected than liked. You don't have to like me.
Yes.
I just want to be respected.
I need to say that again.
Yes. I'd rather be respected than liked.
Right.
And so I want to piggyback on that too. I wasn't always a people pleaser. I wasn't always a people pleaser. I always knew I was a leader. I was seen as tough, and I was like, that's not me. But I understand. You know, people see what they see. I get it. But when I came to really love who God has made me into, that's when I found the real Tanya. I love smiling. I love making people feel happy. I work in the healthcare industry. I love doing checkout. I love having a word for the patients. I love my coworkers. I love now I have a core set of friends. You notice my hand got real small and tight.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Because when I started showing my authentic self, God started showing me who's authentic towards me. And I need people who are not going to co-sign on my foolishness. I need real people that's going to love the very hell out of me. I mean, for real, for real. When I get to a space where I feel like, you know, years ago, I tried to take my life. Years ago, I wanted to leave here. My kids would have been okay. They would have got the life insurance money. You know what I'm saying? Stinking thinking. But when God showed me who I am, and he's like, I want you to be real. I need you to be real. That's why I'm not ashamed to tell my story about what I've been through. His authenticity should bring out a light in you. It should it should draw people to you, which gives you the opportunity to draw people to him.
Absolutely.
That's what your authentic self should do. Yes. It shouldn't be, you know, oh, this is a thing I can't stand, but I remembered it back in the day. Fake it till you make it. I don't want to do that no more. My mask is off. This is the most makeup I've worn in about 15 years. I don't want to fake it till I make it anymore. You get what you get. Like it, love it, leave it, love it. You get what you get. And, you know, either you're going to rock with it or you're not, but it won't hurt me anymore. It doesn't hurt my feelings that, oh, this person don't want to be my friend. It's okay. It's okay. As long as God is pleased with what I'm doing, then I'm all right. That's your authentic self. As long as God is pleased, it's okay that nobody else is okay with you. I'm not saying it's okay not to be accepted or liked or loved. What I'm saying is, if you can't do that for yourself, watch out for the ones who are trying to. You're joining the wrong gang, sis. You're joining the wrong gang.
Ladies, thank you. My next question. How do Black women's voices and collective actions shape communities and drive systemic change for a more equitable and just society?
Can you say it again? I'm sorry.
How do Black women's voices and collective actions, Black women working together on one accord, one band, one sound, saying the same thing, same message, to help shape communities and drive systemic change for a more equitable and just society?
Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. So I'm gonna be real, sisters, my black sisters. Hear me with your heart, please. Stop living and giving society what they want. What I mean by that is I know the names we've been called. I'm that bee. I know how we dress. And ain't nothing wrong with being cute and sexy. I'm not saying that because I'm cute and sexy right now. No, I'm not saying that. But here's the problem. We want to shout from the rooftop. You don't have the right to talk to me any type of way. You don't da 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 and blah, 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 blah. And now we're seen as anger. We're seen as loud by our own brothers. Now, brother, if you watch, okay? We have to say this. We can use our voices in such a way that it can turn this entire world on its ear. Because we do actually have something to say. We're nurturers. We really are. History has shown that. I can go all the way back to Mammy and them. Okay? I can't. But we have to understand that if we keep giving society what they want, if we keep saying, I'm going to dress like this, I think we have some of the most amazingly beautiful entertainers and artists out there. And sometimes I just wish they could be seen past just this and justice. Because they really do have something to say. Cardi B is very smart. People don't even recognize that. She really is. But because we give society what they want, it's the, what's it called? Stepping fat, shucking jive. That's what they used to call it, you know. Oh, yes, oh, our voices, they can't quiet our voices once we get started. They can't. That's why they try to shut us down. That's why they try to stay in your place. My place is worldwide, honey. I'm a daughter of the king. My place is worldwide. Ain't that what, who said that? Kennedy? Worldwide. So if we can just and come together and cut all the cattiness.
Yes.
Did I say that? If we could cut all the cattiness against one another, I promise you, we can raise up some Michelle Obamas. We can raise up some Kamala Harris. We can raise up some Mama Maxine Walker. But we really gotta, I hate to say this, I think we are one of our culture are not connected enough. And we gotta get connected enough to show how powerful we are. Not just when something happens for a moment and now the Black Lives wanna have a movement. We got to remember what King fought for. Remember what Malcolm fought for. We got to remember what our forefathers and our foremothers fought for. And we got to keep that hope and we got to keep that light going. If we would only come together. We got to come together.
Thank you. April?
She said a lot. I was just very engrossed in what she was saying. Absolutely. The unification. I think we as sisters, sometimes we compare ourselves to each other instead of recognizing that we all have something to bring to the table. I think about the Willie Lynch theory a lot, where it's still manifesting itself today with the division based upon size, based upon complexions, and it's sad. extremely sad. I often think about what we can do collectively to become unified. And I think it just starts with our individual desire for that change to take place. Hopefully each one will teach one.
I agree.
I agree.
How do you challenge your experiences into advocacy?
Miss Tanya, did you want to go first, or?
Well, y'all know I got a big mouth. I got a big mouth. My spiritual mother, my pastor, she be like, that's the one daughter that I can't keep shut. She gonna say what she gonna say. She gonna pray about it first. Then she gonna say what she gonna say. And then she gonna say, if it hurts, say ouch. And if you agree, say amen. I think that if we all can come together and collectively really talk about our hurts and our pains, our struggles, and the things that we would love to see happen. It may not happen overnight. It may not even happen while our eyes are still open.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a generation coming up. And this generation, what we call the social media generation, oh, they're going to post you. They're going to put you on blast. That's what they say, right? They're going to put you on blast. But we got to give them something to blast. We got to say domestic violence is not acceptable. No one has the right to hurt you. No one in any type of abuseful, way. Nobody has the right to. We have to go to when they changed that Roe versus Wade. Father help me. I might have to sip some water. When they changed that Roe versus Wade decision around, I said, hold up. Have y'all lost your mind? Do you know rape still happens? Still happens. Even in the confines of marriages. I said it. In relationships. I said it. And this woman should still keep her baby. And I'm not saying abortion is right. I'm not saying abortion is wrong. I'm saying it's a woman's right for what she does with her body. We got to talk more about that. We got to talk about our sons and our daughters getting murdered in the streets like we don't matter, because you're not afraid of what I was about to pull out. You were already scared because of my skin color. And all I was about to pull out was my ID, because that's what you asked me for. That's what you wanted. I cry right now because I had to teach my son that you're a Black man in the South. And you're a tall Black man in the South. It hurts. It hurts. But as long as I got a mouthpiece, and I say wrong is wrong. I remember asking one of the mothers of the church, who told us we were slaves? That we started living our lives as slaves. Who told us? I said, because I'm a little confused. I'm a little confused. And so she said something very interesting. She said it only took one person to get into the mind of the right person. And that right person went about and said, oh, you know what? We're less than them. I said, now, how powerful would it be if we got that one right person to get into the mind of the right person, and let's change it all around? That's how we advocate for change. That's how we say enough is enough. And like they said in the movie Color Purple, hell no. That's how we say it.
Yes, thank you. Miss April, would you like to expound further?
With my question, I gave ways that I myself advocated. I don't know if that's the correct way to answer or respond, but okay. Yes.
If you had some additional responses. I was giving you the opportunity.
Okay.
Well, ladies, it's been a pleasure.
Thank
I
you.
have truly enjoyed you, and I hope that our audience enjoyed this as well. Thank you for joining us on our panel discussion, Beyond Survival, Queens Crafting Victory Through Resilience. In this discussion, we heard inspiring stories, reactions, thoughts, and experiences of women who have overcome challenges and emerged stronger than ever, who have been equipped to serve and make an impact on other women around them and the community at large. We learn the power of resilience, courage, and determination to face the adversity head on, and also the power of forgiveness of self and others. We learn that trouble don't last always, and that it's okay to say no, and it's okay to say yes to self. Self-love is not selfish. Self-love heals. It's okay to speak life into ourselves, because self-validation is very important. We carry us with us wherever we go. So we have to have a solid relationship with ourselves. Mm-hmm. If we're no good to ourselves, if we can't love ourselves, we can't give that away to others. And as women, meaning we can't make a profound impact and leave an indentation like we're intended to do. We learn the strength within us to overcome any obstacle and craft our own paths to victory. My story is your story, is your story. And then we all have our own individual differences. And it's important that we don't lose our authenticity while blending with each other. But it is important to come together collectively to be the voice, the voiceless, and to make an impact on our communities, to make it a better place to live, breathe, work, serve, and reside. Thank you so much for this empowering conversation. I'm Coach Miko, the Trauma Chief. Thank you so much for your time and attention to me. God bless you.
God
Love
bless
y'all.
you. Thank you. Thank you. Take care. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Katrina Clark says that elevation will not occur through osmosis, which means we have to do something. So let's find out what it is that we need to do, because Katrina Clark is going to give us the steps to how we can elevate without just trying to make it happen in our minds through just automatic happening, but in fact, using our minds, using those other tools and strategies. So tap on in, y'all. Come on into the room. Yes, I'm still enjoying the sun. I'm trying to elevate my vitamin D. And for Dr. Stephanie Wall, come on in, dial in, dial in.
Hi, Katrina Clark here, aka Coach Katrina. I am the owner of Louisa 5-7, which is a coaching practice to help individuals be in tune to their mental and emotional health and wellness. I develop programs that deal with one-on-one coaching for people to actually come and talk about what's going on in their lives. I've created programs to help people learn how to make money in the financial market. And then this year, I embarked on a program to help individuals who want to become entrepreneurs and business owners hone in on their skills, always with the focus of giving yourself time to mind your mind and stay in tune to your mental and emotional health. My business is dedicated to the memory of my mother, Laverne Louise Clark, whom had mental illness all her adult and teenage life. She suffered with mental illness to the point that she was unable to raise me and my siblings. My mother had 4 children. I'm the oldest of the 4. My 2 brothers and I were raised in foster care, part of our time together, and we went through a very tough childhood. Very tough childhood. I knew my mom up until the age of 6. She was separated from me, and then we reunited as I was a fully grown woman and had a teenage daughter. I met my mother in the month of February. I helped take care of her for a while, and then 4 years later, in the month of February, my mother passed away. I dealt with grief. I dealt with mental anguish. I dealt with I was wrecked emotionally. But when I came to myself, when I stared life in the face and I came to terms that I had to do something in the memory of my mother, I created this business. So Louisa 57 is here to champion others to take time to mind your mind, be in tune to your mental and emotional well-being. I am Coach Katrina, your mind coach. My name is Katrina Clark. I go by the name Coach Katrina, your mind coach. I am the owner of a business called Louisa 57. While I help individuals understand their thoughts, their emotions, and get to the basis of their feelings. I have helped individuals learn to find new things about themselves, discover newness within, start new jobs, pursue businesses, and recreate themselves. I practice by saying, mind your mind. It's time to mind your mind, because I want you to intentionally take time to digest what you're thinking, while you're thinking it, and how you feel. Today, I'm going to be talking to you about the topic, elevation won't happen through osmosis. Now, when you hear that, what do you think I'm saying? Do you get what I'm trying to get across when I say elevation won't happen through osmosis? Well, I'm going to break it to you down like this. Elevation means to rise, progressively rise from one level to the next level. It means to accelerate. And then the term osmosis, which is generally a scientific term that defines the process of water turning into gas. It notes that it is a passage from one stage of water molecules moving through a membrane to change its form. Now, I'm going to borrow osmosis and use it in a metaphorical term as you continue to tune in. But before I proceed, I want to ask you, what do you want? What is the life you want? For many who will tune into this, I believe it's because you desire something in your life, but you have not achieved it yet. Something about you, your situation, your circumstances, how you think is preventing you from progressing into the next elevation of your life. Now, I know all of us are in a time where everything is presented to us in some form of video, infographic, audio, And as we continue to live, it's going to be more technology that's just going to be putting things in our faces all the time. We're going to always see things. We're going to always see people. And we're going to begin to want to live the great life that we see others living. What gets missed, though, often is the work that individuals have put in to achieve the life that you constantly see, that you constantly follow. Some of us think that if we just like their posts all the time, comments on their posts, listen to all their podcasts, read their blogs, that we are just going to somehow or another come into the life that they live. That we're going to get through it, we're going to get there by way of osmosis. But we are a bit more complex than water molecules. We will have to commit to doing some things so that we can elevate. Now, I'm going to briefly touch on 3 key points that I want you to consider as you work on elevating to your next level. Clarity, adjust, and cultivate. Now, there's a distinct need to clearly see where you are going when you drive, walk, and move. We move with a purpose. You get up from the table, put your plate in the sink. You did that. That was a purpose. You may not think about it, but that truly is a purpose. Additionally, some of us have to walk up a flight of steps to open a door, to get somewhere. We are intentionally moving one leg, one foot at a time, and going up that flight of steps. Whatever the reason is, whatever the desire is, whatever the need is, that progression from one step to the next is you elevating. Now, just that right there, I want you to think about that. That's the same concept you will need to elevate from the stage of osmosis to your desired reality. You see something you want, you're taking these steps to get there. The next point I want to briefly draw your attention to is adjust. The term adjust is closely connected to the word change. Many of us do not like that word change. Just me saying it probably made you feel some kind of way, brought on some type of emotion, maybe an event that happened or something that you were forced to do because it required you to change. It required you to adjust how you were doing things previously so that you can start doing things a different way. There are a lot of emotions that people have when it comes to change. I understand. But for a lot of us, adjusting change is what's keeping us stagnant. We don't want to do it. We don't want to adjust or change. We are truly stuck from elevating because we won't commit to doing that. And that is truly a mental block. But I would tell you, that's the very thing you need to do and commit to getting to that desired state of living that you truly want. My third point that I want you to embrace is cultivate. Now, this may seem like a bit of a new concept to some of us to hear the word cultivate, but cultivate is really about improving. Cultivating yourself means that you are committing to improve, to grow. Growth, yes, it happens physically, but there is also growth that happens internally within yourself. Personal levels of knowledge, cultivate knowledge, You grow in your communication skills. You grow in your emotional acuity, how you understand, relate to people. These are just to name a few things, a few ways that you will need to cultivate. Just like a farmer produces crops year after year, the various things that we all eat, potatoes, corn, and other grains, a farmer has to cultivate their land to keep producing the fruit. They have to change, they have to add fertilizers, they have to expand their the area that they farm, till the ground. They are adding into their soil to keep producing the fruit and the vegetables that we need. They are cultivating. This is something that you will need to embrace. So, the 3 points that I have brought to your attention today are clarity, adjust, and cultivate. And if you like these 3 points and you want to hear more, I am going to be doing an in-depth workshop that will explain more in detail what these 3 things are, how you can put them into practice in your life, along with a few others. My workshop titled From Osmosis to Elevation, Do This. I do want you to do things so that you can go from osmosis to elevation. My name is Katrina Clark, and I hope to see you again in my workshop. Hello. Thank you for coming to join this workshop. For those of you that heard my keynote, I am Katrina Clark, and this is a continuation of the keynote you heard a little while ago. For everyone that's joining now, I will introduce myself to you. I am Katrina Clark, the owner of Louisa 57. I am your mind coach. I help people come into understanding of their thoughts, their emotions, and how they feel. I help people learn to discover newness within, overcome mental blocks, and some have started their own business and pursued new careers. Today, I am going to help you overcome from osmosis to elevation, and I'm going to give you some key points that you are to do. Do this. Now, in this workshop, you will learn my why. I believe we all need to have a why. A why is an emotional connection to why you are doing something. It's the reason behind you doing something. For those that are business owners and entrepreneurs, you have a why connected to that. So I'm going to tell you the why for this program. Then we're going to go into the osmosis of you, your business, and your life desires. Then we're going to go a little more in depth into the points that I spoke about earlier. Clarity, adjust, cultivate. And all of these are coming from a program that I have designed called Hello Entrepreneur. It's from the anagram COACH, COACH. You will learn the clarity module for the first C. You will learn about the adjust module for the A. And then you will learn about cultivate for the second C. And then we're going to do a personal reflection. After that, I'm going to personally invite you to connect with me. I hope you're ready. My why for Hello Entrepreneur is because I know the frustration. I know the desire to want to keep going, but want to give up. I know what it feels like when life is coming against you, but you are trying to stay committed to that business. You have bills to pay. You have children to feed. You have to take care of yourself. If you have a spouse, you have to be there for them. You don't want to forget about all your family. You don't want to forget about your friends. It's just life happens. And those stressors have a direct effect on you and your business, your goals. So, because of all the struggles that I've went through to become an entrepreneur and the struggles that I still go through on this path of entrepreneurship, I know the need to actually have someone come in there, help you take an idea, a thought about a business, build it from the ground up to get you prepared to go to the world and market your business and yourself. It takes personal commitment, it takes growth, it takes support, it takes someone being there for you. So, my program is going to give you key points, is going to help you develop yourself, and most importantly, it's going to include one-on-one attention to your mind and your emotions. As you grow as an entrepreneur, as you grow as a business owner, and even those who are not desiring to grow in entrepreneurship, you have a desire in your life. You have things that you want to accomplish. My program will help you with that. I am a mind coach for a reason. Osmosis to elevation. As I talked about earlier, osmosis is a metaphor. It implies what you want to happen, but it won't just happen by being around others. It won't just happen by being on social media. It won't just happen by just talking about something. You must work for it. So we're going to take osmosis and we're going to actually go into being in a process of elevation. Remember, elevation is the leveling up. It's movement from one level or phase to the next. My program, Hello Entrepreneur, is here to help you. In my program, you are going to learn about clarity, as I talked earlier. You will learn about organize, what that actually means for you as an entrepreneur. You will learn and implement adjust. As we talked about earlier, adjust means change. And then you will be guided on cultivating yourself, developing yourself. And from there, we will learn hone and harness. Hone and harness means actually taking all phases of the program and putting it into you deeply within. How you will hone in on key areas of yourself and how you will level down or harness on those things. Now, do this, the first C of coach. It is clarify. When you have clarity about something, you have a connection to that something. You know the who of that something. You know the what of that something. You know where it's going to happen. You know why. Why is your emotional connection? Why is the specific thing that makes you the one to carry out and do that thing? Why is your direct connection to who It's your direct connection to what? It's your direct connection to where? The very thing that you want to happen, that you desire to happen, is because of you and the why. Take a moment and reflect on the you and the why of the desire you have. If you are a business owner, if you are an entrepreneur in the making, what is the why about it? What is the you about that thing? Who are you trying to help and impact? Where is it going to happen? In the Clarify module, you will actually be writing these things out. The more you write, the more this within, and the more of this is connected to that. There is an emotional connection. There needs to be an intense emotional connection to the thing that you want to happen, to that business, to that change in your life. You get it by clarifying it. And the more clear it is, the stronger your desire is for it. In this module, you will also learn what your strengths are. There are some strengths that we all have that we truly know that these are our strengths, but then there are some hidden strengths. There's a free test that you'll be taking. It's called a Strengths Finder. It will ask you a series of questions, give you some scenarios, and then based upon those answers, it will give you blocks of information to show you what your strengths are. Once you know what your strengths are, you will then be guided on how to develop a strengths statement. You need to be telling yourself often, I am strong in this because I can do this. You need to know what your strengths are. And as you build your business, you need to know what your strengths are so that you can apply them to your business, so that you can apply them to that desire you have in your life. The Strengths Finder is going to be an eye opener for a lot of you. All right, let's go on to the next. Do this, the A of COACH. This is adjust. Now, for those of you that listen to the keynote, you know that adjust means change. It means changing yourself so that you can move or elevate to the next thing. As a business owner, as a leader, as an entrepreneur, as a mother, a father, a student in school, an athlete, politician, a faith leader, whatever it is that you are pursuing or that you desire to have, it's going to require you to make some changes. Adjust comes in after the clarity module and after the organize module. You'll have time to analyze the information received, and then you will adjust. There will be key markers that you will be guided on making a note of, and then tracking how you adjust. tracking how you implement those changes and how those changes apply to your business or whatever it is that you are designed to happen. What needs to be changed is going to be based upon what you need to change, what you see that's been brought to your attention, and what you have discovered that is needed to elevate. Adjust is the crux of your elevation. There is no change, there is no movement until you make the adjustment. Then you'll start seeing yourself progressively elevate. Do this. The second C of COACH. It is cultivate. Cultivate is do the work on you. It's the work on you. When you truly commit to changing, when you truly commit to working on the desires of your heart, when you truly commit to honing in on what it is that you really want to happen, that emotional attachment, you will be doing the work. You have to do the work. And as you are cultivating, it's going to be some things you're going to come into terms with within yourself, some new discoveries about life, some new discoveries about people around you. And it's going to have a mental, how do I want to say? You're going to have some moments of mental clarity, then you're going to have some moments of just mental exhaustion. And it may weigh on you. In the cultivate module, that's when you'll want to really dive into the group support and then having one-on-one sessions with me, because mental and emotional check-ins is what I'm going to make sure you do as you cultivate. Elevation is dependent upon your ability to cultivate. You are going to be tracking your progress, and it's going to be personalized. Each person is going to have different things going on. Each person is going to come to a mental awareness. Each person is going to have either good moments of emotional support and then low moments where you'll need emotional support. Cultivate is key in you becoming that true, solid business owner, that entrepreneur, that leader. Cultivating yourself is going to produce the results that you truly want. All right. So now we are at the part where it's time for a personal reflection. Before we do so, I want you to sit back and just imagine yourself in that place, at that position in life that you have dreamed of. You have dreamed of making it there. You are there. You are there. If it's having that $5 million, you are there. You have it in your hand. If it's having, I don't know, if it's having 5 cars, luxury cars, and you are in your big garage of your 10-bedroom mansion, looking at all your cars, and you are just so happy to see all your cars and you don't know which car you want to drive that day. Or you are someone that desire to have children and you're sitting looking at your children run around in the backyard and you're just seeing them laugh and smile. Or you were someone that's a franchisee and you desire to have this franchise be in all 50 states of the United States. And you have teams in each state reporting to you on the sales, reporting to you on the staff. And you are sitting back like, wow, this is really happening. And then you reflect on what you did to get to where you are. You reflect on, wow, that moment when you just knew it just wasn't going to happen. Those moments when you knew it just wasn't going to happen. But now you are there. You are there. What does that feel like to you? Does it make your heart race? Does it make your face hurt from smiling and laughing so much? You have joy. You have excitement. And for those of us that are like in the middle of progressing to that, some of us already have businesses. Some of us are entrepreneurs. Some of us are multiple entrepreneurs. We've had businesses over time, and we have a business and then we're branching off to another business. We're authors, we're cooks, we're designers, we're content creators. So we're in the middle of building, and to see ourselves in the place that we are right now, but in the future, we're reflecting back on where we are. This moment in time is pivotal for you to get to your next. It's the moment of now that's going to help you really get yourself in place to have the life that you want. On this slide, it says current place in life. What does elevation look like to you? Seriously, what does it look like to you? Hopefully, you heard my keynote before this, and it got you wondering and thinking about elevation. Take a moment and consider and think what elevation looks like to you. And as you're thinking about that, reflect on what I've told you. What is osmosis that I want you to realize? What is it about osmosis that I want you to realize? I've told you it's a metaphor. I told you it's a process of water changing from one form to the next. But how does that relate to you, though? How does osmosis relate to you? And now, the life you want. How can you apply clarity to what you desire? Remember, this is a key component to connecting yourself to what it is that you want to happen. Are you at a place right now where you have clarity? Or are you at a place right now where you need help getting clarity? Clarity, when it's crystal clear, you can quickly answer your why, what, where, who, and make all of those points connect to you. Are you at that place right now? Do you understand the point of adjust? Do you understand that? Remember, adjust means change. Have you been told that you need to change anything about yourself? Anything about yourself to help you improve, to get something that you want, to get to where you want, to achieve something you want? This is a good question for an athlete or for someone who's trained for a marathon. If you've not been an athlete for some time, or never been an athlete for some time, but you desire to become an athlete, you desire to run a marathon, there's going to be a lot of things that you are going to have to adjust in order to get to that level that you want, in order to qualify for that race. You will have to adjust. Are you willing to cultivate yourself to get the life that you want? Are you willing to do that? You willing to take the extra classes that you may need to take? You willing to be coached? Are you willing to have a mentor? Some of us that are fully grown, that have raised children or currently raising children, may feel some kind of way about someone telling you what it is that you need to do. However, there is a level of change within you. There are things about you that you will have to do in order to get that thing that you want in life, in order to get that business, in order for people to want to partner with you, in order for people to invite you to do projects with them, in order for people to want to do a contract with you. You will have to become cultivated. Write down a time when you have seen yourself cultivate a change or an adjustment. Write that down. I'll give you a few seconds to just think about that. Are you currently in a place right now where you are cultivating, where you are adjusting? If you have joined this workshop, you're at least considering it. That's a good step in the right direction. What are you going to do after this? The life you want is connected to your clarity about that life, how you adjust, and how you become cultivated. Now that you have gotten a taste of some of the modules of the Hello Entrepreneur program, I'm going to break down my program in full. Now, my program has 10 modules. It's on 5 specific topics. It's on the clarify. It's on organize, it's on adjust, cultivate, hone and harness. Hone and harness. Each topic is divided in 2 sections. So like when you were in high school or college, you had English 101 and English 104. Here you have clarify point 1 and then clarify point 2. I want you to spend time truly getting clarity on what it is that you are trying to accomplish. And then we have organize. Organize 1 and then organize point 2. That is more so, the first one is more in line with various things that you have to do to set up your business. And then point 2 is seeing how the things you set up in your business is propelling you to do other things to set up your business. As business owners, and especially if you are a growing business owner, you know that organize is key to elevation, to leveling up in your business. There are things that you have to do, licenses that you have to get, depending on what type of business that you want, registrations, various things. That's part of organizing your business. And then the type of business you're going to have. Do you want to be an LLC? Do you want to be incorporated? Do you want to be a sole proprietor? What's involved in all of that? But that's all in levels. That's why there's organized 1 and then there's organized 2. And then we get to A, the adjust. One of the ones that I have focused on a lot today. There's adjust 1 and then there's adjust 2. The reason for adjust 1 and adjust 2 is because those of us that have been in business for a while, and even those of us that do anything in life, you'll try something and then something will happen, or you'll come to an awareness of something and then you'll have to change that thing. And then the thing with the big concept with adjust is that as a business owner, that's going to be throughout your business owner journey, throughout your entrepreneurship journey. Adjust point 1, you change some things, you keep a track of how those things are. You go through training, you go through mentoring, you go through coaching, and then you recheck and make adjustments again. Then there's cultivate. Cultivate 1, cultivate 2. That's all about your personal growth. All about things that you need to change within yourself. Have you enrolled in college or enrolled in some classes? Various things like that. How you do presentations. Do a presentation. What are you'll share feedback about the presentation. Networking with individuals. You do that in point 1, you put in the work, and then point 2, you show how the work has been done, the changes, who you've connected to, and so on. And then hone and harness is more of the one-on-one coaching. It's the one-on-one coaching to help you pull all the parts together, help you get a 180-degree view of yourself and your business. Hone and harness is going to take the information, especially that you learn in one of your strengths, and then seeing how you're applying those strengths in your business, seeing how those strengths in your business interact with your personal life and your relationships. And as I said, all of this will focus on your mind and emotions. As you change, you progress, you move towards your goals, you move and you develop your business, you will have various moments where it's just gonna all come together, and then moments where it won't, and then moments where you just want to give up. But your mind and emotions have to be tended to. You have to do your check-ins, and you have to constantly feed it so that you can keep moving, you can keep going. And then, as some of my favorites that I love is the actual coaching, the one-on-one coaching, where you get that personal conversation. And then, depending on who enrolls in a program, we have group coaching. Group coaching allows you to see others that are in the program, and we all come together and we all just talk. It's like the meeting of the minds is what I like to call it. And the length of the program is anywhere from 6 months to 9 months for all of the modules. I have one person that's in it now. It's taking him a little while because just life is life for him right now. But it's showing a progression of 6 to 9 months. And it's at your pace. There will be just a set price for the program, and you have 6 to 9 months in the program. It's very interactive program. There are videos, there are guides for each module, and it's not like you just go in there and do all of it together, all at once. It is a very intense, fun, and enjoyable growing process for anyone that needs help getting a business going, up and running from an idea to an actual full business. This is an awesome program, especially because it's a program that focuses on the whole you, the whole and progress. It's not an all one and done. It is over time. And then there's going to be what I call the bonus or the zenith. That's when you will have the opportunity to showcase your business on my talk show. So I have a talk show, and I have a bi-monthly magazine that I call a new zine. You will have the opportunity to be featured in that. That is the bonus. That is the zenith. That's the thing that's going to help you really connect and get you out there in front of others, showcase yourself and your talents. The zenith. All right. You're at a point where you got to decide your investment into your life and your business. The Hello Entrepreneur Program is for you. Classes will be starting. I'll be enrolling now for April start date. And if you are interested in just getting to know me, interested in having a more in-depth conversation, interested in just having a one-on-one to just talk, because out of everything I do, I want you mentally and emotionally well. And I know sometimes that just requires having somebody to talk to. I am here for that. You are welcome to set up a 30-minute session with me. The link is there. You'll be provided with the link as well. You can go to my website, www.louisa57.org, to learn more of what I do, get some more in-depth information about me and my reason for my business, who I'm doing my business for, what are my dreams and my goals for the business. And you just send me an email, Coach Katrina at louisa57.org. And if you're interested in a Hello Entrepreneur, just put that in the subject line, Hello Entrepreneur, so that I know what information to follow up with you. Or if you're just interested in saying, Hi, you enjoyed the session. Whatever the case is, I want to hear from you. I want to connect with you. But definitely the Hello Entrepreneurship Program is about to be ready for new students in April. So if you're ready or you know someone that is interested in this course and they want to get more information, send me an email. Again, my email address is www.louisa57.org. And then my link to schedule is right there, louisa57.setmore.org/Katrina Clark. Get more information, connect with me. I really want to hear from you. I really want to help you. I am so in love with helping entrepreneurs. That's my desire for this year, is to help entrepreneurs. Help entrepreneurs and business owners, because I'm one of those and I know what is needed. So I want to thank you very much for tuning into this workshop. I hope that you have learned something today. If at the very most, those 3 key points that I talked about in my keynote and that I address here in this, remember the Hello Entrepreneur Program is based on the anagram COACH, COACH. That is clarify, organize, adjust, cultivate, hone, and harness. You have what it takes to get your business truly up and running or continue going. You have what it takes to reach your dreams, to have your dreams, to reach your goals. You have what it takes. You're going to have it. You're going to achieve it this year and many years to come. Thank you very much for tuning in. I am Coach Katrina, owner of Louisa 57. I am your mind coach. I want you to know it's time to mind your mind.
Well, Ms. Davis actually gave us like a little impromptu, like, I need your elevator speech. If someone walked up to you, like within 2 minutes and say, so exactly what does your organization do? What are your intentions? You know, you have to be ready. And I just took that and I kind of like ran with that again, which was one of the main topics that she focused on. And, you know, being that impromptu, which actually, you know, kind of force you to say, okay, I got this. This is my second to actually win over a funder. So, after completing the mastermind program, it was inevitable that, you know, you have all the tools now to be successful. So actually what I did was I stepped out on faith, ready to take on this world, ready to say, okay, if I fail, at least I tried. But I was very optimistic that I wasn't going to fail. So not only did it help me, but it gave me the encouragement to be successful in life. I've been doing well. My nonprofit has been doing well. It gave me that encouraged that within me to actually say it's your time to shine. So it gave me that drive, that enthusiasm, that yes, this is your time. You just have to keep walking and keep moving and not look back. because there's always obstacles and challenges that may come about, but it's how you deal with the obstacles and the challenge. So I do have a nonprofit organization that is called Homes Helping Hands. So Homes Helping Hands, Inc. Works with young adults between the ages of 18 to 28. So when we talk about my passion to work with that generation, it is inevitable that they need special tools. They need the tools to be equipped to be successful. So what Homes Helping Hands done, we actually provide job placement for them, career development, life skills, financial literacy. You know, those are some of the tools that generation is missing. And when I'm out there, I often think back on coming through the course and how Mary would say, take a moment, pivot, look back, look at your surroundings, and see what you bring to the table, how to help this generation. Because right now there's such a need in helping this generation. I love them. It's always been my passion. Believe it or not, my husband and I actually have 24 God kids. So, yeah, 24 God kids. So for years, we've actually reached back and helped those young adults, even with jobs, and to give them a second chance. Just because you made a mistake doesn't mean you have to lay in the mistake. Right. Mistakes happen. It's what you pick up and move forward. Like I said, it was an opportunity for me. As Mary would say, I had everything on paper. And she was like, I just need you to execute it. Yes. And she pulled it out. Yes. Believe it or not, I actually just stepped out on faith. I took a year off of my job to say, I just need to focus on this here. I just need to focus, launch this, bring awareness to my nonprofit organization. Yes, they are thriving. When you get a text message or an email from one of your clients and they're overjoyed and say, oh, I got into this university, or I got this job, thank you so much, because I love to do the transition from before and after, whereas I help them with their interview skills. I prompt them with the right resume writing skills. So when they do go on that job, they nail it. Excuse me, they're prepared. And then one thing that always resonated with me was one of my clients that said she went in for the interview and the manager said, in 10 years that I've been working in retail, no one has walked in with a resume. Yes. Wow. Yes.
I bet she felt really good.
Yes.
Being that prepared.
Yes, and she actually nailed the job, and she's a part-time. She's a manager now. Wow. She's a manager. Wow. Yes. So so like I tell my young adults that work, there's nothing too hard. No. You just have to put the work in part, and that's the mastermind makes you look within to your why.
Yes, it's just very big on the why.
The why, right? Because I always say, is your job is just a job or it's a passion? Right. If it's a passion, you would put more into it instead of
feel like a job.
Exactly.
Because you're passionate about it.
Yes, you're very passionate, and I have a deep passion to help those young adults because I do want them to succeed.
I hear it. I hear it in your voice, and I can see it in your eyes, Renee. Honestly, it is really beautiful to see. And honestly, I wish more people would follow their passion. I guess more people need to sign up for this master's course.
Yes.
Getting at.
Yes.
I'm going to wrap up here, but I would like to know, based on your experience, and I hear a lot of growth has come from this mastermind course. My last question is, like, how do you plan on applying these lessons and strategies that you learn for your future endeavors? What are your future endeavors? How do you plan on applying what you've learned from the mastermind course to your future endeavors?
Yes. Well, my future endeavors is to actually be able to contribute to. My future endeavors is actually to dedicate 100% of my time to my nonprofit organization. I know it's a sacrifice, but I'm willing. Connect partnerships, resources, so that when the young adults are at a plateau, or when they're at a point in their life and they say, I want to go to college, I want to do a technical school, I'm able to provide finances for them to say, okay, well, I'm going to help you go there because I don't want them to come out in debt. That's an obstacle and a challenge coming out of college, coming out of technical school that they already have to deal with. So I'm going to continue to build network, go after dollars, to enhance my program, to give them additional tools needed to be successful. Like I said, it's an awesome experience. It elevates you. It makes you look within yourself, give you that confidence, that energy to say, I can do this.
Yes.
I will succeed. I am beautiful.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, y'all, it's Dr. Stephanie Wall, the Tower of Power, your MC, your hostess for today. It has been my honor and a privilege, and like every other road that is less traveled, we're going to take this journey together, but we must close the Elevation Conference today. You all have been amazing. We have had a tremendous time. Take everything that you have learned and share it with another. Remember, if I have a gift and you have a gift and we share our gifts with each other, we now have at least 2 gifts. So we have just wrapped up day 2. You are amazing. You are already enough. You were born enough. And remember, finish everything you started, because I've heard it said that anything that we do not complete will return to us void, according to Trevor Ott, the great Trevor Ott. So go ahead, step into your greatness, elevate not only yourself, but elevate someone else and someone else and someone else. Make it a great day. You are already amazing. See you all. Elevate.